Hey everybody, quick shot here looking back at Europe's match history.
It is Fnatic versus G2. Everyone has a different name for it, but regardless of what you want to call the matchup, we're in for some damn good League of Legends. Two of the best teams in Europe. We're jumping into draft. And there are so many things we've got to talk about, Medic, because with Fnatic on the blue side, they have a lot of freedom in their bans. Things like the Syndra, they don't have to ban. The Karthus, I don't know if Fnatic play it. They actually haven't brought it out. Talia has kind of been their go-to AP jungler. So, where does Karthus fall for them? Interestingly, it's Fnatic banning away the Syndra on the blue side. Clearly don't want to prioritize that. Expectedly, the Ornn coming out from G2. This is where things get interesting for me. They're actually banning the Senna themselves. This was something I was curious about. G2 choosing to ban the Pantheon. I thought this may be a ban from the side of Fnatic, but G2 also showcasing that respect. And there's the Karthus we were talking about. So Fnatic don't want to have to deal with that.
Get rid of the Karthus. They know, well, obviously Selfmade doesn't seem to want to pick it up early in the draft, and you cannot give it across to G2. Now the question is, where did G2 go? Things like the Gangplank, the Aphelios of options.
Yeah, I'm thinking Aphelios should be the priority. It's something that Reckless always looks to try and get his hands on. Now, with both Gragas and Misfortune up and available, you have to imagine that these will be the priority picks for Fnatic.
Well, we'll see if that's where Fnatic want to go. Of course, they only have the option of one or the other. G2 would get the MF if they wanted it. It's going to be Gragas for Selfmade to play that 3 times this split. Has won every single time he's picked it up.
So now the question is, what do G2 choose to prioritize? They have quite a few jungle options. Obviously, only the Pantheon and the Karthus have been taken off the boards. With Panth being gone as well, it also mitigates the possibility of the Pantheon Talia. You can hear the crowd obviously getting very animated about this matchup. We're only on the first phase of G2's draft, and already it's like that they've been killing each other for the past 5 minutes.
I do wonder if we'll see the Ezreal Yuumi once again from, well, possibly from G2 here. Yesterday they played the Ezreal Braum into Origen. Yuumi's still available, still very strong, and can give you...
I feel like if you pick the Yuumi this early on, then it obviously showcases a lot of information. I think G2 should focus on getting an early jungler, and they're actually going to go for the Olaf. Now, I think that Olaf is one of those champions that is high risk, high rewards, but if any jungler can pull it off, it would be Jankos. We saw how hard he punished Xerxes on the Zac matchup yesterday, and I imagine that Jankos is capable of doing it again, but he needs a strong mid laner. Fortunately, G2 have the counter pick on the red side, so we imagine Pertz's pick will be for last to ensure a strong 2v2 for G2 Esports.
Fnatic deciding to give Hylissang something he is comfortable on. That Rakan, very good for engage, good at disengage as well if you need it in those late game team fights. Of course, Xayah is a good team up forward, and Reckless hasn't played that yet this split, but he has very good knowledge of that champ.
Yeah, you would imagine it's going to be a priority, but the set is actually going to be the priority champion. We've heard from Whippo when he was on the analyst desk last week talk about how he thinks that this champ is incredibly strong. It can just be picked blind. It wins most matchups. The question is, will they choose to counter it? No, they're actually going to go for the Ezreal Yuumi. You were talking about it, Medic. They're going to prioritize going for a pretty safe bot side of the map, which is to be expected when you can see that the set has already been locked in. G2 can get a counter pick in the top side of the map while also getting a strong mid-jungle duo. So it seems that G2 very top side focused this game.
We are, of course, going into the second ban phase as G2 removed the Tristana, but I was even more confident in the Yuumi when I saw the Olaf, because Yuumi is not always about sitting on an AD carry, it's about sitting on a bruiser and getting them into the back line. Yuumi does that so well with Olaf because you're not locked up. You can run straight through, get that final chapter on whoever you want. Fnatic have their first ban of this second phase now, and we'll see what they want to eliminate. Perhaps strong mid laners. As we said, mid lane is a very powerful position for G2, but instead, it's going to be the Aatrox for now.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to limit the top lane options from the side of G2. I think they could also consider banning away something like the Camille, something that Wonder does enjoy playing. They could also choose to get rid of the Gangplank themselves. Of course, I think the Gangplank does struggle in the early laning phase against a set, but still, that global ultimate is always going to be valuable. What is interesting here is the Tristana ban from G2. This, of course, can be flexed between mid and AD carry. Suggests that G2 is thinking about a Zoe pick here. Zoe plus Ezreal, and I'm just going to throw it out there. Jace is something you have to think about.
True.
He did receive buffs on the last patch. It's something that G2 used to be known for a lot. And when you think about something that can bully out the set, I think that it could be a very strong matchup in the top lane. And G2 then have a triple poke comp, which gets so obnoxious to deal with past the 50-minute mark.
Very difficult. Alongside the healing from the Yuumi makes it almost impossible to keep your damage down. Now G2 hovering the Sona. Pretty sure they're not going to pick that one. Of course, was nerfed in the top lane, but Lulu mid would also make sense for them. I'm not going to talk about the hovers anymore. It's Janna!
They're doing Janna top!
Oh, they're
actually doing Janna top!
Oh, why? Well, G2? G2. Look, Mickey's face!
Yeah.
Mickey's just looking at us and laughing at us. Okay, it's Janna top.
Oh my word, they're doing the Janna top. So for those that didn't know, this propped up on Reddit the other day. Basically the same premise as Sona top. On 10.4, the support change item hasn't come through yet, right, Medic? Yeah, it's 10.5 that that change comes through, so you can still go for the early support item. You can still rack up a lot of gold. You can just sit there and harass the set in lane, be incredibly obnoxious. And now this is basically becoming a Juggerlaugh combo, where you just put everything on top of the Olaf and you can never kill him because he's going to have AP shields from the Janna. He's going to have the Yuumi Zoomies.
And we're going to see Nemesis or Bwipo play the Yasuo alongside the knockup from the Rakan, the knockup from the Gragas, the knockup from the set. This can be very powerful. I do want to say, of course, that set can be still flexed mid or top. It could be Yasuo mid or top as well. With Yasuo, you expect it to be mid, and G2 have their final pick. We wondered if it would be a mid counter. But that's what it's going to be, as it looks like Akali will be locked in for G2.
Okay, so I think that this Yasuo will be going top lane and the set will be going into mid, and then the expectation is that G2 have picked the Akali, hoping to get that the set matchup in the mid lane. But we'll have to wait and see. We won't speculate for now. Let's just talk about the comps in their entirety. First off, Fnatic, very strong scaling. You can see things like the Kai'Sa, Yasuo, Gragas, such strong late game threat, very strong team fighting, easy engage. You can clearly see that they have so many options as well. The ability to play split push, the ability to force fights. They have so many ways in which they can win this game. G2 is pretty much dependent on whether or not this Olaf can get strong enough to then be hyper buffed by the Janna and the Yuumi. The early game is going to be so important for G2 because if they fall behind, I think it'll be very difficult for them to reclaim control over this game.
Totally agree with you there, Vedius. Bwipo is taking set in the top lane. Nemesis is taking Yasuo. Of course, Nemesis could just walk to the top lane and he would be playing Yasuo in the top lane, but what a turn up for the Bulls, because over the last few weeks, it's been Fnatic who brought out the inventiveness in draft and thinking Zac top, Zac support, and now G2 are like, well, you know, we tried that Sona thing a while ago, that didn't work. We've tried Soraka in the top lane. What other enchanters can we chuck up there? Wonder's going to be taking Janna top lane. It's the Jug Olaf, or the Jug Akali composition.
It's the Hyper Carry Olaf.
Hyper Carry. Hyper Carry Olaf is the build. Fnatic versus G2, we only get it 2 times the split. Let's get right into it. The crowd taking turns to cheer on their teams, and as we jump on into the game, I want to just tell you guys about how bloody these two teams are. You can see here the combined kills a minute leaderboard in the LEC all time. G2 in summer, Fnatic in summer last year at the top, but 2020 Spring G2 sits at just under a kill a minute. 2020 Fnatic Spring sits under 0.87 kills a minute. They're going to go all in.
Forget the kings, forget the legacies. These are gladiators entering the Colosseum. There will be blood, there will be fire, there will be fury. Everything about when these two teams play is nothing but chaos, madness, and excitement. And that's what makes this matchup so exciting. We highlighted how much these two teams love to fight. It gets even more exacerbated when they play against each other. So without further ado, let's jump straight into the game. Let's talk about what these junglers are planning to do, and let's look at these early game options. So, Yanko starting on the bot side, Selfmade doing the same thing. Selfmade could choose to do a full clear on his bot side and then look for either an early scuttle in the river or maybe a mid lane gank. Akali, with the recent changes where she received pretty significant energy increases to her Q, mean that she is a lot weaker in the early laning phase, and Yasuo should actually be able to trade very effectively in that 1 versus 1, which means that the Gragas does have options in the mid lane, but he's choosing not to go for it. We can see that Selfmade skipping his Krugs, actually choosing to go for red into topside. This is probably in consideration of a potential Olaf invade, but that's not what Jankos is doing. He's doing the full clear. He wants to make sure he's getting as much golden experience as possible, because we've got to think about the context of the comp. This is the hyper Jankos carry game. This is the game where he is going to get the Yuumi, he is going to get the Janna, and all the resources are going to be put on his back as he's just running at the enemy team, swinging his axes wildly as he looks to slaughter Fnatic.
I did have a great performance on the Lee Sin yesterday against Origen. Perhaps Grabbers is like, okay, you seem to be carrying us enough. Let's just put all of the eggs into the Jankos basket. Down in the bottom lane, Caps was knocked up early on, but he's just healed up by the Yuumi. Do want to bring attention to the Relic Shield on Mickey. Some people will think, why not get a Spell Thieves on Yuumi? You're going to get a lot of poke down. But because you don't want to rely on that poke, getting the Relic Shield means you just jump off, you proc it on a minion, and you're guaranteed that gold and that income.
Fair enough. And also you can see the same support item sitting on top of Wonder right now. His focus is not really on farming. He will, of course, take some of the last hits, but he just wants to harass. He just wants to pick up as much gold as he can. And he's going to be extremely obnoxious. He's already like halfway stacked up on his support item. And one of the great things about this is it means that you have 2 supports, which means you have so much extra vision. And that's really difficult to deal with in pro play because you only have a limited set of options to be able to actually clear away this vision. So if there's twice as many supports, then you can see how much harder that actually becomes to play around.
So Jankos has completed a full clear of his jungle, stolen away the Scuttle Crab that Selfmade was on his way towards, and is now basing at 28 farm, only 4 minutes into the game. Selfmade is an entire Krug camp behind of Jankos' pace right now, so we'll see how Jankos can use the early advantage he is getting and snowball that into something for G2. Because as you say, it feels like if Jankos isn't ahead, G2 are just not going to be ahead.
Well, right now, he's doing absolutely fine, and as you can see, a small gold advantage is being built up for G2. That's largely coming from the top lane difference. Of course, all the extra gold that is being built up on top of the Janna is where this is going to come from. And the fact that I believe Wonder actually got dived extremely early on when he played the Sona top lane.
He did.
Which is largely what made that matchup so much harder for him. He never had the opportunity to roam, and I think he also ran TP, which is something I'm never really a fan of. I think it's much better to run things like the heal or like barrier.
He tweeted afterwards that he would have liked to go Ignite Dark Harvest in the lane.
That's also solid as well. And you can see he's running the Comet mainly because he's just going to poke in this matchup. That's what he wants to do, generate as much gold as possible, and the wave is just going to come underneath this tower. Again, we'll see how much of it he actually chooses to last hit, because you kind of want to stay under a certain threshold, otherwise you can't take advantage of your pass.
You take the minions that give you a lot of gold and you leave the minions that don't give you as much gold. So usually cannons, 1 or 2 of those melee creeps.
Look at it just die. It's kind of sad.
Minions die all the time, Betty. That's why these.
But it's the gold that's being wasted.
Okay, so it's only good if you kill a minion if you then steal its gold afterwards.
Of course, that you want to benefit from it. And he's also setting up the wave where it's actually pushing towards him as well. This really sucks for Bwipo. His top lane wave is not in a comfortable spot right now. We also have to talk about the fact that Bwipo is actually running Predator. Now, this is quite interesting because we don't commonly see this on the set. And he's actually chosen to go for very early boots of swiftness. This is great against Janna, who's going to keep applying those slows with the W, and it's also going to give him a lot of tools to be able to roam around the map. He knows that a Janna, when you're playing in the top lane, you actually don't spend a lot of time top lane. You get to a certain point and then you just roam.
Yep.
And you'll start to funnel a lot of the farm onto people like Jankos, because you want him to be the hyper carry, of course. So Bwipo has adapted his runes to be able to try and follow and match this Janna so that she's just not causing chaos in the Rift.
Hellesang's going to jump in here in the mid lane. Perks ignited, trying to get away underneath the tower, but Reckless is on the chase. Perks flashes away, and that won't quite be enough damage from the Void Seeker, but that's a big wave to lose to the turret, and Perks has to give it up. Does have the teleport if he wants to come back in. Of course, that can always be a little bit dangerous after you've burnt your flash.
Good roam there from Fnatic, trying to put some pressure down onto the Akali. As you rightly said, the TP will be expended, but the loss of the flash is going to hurt Perks. Akali definitely not as safe as she used to be. It's much easier to identify her in her shroud as long as crowd control is being applied. And Fnatic very nearly found themselves a kill there while not really burning much in exchange.
Now we see Jankos trying to make forays into the Fnatic jungle. He's only just slightly ahead of Selfmade. Both of them gone for the Stalker's Blade first. Selfmade, of course, running the Predator. Jankos looking for the first dragon of the game. Perks pushed up mid. Mickey and Caps did the same in the bottom lane. Wonder knocked up here by Whippo. I don't think Whippo is going to be able to chase too much further, as Wonder could lock him down underneath the turret. Of course, the disengage tool of the Monsoon on the Janna, very good as well if Whippo oversteps.
So the one thing I do want to talk about, Medic.
Let's do it, Betty.
Because the teams are primarily just farming right now, I don't expect a huge amount of action. As I say that, Nemesis actually looking for a roam top. I think there is a wave stacking, and the Gragas is on the way as well. I think they want to try and dive the Janna right now.
We promised the people kills, and kills they may get. Whippo looking for the dive on Wonder. Wonder's going to pop the heal for the movement speed. Nemesis on the chase as well, but good map sense there from Wonder. No vision for him, and he's just like, well, we don't know where mid lane is. I need to get out of here.
Yeah, it was just the communication coming in from G2. They were like, yo, you need to disengage. Not the end of the world for Wonder, of course. He doesn't mind if he loses all this farm. The experience is the bigger pain point for him. But again, he's playing support. He's already got himself a Seeker's Arm Guard, so he's going to be mitigating a lot of the harassment that can potentially come out from Whippo. And this will also give the opportunity for Selfmade to steal away a red buff, which is definitely what you want to be doing against the likes of an Olaf. So Fnatic playing this early game, very controlled, very patiently, able to find a couple of opportunities, and I like what they're doing in the early game. Things are going pretty well. Of course, they haven't been able to shut down the Olaf just yet, but that's not the end of the world. The thing that I wanted to draw our attention to was the exhaust on top of Nemesis. And when we think about how these late game fights are going to play out, Set, not great at being able to bring the Olaf back, of course, he's going to have his ultimate. However, exhaust on Nemesis is going to mitigate a lot of that early damage, on top of the fact that Reckless is playing Kai'Sa. She is a very difficult champion to get on top of, and what could end up happening is Olaf runs in, Whippo then ults someone to go onto the backline. What happens? Reckless is now on your backline. And so there's an interesting situation where, because of the mobility that Fnatic actually have on their comp, this Olaf may end up just spend the whole team fight getting kited around. And that's why it's going to be so important with how well he pairs up with the Yuumi. Because if he's not able to land that Yuumi ultimate, that additional crowd control is not going to be there, and he's just going to get run around in circles. So I think these late game fights are going to be really interesting to watch, because there's going to be a lot of very specific execution matters that are going to determine the outcome of the fights.
Wonder should know that Selfmade and Hylissang are up here as the ward came down onto a control ward. Wonder now loses some of his vision, and we'll lose some plates pretty soon as well. But Caps and Mickey are looking for the chase on Reckless. Double exhaust once again for this bottom lane. They've overstepped perhaps. This Whippo's going to teleport in behind them. Olaf on his way down. Whippo decides not to engage. Looks like Fnatic are just happy to stop G2 doing anything rather than forcing things themselves.
Yeah, this isn't the end of the world for Whippo either, because Jankos will find Whippo.
Whippo has flash. He's got ultimate.
He's also running insanely fast.
He's got Predator. He's got Swifties.
He's just like, Olaf is like, fight me!
Like,
and
no,
Whippo's
I'm going.
just on a jog.
I'll see you later.
He just jogs off. Medic jogging off the caster desk. Cool stuff there. Now Jankos will walk into a 1 versus 2. Down a level.
He is down a level. He's got his ult. He's going to pop that Ragnarok. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Wonder's getting dived. Has to flash away. Manages to dodge out. Let's go back down towards Jankos. I think he just used the ult to get away. And he will secure this Scuttle Crab. And it's a really interesting back and forth, because Fnatic have put a lot of time into getting Hylissang towards the top lane. Now they've brought Reckless up here as well, and they're looking to take the first turret. And they've kind of just abandoned bot lane to Whippo.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Like, Fnatic, I think, are doing the right thing. We talked about how important the early game was for G2, and that they can't afford to fall behind. And the fact that Fnatic made that swap happen, they can now set their sights on Perks. Remember, no flash available.
Whippo's going to jump in on the bottom side. You can see the charm coming into Perks. Whippo uses the showstopper to get out. Jankos tanking up the tower. Perks able to survive. And Whippo still alive underneath this turret. Let's switch down towards the bottom lane as Whippo continues to survive. But the prowling projectile will hit, and you have to think that he's not going to keep himself alive too much longer. G2 get their first kill of the game.
So, a lot of things just happened. And I kind of want to start with what happened in the top lane. The great thing about this play for Fnatic is that by using the Rift Herald, it also makes it harder for the Janna to roam, because she's now forced to take topside, so that Fnatic can't just push all the way to that tier 2, which the Rift Herald was able to strike. But on top of that, Fnatic funnel more gold into Reckless. He's now already completed the Mana Mune, which is already going to start stacking up to the Muramana, and they also avoid any potential early gank. Now, of course, the downside for Fnatic is that G2 were able to find that early kill and first blood onto Bwipo, but it also stopped the first tower actually from falling. So if we have a quick look at the gold, you can see that Rekkles has a 500 gold advantage over Caps because of all the plates that have been invested into him. Slight gold advantage in the mid lane, slight gold advantage in the top lane. The only gold difference is existing between the two junglers right now, and the scaling comp that Fnatic have drafted themselves are still going to be very strong and difficult to deal with in the late stages. So I feel like the longer this game goes, while G2 do have a very strong late game comp themselves, the execution is going to be the challenging thing.
I think it's always going to be difficult when you're putting a lot of your resources into one player, because Fnatic will know, you know, if we isolate the Yuumi, if we isolate the Janna, that Olaf becomes a lot weaker. If we can kill the Olaf, then the entire team becomes a lot weaker. And Fnatic have been able to hold G2's early game at bay. We promised you bloody games. I'm sorry that it hasn't happened, guys.
It'll come. Just patience.
All right, Vedius, G2 have averaged a kill a minute so far in the split.
So what you're telling me is that we're in for 12 kills.
12 kills. So it's a kill or death, so they could just die 12 times in the next minute as well. If we have a dual team ace, I'll forgive you.
Well, I'm expecting these upcoming fights to be pretty chaotic. I'm really looking forward to them. Of course, we're still waiting for a lot of that core itemization to come through. Trinity Force being worked on for Bwipo. We already talked about the Manamune rather being built up for Rekkles. Going to be going for much more of that scaling itemization. Same for Caps. We also have to bring attention to the double exhaust. We didn't talk about that at all, but Caps and Mickey were running this yesterday.
Yep.
It's a little more common on a Yuumi to be able to run it, but right now pros consider exhaust to be very strong. And we talked about how Nemesis, his exhaust is going to be great against an Olaf. If Rekkles does dive onto the backline, he's immediately going to get exhausted as well. So something that Fnatic will have to respect and play around, as right now they have full control over the bot side of the map. They are securing more plates, and they will secure the first Infernal Drake as well. But honestly, I feel like
Fnatic have control of the game right now.
They're playing extremely cleanly. Very few weaknesses to be able to exploit, but now Perkz is on the hunt. He has the Gunblade.
LSI can't just jump away. It's pretty easy for him. Nemesis building up towards a Wit's End first item here on the Yasuo. Not too common that we see that, but of course, into the magic damage of Perkz, into the magic damage that would come from an Ardent Sensor if Wonder built one or if Yuumi built one. That's definitely going to help out.
I think it also helps because of the extended trades you expect to happen between Akali and Yasuo, as we see a bit of a skirmish in the mid lane. Flash.
Yeah. Nemesis able to get out with that flash. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Bwipo's getting a free tier 2. G2 have kind of, well, I say free, it's pretty much free. G2 have just given him a lot of time to sit up there by himself and secures it. Fnatic have a 1,500 gold lead coming up to the 15-minute mark.
Yeah. Fnatic probably feeling very comfortable right now.
I would
especially given that Jankos has no kills. Sure, he's got a decent amount of farm, but he's actually...
He's still behind Bwipo and Nemesis.
Yeah, he's sitting on the Cinderhulk in Enchantment right now. But yeah, I think that Fnatic is in a very comfortable spot. They're going to keep ramping up. They don't really need to force anything right now. And the other player we kind of have to keep our eyes on is Perkz. He's a player that we often talk about as being much more of a roam-focused player, but this game he's obviously been a little bit more isolated in the 1 versus 1. Nemesis has done a great job of trading with him in lane, and they've actually been very even. But now the Gunblade has come through. Perkz has also hit level 11. One of the important things to acknowledge about Akali is she gets stronger the more kills she gets, because she often runs Presence of Mind. And that's so important for Akali right now, because the extra 50 energy that you get from 5 kills or assists means that you now have a pool of 250, and with the increased energy that your Q has, you really need that extra energy to be that much stronger. So the fact that he hasn't been able to find any kills or assists yet, it obviously makes him a little bit weaker, as Wonder takes a little bit of poke there. But that's going to be important to track as we progress throughout this game.
Definitely, as both Wonder and Mickey have completed their quests on their support items, so now we're going to see how much G2 can play around the extra vision they should have on the map. You can see there's 3 sweepers on the side of G2, and a couple of Farsight alterations, whereas Fnatic are missing 1 Farsight alteration.
Yeah, but they've got themselves 3 sweepers as well.
Yeah.
Obviously going to be very important. Fnatic looking for a bit of an engage, but G2's
still
ability
has
to
flash.
disengage is strong as well. Jankos does, of course, have the ult.
Pops it straight away. The Showstopper's not going to chase him down. Nemesis not hit with the true shot barrage as Whippo tries to put a lot of damage down. There's the Monsoon. They're looking to try and take out Jankos before the fight really begins, but Jankos is still surviving. Perks now in the backline. He's gone down to about half HP. Whippo had to jump off towards the top side as Caps is trying to trade onto Nemesis. Nemesis gets the knockup, but Jankos has already killed Whippo. And now the fight really goes in here in earnest. The flash in from Southway. Reckless dives onto the backline, and Jankos isn't going to be able to get him. He gets him. 3v2 now in. Oh, it's a 3v3. Mickey's still alive. Hylissang low. Reckless self-made in the wrong jungle right now as Caps is on the chase. Reckless on a blast cone, but Caps is going to try and do what he can to chase him down. Nemesis and Selfmade and Reckless going to get chased down here. The speed up from the zoomies from Caps is just too strong. Reckless levels up, evolves in the jungle. Will G2 find him out? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, now you're on a ward, Reckless, but can you get away? He's going to clear some of this control out, and the teleport actually comes in from Fnatic. They're committing. Whippo's on his way. Reckless can just ring around, and Rosies get out through the bottom side of this jungle, and Fnatic get their AD carry out alive.
All right, so our first taste of bloodshed between the two teams, but Fnatic's now in a position to be able to get a better reset off as Caps is going to be forced to catch this midway, but let's see how this all starts off. Whippo is looking to get a collapse onto Wonder, but instead finds Jankos. This is where you get to see the power of Olaf in the mid game. He just turns onto Whippo and is like, yeah, you're squishy. I have my ultimate on. I can just melt through you. Gets all this healing from the Janna as well. Even exhausted, of course, he has the true damage on his E. And then a good ultimate there from Nemesis, but not a huge amount of damage. So now this stagnates, but the problem is Fnatic split up into 2 points. It looks like that with a good knockup from Fnatic, they could have actually turned that fight around, but that's when Perks and the rest of G2 come in for the collapse. Fortunately, Selfmade is able to make it up for Fnatic as he comes in from over the wall, gets that double knockup, and Reckless dives into the backline, ends up in that 3v3 chase where no one ends up walking out, and now we end up in this situation where the game's still very even, but Fnatic hold the gold lead. They're going to secure the Rift Herald as well, because you can see G2 resetting on the map, and these fights very close, very tense, and a lot of it will come down to execution. We talked a lot about this, but Fnatic, it still feels like that they're the ones in the driver's seat. They're the ones in control for this game right now. Especially
when Nemesis is topping the damage charts with only a wit's end. When you get a Phantom Dancer, an Infinity Edge on that Yasuo, as you said, the scaling so powerful on that pick. The question, I think, becomes, will Caps and will Perks be strong enough that if Jankos dies at the start of the fight, they can still carry with the damage? Because, of course, Ezreal scales well into the late game, especially since he's going for Trinity Force instead of Iceborne Gauntlet. So does an Akali. She can still burst someone down.
This is the interesting thing, right? We've talked a lot about Jankos being the big carry for this team, but Perks has just been quietly farming away. He's already completed the Gunblade. He now has 1 kill and 1 assist, so he's going to get that extra 20 energy as well from Presence of Mind. And he can do some serious damage. Akali, while she did get some nerfs, she also had some pretty significant damage buffs to things like her ultimate. Her execute is now that much stronger, and that's why I can say that I don't know how these fights are going to play out, because there are so many elements associated with it. I think both comps are very solid, and a lot of this is going to come down to execution. And we saw in the last fight, it was 2 for 2. It was incredibly close. Small decisions could have swung it either way. But the thing you always have to bring back into focus is Fnatic have a 2.5k gold lead right now. They have the Rift Herald. They're just using this to generate pressure because the Drake is likely their focus. Hylissang goes to the engage.
Immediately the Ragnarok used, but they dive onto Wonder, and already he's dead. Hylissang almost falls as well, but they can't quite get him. And now it's a 4v5 in favor of Fnatic. They find another kill, equalize it at 3-3. 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic. They're 3 turrets to nil up as well. Looking for the third dragon of the game, but G2 will get priority on it. G2 yet to take a tower this game, Bedia. So if G2 do win a team fight, having a few members left alive, they will be able to get some of that standing gold off the map.
This will, of course, give G2 the opportunity to secure the Drake. Fnatic, after finding that pick, are actually looking to contest this.
Showstopper coming in, Cap secures it, but there's the face breaker. Jankos no ult, remember, he can't get out of this as the exhaust comes down. Fnatic able to survive, Selfmade with the perfect timing on his stopwatch, gets out alive, and there's 2 more kills to Fnatic. Perks looking for a flank, looking to find something, but Fnatic, they're pinging the Baron, they know exactly where they want to go.
But there's no teleport on Whippo. I think their focus should just be getting vision on it, but of course with the jungler gone, they could look for an opportunity. Perks now.
Beautiful little dodge there from Perks as Hylissang tried to jump in, the knock-up. But here they go. Nemesis jumping in with the last breath once again. The true shot barrage comes out, but doesn't hit anyone. And G2 able to defend their mid-tier 1, but losing out on these fights. That gold lead is now 3,500.
Yeah, Fnatic is in a commanding position. Finding those additional 2 kills was extremely valuable for them. Hylissang playing with fire right now, as he often does. Caps just going to disengage off the back of that one, but... Whew. intense stuff. This is the fight initiation. Wonder becomes the focus for Hylissang. I like this target selection because while they might not be able to lock down the Ezreal or the Olaf, that Janna has no flash, her heal is on cooldown, and she's easy pickings if you can just get on top of her. Of course, they do. That was insanely close. Reckless nearly stole that away with his W. Mickey just trying to jump on top of Caps, but he can't quite get in range, so he ends up dropping initially, and then a great stopwatch there from Selfmade to be able to buy enough time for the rest of his team to clean up the fight.
And now Reckless is scaling up into the game as well. He's got a Ginsu's complete. He's on his way to his Nash's Tooth. Phantom Dancer finished on Nemesis. Fnatic very much in the driver's seat this game. I think it was division amongst most of us as to who would win this game. I gave it to G2 thinking that they showed us more against Origen yesterday than Fnatic had shown us against SK, but Fnatic have been inventive, they've been creative. They have always been willing to take a fight, even if it seemed disadvantageous to them.
I also just think that they're using that pressure very well. I like what they did in the early game. They went for the swap exactly at 8 minutes, and while you do expect it against a Janna, it's exceptionally strong, and G2 did nothing to stop it. And in this early game, Olaf has not really found that many opportunities, so the snowball never really got going. And while, again, I still want to iterate that because G2 have double supports, because they still have Akali, Ezreal, their late game is no slouch either. But I look at this comp from Fnatic, and I think that it's going to be very difficult for G2 to play against just because of the sheer amount of mobility that exists on Fnatic's comp. So to me, it looks like the Fnatic is gearing up to be able to find this big win over G2, to be able to cement themselves as the best team in Europe right now. And by taking down this turret, that's a 4-0 turret advantage. Perkz is looking for a flank, but he's not going to find it, and Fnatic seems to be in firm control.
They definitely are right now. G2, you can see, basically no vision in their own jungle right now. It's very, very defensive.
Ironic when they have two supports.
Yeah.
You know, that just goes to show how much control they have.
Hylissang going in. Oh, that was just short from Hylissang. He used the Shurelias to try and catch up, but the exhaust comes down and forces him away. Now Hylissang, no flash, no Shurelias, no engage. And G2 will use this time to get more farm onto Jankos in that top lane. Perkz is going to get the first turret of the game as well for our current title holders. There it goes.
Continues to mount for Fnatic. Caps has spotted out Bwipo, but he won't be able to lock him down.
Okay, so what are Fnatic getting out of the fact that G2 are sending so many people down towards this bottom side? Well, Nemesis is farming Krugs, so...
I think a lot of it right now is just farm. Fnatic want to try and catch the waves. They also want to keep pressure up top. One of the big things is that Fnatic can only ever really send Perkz to a side lane, whereas... Sorry, G2 can only ever send the Akali to a side lane, whereas Fnatic can send the Yasuo and the Set into side lane. So they can play a 1-3-1 with which G2 can't match. Unless they want to separate the Janna from their team, in which case Fnatic can then look for a collapse, maybe onto the Janna, maybe force a fight onto the 3 in mid. It looks like Fnatic right now, though, is looking for a collapse onto Caps.
Selfmade's got a great flank here. They're looking for Caps. He's got flash. He dodges out from the explosive casting. Now Jankos is on the chase. There's the zoomies. Caps down to half HP. Here comes the final chapter, but it's not going to land onto Selfmade. Selfmade trying to get away. In the end, he will fall. Caps secures it. Good collapse there from G2. Knowing Bwipo's in the bottom lane, they could take that fight.
And it ends up being a trade of flashes for the junglers, but Fnatic, you can see, they tried to force that play on the top lane. I don't think they needed to force it. They're still scaling, they're still in a great position, but they were looking for an opportunity to catch Caps out off guard, but the rest of G2 were resetting. You can see them coming in from base. Selfmade tries to predict the E, but great patience there from Caps. He does get knocked up here by flashing in, but Nemesis chooses not to use his ultimate. He very well likely could have gotten a kill onto Caps, but he would have lost his life in exchange, so he chooses to disengage while losing his jungler to the Wolves. G2 do find a kill. Gold, though, is still heavily in favor of Fnatic.
And I'm loving this game, Betty, because you said it at the start. This is not kings, this is gladiators. This is two people exchanging blows in an arena, and every time you think someone has the upper hand, G2 land an uppercut. Fnatic then strike back with a blow to the ribs, and it's just over and over and over again, and you never really know who's going to come out on top in these fights. Absolutely exhilarating to watch, and now the Cloud Drake is the target for these two teams.
Look at Perkz. You can see him in a flanking position. He hasn't been spotted because he's sitting on the control ward, but he's going to be integral in the execution of this fight. This is something we see all the time from Perkz. Reckless. He has no idea how close he is to Perkz.
They're going to give it up. They give up the Cloud Drake. They get it.
Okay, G2 not going to force the engage there. Fnatic going to walk away with the Cloud Drake. Things still very even. Stevens, of course, the gold's still heavily in favor of Fnatic, but the game doesn't feel like it's in full control for Fnatic anymore. You can see that G2, with more items being completed, they're starting to threaten a lot more. Level 15 completed for Perks. The big level discrepancy is obviously between the two top laners because Wonder keeps grouping up with his team. He's trying to stay and offer that support that a Janna naturally does. So while there is this level difference and this gold gap, you have to take into consideration the fact that a lot of it is now coming from the top laners. You know, when we actually switch over to the gold after our lower third disappears, you'll see that all of it is largely existing just between the two top laners.
There you are.
There is a bit of a difference between the AD carries as well, so it's not to say that Fnatic aren't stronger right now, but this gold is a little bit inflated by the fact that you are playing against the support in the top lane.
And the thing is, you're starting to see second items come out on some of these G2 players. The Zhonya is now complete on Perks. You can see Trinity Force, Miura Mana fully stacked up on Caps.
QSS on Caps as well.
QSS gets you out of the knockups. QSS Flash.
Gets you out of a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I'm trying to. There's no stun. The Space Breaker is the only stun I see on.
I mean the Charm. I'm not sure.
Oh, Charm. Yeah, gets you out of Charm. Yeah, you're right.
So anyway, Reckless 3 items now. He's terrifying. He is insanely strong. This is like peak Kai'Sa, you know. And this is where if I'm Fnatic, I'm thinking, okay, we can actually start looking for fights now if we wanted to. They maybe want to wait for Nemesis to actually finish his Infinity Edge, because then you're like super strong. And to be honest, like we talked about it, Fnatic don't actually have to team fight. They could just focus on playing the 1-3-1 if they wanted to, as long as they make sure that they play towards the strong side, which should be Nemesis because he doesn't have the teleport, and then you leave Whipper on the weak side, he can then join the fray. Fnatic actually choosing to rush the Baron here.
Caps uses the Scryer's Bloom up towards Whipper. Look at how quickly that Baron is going down. It's already down to about 5,000. You can see Selfmade quite low here as well. Caps might look for that true shot barrage. Jankos going to jump into the pit. He goes on top and he steals it! Jankos, so much weight on his shoulders in this game, and he manages to get the steal. Charm coming on to Perks here. There's the final chapter as well as they look to lock up Whippo, but G2 just want to disengage. G2 get out with the Baron.
But what was this from Fnatic? They just coin flip a Baron there. They take the gamble and lose, and now G2 have the Baron and can just hold the line. They may have lost Jankos, but this was a worthwhile trade for G2 Esports.
Incredible steal there from Jankos, but as you say, Fnatic were the ones to flip the D2, and they came down tails this game. G2 will now use this advantage. Remember, they've only taken 1 turret this game. There are so many towers for them to reap the benefits of this Baron.
Such a surprising gamble.
Hiddersang might be dead. Hiddersang's dead.
He is in fact
He walked into the knockup.
Fnatic is just collapsing. What is going on? After they tried to force that play in top and they got punished, it feels as though like they're feeling all this pressure. Like we talked about the scaling, we talked about short in the late game, G2's comp is going to be difficult, but Fnatic have options. Fnatic do have a strong late game comp and they can play the side lanes, but they didn't utilize that. They didn't try to separate G2. They didn't try to take advantage of the fact that they have a TP advantage over G2.
2 towers down in the mid lane from this Baron buff. Perks secures 1 in the top as well. 3,000 gold already from it. And it was stolen right under Fnatic's noses. Now G2 will group up as 5 towards this top lane. This should be another tier 2 just gone. Wonder using the Eye of the Storm to tank it up, and you can see Caps rattling out the damage on the Ezreal. Is going to be able to jump across the wall here. Fnatic probably wondering what went wrong over the last couple of minutes, because this is a trip and a fall from them.
The Baron is what went wrong, Medic. That is exactly...
I mean, like, the decision-making that led to it. Why did they do it? Well, we'll see if they can come back from a pretty devastating moment for them. Of course, they do still scale. They are still even on gold. You've got the Infinity Edge now complete on Nemesis. But we'll see that steal once again.
So let's have a look at it. How close was this? Let's get some super slow-mo. Ulti comes through, burst, 13 HP. Oh my word, that is so unlucky for Selfmade.
I wonder.
Oh my words.
I actually wonder as well whether Jankos used Ragnarok mid-air so he wasn't knocked up by the Steel Tempest that came from Yasuo. I wonder. Now,
I mean, maybe,
someone smarter than me will look at it second by second to see exactly if that happened, but still, Fnatic went for it, didn't clear out vision, didn't get deep vision in the G2 jungle.
They gambled. And this is the thing. Now, the Baron is obviously going to wear off. G2 got a lot of gold for that. They equalized.
Yeah.
So let's now, wait, we might not have time to flip over as Fnatic's looking for a fight.
Ripper look for the flank here. Ragnarok comes out. Nemesis is going to take a little bit of damage as well. The final chapter's already been used. As you say, very early there, still going to get knocked up. Nemesis there, looking to knock up onto Perks. They all dive in. The killer instinct from Reckless, trying to take out one. The showstopper gets in, and they jump onto the backline. There's the charm as well, and Fnatic. Maybe they found that fight as they catch all of G2 alive. But look at the healing coming out from the Zoomies. Jankos still alive in this fight, and Nemesis having to run for the hills. G2 just healed up by that Yuumi.
How does no one die in this fight? It was so close from both teams. I thought Perks was going to get one shot. He ends up walking away. I thought Nemesis was done for, but he ends up surviving as well. At the end of the day, it's G2 who have priority over the mid lane. They walk away with the inhibitor. And this game is now, you can feel how the momentum is so heavily shifted in favor of G2. The Cloud Drake is up. They're going to make their way towards it. A lot of ultimates were used, but it looks like Fnatic not going to be in a position to contest. They need to catch that bot wave. And G2 is just too quick to take the objective down.
You could see Mithy with his head in his hands, his former team beating his current team, taking the inhibitor in the mid lane. Of course, Fnatic still ahead in gold, but we'll see this fight once again.
So, Whippo is already behind, and G2 is setting up for a collapse onto Reckless, but he ends up just flashing away. The ultimate comes out early from the Yuumi to disengage. Nemesis can't close the gap. And then a very early ultimate from Jankos, and at this point you're thinking, okay, this is actually a pretty good situation from Fnatic, and I love what Selfmade does here. Ulti onto the Akali to allow Nemesis to get out, and Whippo positions in a way where he's now soaking up the damage, because he can then use the W into a fantastic charm. But the healing from the Janna ultimate is what swings it. The positioning from Wonder was so good there, because he's able to sustain the team up combined with the Yuumi as well. And we have to acknowledge the fact that I think Perks used stopwatch twice. He had the stopwatch on top of having the Zhonya's as well, which bought so much time, which is why his damage is so low in this fight.
It's a fight of millimeters, though.
What an intense
It's a fight of millimeters, because Wonder channels the Monsoon, Whippo then uses the Facebreaker, and Wonder is just at the edge of it, doesn't get caught by it, would have cancelled the channel, would have removed all of that healing, and now Fnatic are the ones on the front foot.
Now, look, Caps is in the top lane. He needs to reset. Fnatic is in a great position here to just break into the base. They can look to dive if they want to.
They're going for it. That turret's going to fall very quickly. Caps not here anywhere near in time. Perk's looking for the flank, but Caps is on his way. The Yuumi's on him as well. G2 might look to try and bite this before Fnatic can really disengage, but in the end, Fnatic just walk away and live to fight another day. They didn't get the inhib, they only got the inhib tower. Now, what's up next? Baron, 30 seconds. Fnatic will want vision around this. They've made mistakes around it already once this game. You can see Hylissang getting a couple of deep wards in. That's what you want. However, with super minions pushing in mid, it's so important. Oh, they spotted Perks.
Yeah,
they spotted Perks.
G2 have no idea that Whippo is sitting in this brush right now.
Caps has QSS Flash. If Whippo goes for it, he can QSS Flash. He does it. He jumps across the wall, but Reckless already going in and with the face breaker. Oh, Caps able to flash away. Gets across the wall. Redemption coming out as Nemesis jumps forward for the fight. Fnatic trying to reset. Caps jumps across. The charm's going to land onto him, but here comes Perks. Looking for the dive onto the back line as Hylissang is already dead. Perks drives straight in, but knocked up by Selfmade. In a moment, in a heartbeat, there's the True Shot Barrage coming out as well. And G2 now have a man advantage. Selfmade jumps back in. Perks alive. There's the Monsoon. Selfmade's going to go down, and the Monsoon just heals up them all. Reckless next on the menu. Only Nemesis left alive. And Caps is staring him straight in the eye and saying, come at me.
This could be it, Medic. Look at the death timers on Fnatic right now. G2 have the wave. They have all 5 members, and one team fight could be enough to decide the game.
Fight as you like. In the LEC, everyone beats everyone, and it's not Fnatic today. In the end, it is G2 who look to take the win. Nemesis trying to do what he can to defend the Nexus towers, but he's exhausted. Pops the stopwatch, Caps jumps across, and Nemesis is next up for the chopping block. In the end, he's going to go down, but he's still doing what he can. Hylissang's respawned, but there's only one Nexus tower left alive, and G2 will kill Hylissang in a heartbeat. G2, in the end, after a back-and-forth game, will take the win over Fnatic, and with it, they claim top spot in the LEC.
Thank you all for tuning in. Let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
Charged up.
Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Would you walk Hey everyone, last year I heard that our playoff format was too confusing for many of you. Therefore, we decided to make some improvements to simplify things. My name is Explainius, and I'm here to tell you all about the changes. Fortunately for you, I'm a master at explaining things, so sit back, relax, and let's see what's ahead of us. Also, Ender is here to make sure it's kept simple, largely because he's a ducking moron. Anyways, as you all know, we start our playoffs with the first seed and fourth seed fighting in a cooking competition, so there will be no changes there. At the same time, 2 and 6 will fight in a steering contest to determine who will actually be fighting in the top side of the bracket. Meanwhile, the third seed will be put under the variable ban condition, where they will have to eat as many hot dogs as possible. Now, a few have asked questions here, but we want to remind viewers that the ratio of hot dogs to bans acquired is kept private until the day of competition for competitive integrity. In the lower bracket, the residing u/PopeGonzo, #BlessPopeGonzo, Dweller in the Clouds, and Master of Rock will adjudicate a best of 3 thumb war between the two teams. The loser will, of course, be sacrificed to Cthulhu, High Priest of the Old Great Ones. In round 2, each team will be given a 1-hour-long exam containing questions on subject matters they learnt in school but believe would never be useful in later life, such as long division, photosynthesis, and sexual education. The scoring of these exams will be used to determine seeding, with the highest seed receiving the blessing of Pope Gonzo, #BlessPopeGonzo, and moving straight to the finals, with the lowest seed being sacrificed to Cthulhu, the Great Dreamer. With 4 teams in the semi-final, teams will be asked to take apart and rebuild the new Kia Niro. It should come as no surprise, but with the Kia Niro being a hybrid, we're hoping that it adds an extra layer of complexity over the more conventional diesel engines from prior years. The faster rebuild in each semi-final will move on to the final. One of the teams that did not receive the blessing of u/PopeGonzo, #BlessPopeGonzo, will of course be chosen by Cthulhu to be yet another sacrifice. All hail Cthulhu, the Starspawn, and may he bless us with pleasant dreams. Now, we heard you. Last year, there were many complaints about our final, increasing the amount of players from 5 to 6, having a wide array of game modes such as Assault, Control, and Escort, and inviting a washed-up DJ who shouts his own name for a live concert. There were too many changes and resulted in a significant decline in engagement, interest, and overall viewership. This of course meant that we could no longer afford to fund the paid actors that came to our live events. Therefore, we will be returning to the classic 5v5, best of 1, rock, paper, scissors, or as we like to call it, Shamrock Malphite, Papercraft Nunu, and IG Camille. Psychologists will be on standby in case Fnatic make it this far. Naturally, the loser will be sacrificed to Cthulhu, the sleeper of Relaya. Honestly, what a champ. So, that does it. Simple, right? Honestly, I'm surprised people still don't understand our playoff format. Oh, also,
the winner will be sacrificed to Cthulhu.
What the duck?
Welcome back, everyone, to week 8 of the LEC Spring Split. Well, we are back. I'm very happy to be back, and we will have some great action. I will be here on the analyst desk with Frosk and Yamato Cannon, and we have set the stage for the next chapter in the race for playoffs. First, though, we do have an important update. As you can see, we are not in our usual location due to the ongoing developments of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have decided to play and produce the remainder of the Spring Split 100% remotely online, with matches resuming today. For more info on all of this, visit lolesports.com or check out at LEC on Twitter. But first, I do want to welcome Yamato Cannon and FLICKR. It's not normal, but it is the new normal, and I'm certainly very happy to be back.
I mean, yeah, just a huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. I think it was incredible what our team put together on such a short amount of time for turnaround.
It's fun to go old school. I remember the old days back in season 2, season 1. This is how it was done, so it brings back memories, and I want to agree with Indiana's sentiment that the team behind everything has been honestly insane with how fast everything was put up.
Yep, I want to echo that as well, and I'm very happy that I get part of it. But we get into, because it continues today, the Spring Split, and currently leading the pack, we do still have the undisputed best team in the LEC, G2 Esports. Nothing has changed there. They are still number 1, but how strong are they right now?
Honestly, on my end, it's absolutely crazy to think how, we've always asked the question, G2, how seriously are you taking things? How hard are you practicing and so forth? And the general sentiment is they're protecting themselves from burnout. And the fact that they're first place and they're not even in their final form is absolutely crazy, because I think this is the time to beat them. Coming into playoffs, they're going to become stronger and stronger, and I would be worried if I was the other teams.
Yeah, and so it does kind of mean good sentiment for some of the teams that have tougher schedules because they do face G2, because I agree with you. This is kind of now the time to strike when playoffs are all but a certainty for them. Kind of going back to the idea that G2 still kind of sit head and shoulders. I think a lot of Fnatic and Origen fans are like, whoa, wait 1 second, Yamato. Our games were actually close. We almost took down G2. To which I say, did you? Did you almost take down G2? Because I saw a lot of bizarre compositions, a lot of very strange picks, and I just have to question, if you give G2 a Fnatic composition or an Origen composition, I think they play it better than both Fnatic and Origen.
Ooh, well, those are strong words, but I think it's an important caveat to make. And also, as what Yamato said, we did see the stat there. G2, they're not completely locked in, but they are 99% sure to be going to playoffs at the top of the tables. They also took down Origen and Fnatic in 2 close games a couple of weeks ago, so they are in a very strong form. Now, I do want to also turn our attention not just to the top 3, top 4, but to that top 6, and more specifically, XL and MAD. They are fighting for that 6th position and that last spot in the playoffs. MAD have been quite, I would say, the surprise with the rookies of this split. But this XL team that has been working on this project for a year and a half, they really need to show up in the next couple of weeks.
So it breaks down into 3 points if you guys have kind of lost track of where XL and MAD sit. Right now, MAD hold a point advantage in the standings, but XL hold the head-to-head. That said, XL face the 3 toughest teams in the LEC, all 3 top teams, which means they must upset. XL have to find an upset if they want to take the spot from MAD.
Well, yeah, when we look at Excella, I also think, as said, they have a very, very difficult schedule coming up. They are playing G2 Esports, they are playing Fnatic, they are playing Origen and SK. Now, maybe that last one, that say, but of course, they are playing the top 3 teams in the next couple of weeks. There is no better time for them to shine. But Yamato, the question is if they even can.
I think what's so tricky about XL is I look at this roster and it's filled with veteranship. A lot of players that have been around for a long time, now with the coaching staff as well, with a lot of experience, but they're making inexperienced mistakes. The mid-game to late game, they make very, very big mistakes in terms of the preparation. Strong early game in general, but I'm not on the XL hype train at all. I'm not sold.
Okay, well, let's see. Maybe they can prove you wrong throughout this weekend, but we have made some to our format this year, and if the video at the top of the show wasn't clear, I can't blame you. But with the playoffs right around the corner, let's have an actual refresher.
Hello, LEC family, and welcome to 2020. With the new year comes a couple of changes, but don't worry, as always, we've got you covered. During the regular season, our 10 teams will face off against one another in a double round robin, best of 1 format, with the top 6 teams moving on to the playoffs. Championship points are awarded differently in each split. For more information on championship points, read our article on eu.lolesports.com. In playoffs, each match will be played in a best of 5. In week 1, on the winner's bracket side, the best team from the regular season, Team 1, will get a choice of taking on either Team 3 or Team 4, with the remaining duking it out against Team 2. In the losers bracket, Team 5 will take on Team 6. In Week 2, Match 4 will pit the lowest of the seeds to lose from Match 1 and 2, and will play against the winner of Match 3. The winner of Match 4 will play the highest seed that lost from the winner's bracket. And finally, in Match 5, the winner of Match 1 will play the winner of Match 2. In Week 3, during our roadshow, the winner of Match 6 will square off against the loser of Match 5, with the winner advancing to play for all the marbles against the winner of Match 5. Thanks for watching, and see you soon.
Well, we will need to take a look at that video a couple of times more, actually, in my case. But what is important is that last split we saw, and last year we saw that the top 2 was very important, but now that entire top 4 becomes incredibly important for your chances to survive until the later stages of the playoffs.
Yeah, the short and sweet of it is that if you're top 4, you get a second chance. It's a pseudo double elim bracket. And so, as you're saying, 5 and 6, they drop the single best of 5. They're automatically out. If you're 4, you can afford to lose a best of 5, but that does mean that your opponents get that much more tape on you in preparation.
I'm also really eyeing that third place position because coming into the loser bracket, you get to view your opposition for another best of 5. You get to prepare longer. And I think this is going to be so meaningful, taking yourself all the way to the final later down the line.
And of course, the other side of that is if you end up in that fifth or sixth place, it could be difficult for you and you could be out very, very quickly. Out of those teams that are behind G2, 6 teams are still in the running for the top 4. If you look at Misfits and Rogue, who do you think can take that 4th place?
I mean, right now, I think safe money is probably on Rogue. I think that they were the hype team kind of coming in, and they've slowly gotten better over time. Misfits is kind of the surprise, but it does mean, as you're alluding to, that we kind of have 2 really close races. You have who's going to take the 4th spot. Is it going to be Misfits or is it going to be Rogue? And then who's going to take the final playoff ticket between Mad and Excel?
I'm with you as well with Rogue taking the 4th place, maybe even 3rd, because every week now they've shown improvement and I'm super excited. They are adding more weapons to the repertoire as we go.
I think the only concern with Rogue taking 3rd, because it is interesting, because it technically is still possible, is just the strength of schedule in front of them. The fact that Origen have one of the easiest schedules and also have that point buffer in terms of the standings. Yeah, Misfits and Rogue technically could catch up to them, but I don't think it's likely.
Yeah, that's a great point. Also, Rogue hasn't managed to beat any of the top 3 teams yet this split, so that doesn't bode well for them in that regard. But 2 teams that are en route to the playoffs are Mad Lions and Misfits. And tomorrow, the 2 young lineups go head-to-head in our match of the week.
This is the battle of the rookie of the split because there are a lot of rookies in the LEC this split, and I think everyone's showing up that rookies are here to stay, you know?
The game against Misfits is important because for us it means that we would be able to make playoffs more likely. Also, it means that someone from our team might get the rookie of the split.
I'm sacrificing a lot to be where I am right now.
When I joined LEC, nobody really knew me, and I think I proved I deserve to be here.
That's our match of the week tomorrow. And I think regardless of if we dive into kind of the analytical matchup between these 2, the fact that there are so many new players and so many rookies in this match of the week who have shown themselves, be it by themselves or in tandem with some of the most veteran players on their lineup, is great and just bodes for the talent we have here in Europe once again.
I mean, it's the same old horn that we keep tuning, and you are absolutely correct. It's you have to watch out for these rookies. It's the infrastructure behind Europe, like the ERLs, feeding over into the LEC. We have, 13 to 15 new names that entered the LEC, and now you have 2 squads almost entirely made up of very young talent. Yeah, a lot of the Misfits guys already have a split under their belt, but no one really expected them to reach this high and this far so soon.
Yeah, I agree completely. Usually you hear the stories of 1-year plans. Usually when I coach rookies, it was always the 1-year plan. And all of these teams, Mad Lions, Misfits, and Rogue, etc., they're all busting out on the scene so quickly and so fast. It's incredible in itself.
Yeah, and that matchup tomorrow will be super hype. And I think it's also important to note that if you think, well, are they ever going to hold a candle to the top 3 or toward G2? Well, Mad has taken down G2 and Fnatic. Misfits have beaten Origen and G2, so it will be pivotal. But what have we got on the slate for today? If you look at the schedule, I'm inclined to say, aren't these just like easy games to predict? Isn't there a clear favorite in all of them? So I'm going to ask you, is there any game that you see going the other way? Which upset do you dare to predict? Let's put it that way.
I mean, it feels like we're always in the situation where you like look at this guy, you're like, I could easily have this one is gonna go, and then like we're always wrong. Like it always comes down to the wire. I'm gonna kind of just echo Perks' sentiment that he said on PGL, where he talked about G2 versus Rogue is going to be the most explosive. I think Grabsy was actually the one that there's a potential upset there. And I think again, just reiterating what we said before, G2 at the end of the split when playoffs are already locked, probably the best chance to take them down. So I'm looking at G2 versus Rogue.
I'm the same way. I think all of the other matchups are very one-sided. Misfits versus Schalke, Misfits side, maybe Schalke can pull an upset there. SK versus Mad Lions, same thing. Fnatic against XL is going to look way more grim than in the past. Rogue versus G2. G2 might cocktail around and Rogue might improve. Last time, G2 got carried by a Soraka. This time around, there are no supports in the top lane and it might be the difference maker.
But we know that they always pull out something really, really crazy. The first game of week 8, though, that is Mad Lions versus SK Gaming. For Mad, this is a chance to get one step closer to a playoffs ticket. As said, this lineup is very close to the playoffs. They are fighting with XL for that 6th spot at this point in time, but they do have some victories versus the top 3 teams under their belt. And it would be a crowning achievement if they are able to make it.
I think it's about kind of not taking away, re-identifying the word victory. Yes, they got victories, but I would classify them as upsets. And I think those upsets have inflated Mad in the standings. This is a team that is exceptionally good in the 5v5. That's kind of like their bread and butter about where they're finding a lot. To the likes of Humanoid and Carzy in particular, one of our rookies of the split, but Mad just don't have the consistency to be that heavy hitter, and I expect them to fall down in the standings as we continue to go.
I think the key thing for me with Mad Lions and why they're taking victories from the best of the best is the fact that they are playing on the limits always. Humanoid and Shadow, they tend to be very inconsistent in the way they play. I think Kaiser and Carzy tend to do a lot of great things in terms of impacting the map. I would say they are the most consistent part of the team. But just because of Humanoid and Shadow's inconsistencies, they have very, very high highs, very, very low lows too. And I think that is also the thing that makes them so dangerous in comparison to, for example, Misfits.
Yeah, they're just, Shadow is frankly just so unpredictable. His pathing is some of the most bizarre I've ever seen, and it is obviously catching these teams off guard because he's just never where you expect him to be. And I think it's just an amount of time in terms of experience before he kind of finds his groove in some of these more traditional jungle paths or how to read specific jungle matchups. Whereas in his team fighting and just his mechanical excellence, like I have no problem believing that if you give Shadow Lee Sin, he can have some of the cleanest insects you've ever seen on the champion, but I don't always have the best faith in some of his pathing decisions.
I think the game that stands out the most is just the one he played against Xerxes when Karthus was invading him over and over. He was playing Rek'Sai. I agree with you. The Lee Sin looks wonderful. Everything else kind of looks cocktail. He's making these type of mistakes that I've seen in scrims many times where a jungler is like, okay, this is a pathing I'm just going to do once in my life. And I think just that inexperience shows through. Usually with jungle, it is all of that experience that is going to add up in the long run.
Yeah, well, we'll see how they play today. They're up versus SK Gaming, who on paper is, of course, a weaker opponent. So I would like to see them style a little bit as they gear up for those possible playoffs. And as a reminder, SK Gaming did make a change for today's game. Ventar is in for Sakurai in the top lane. And Frosk, you think that that's actually bad timing?
Well, we were just having these conversations. I think Freak had it on his Freak show that Nico's starting to come back, that she could start popping up in some of these matchups. And their big Nico player was Sakurai. I'm not saying like Nico's going to be the champion, like the OP champion that teams must play. But I do feel bad for Sakurai. It felt like, what did you say, Yamato? The thing that this guy's probably heard the most this split is Ornn's a great pick here. And I don't necessarily think it was Sakurai himself who was reaching for that. But he's kind of in the position where the rest of SKR, that they're playing to play again.
Honestly, it's kind of odd because if I try to look at SK from outside, what is the issue there? And it's just so unexciting across the board. So I don't really know what's going on there. I'm hoping that the SK coaching staff sees something on the inside that we don't see. Because in all honesty, making changes at this point in time, any changes kind of make sense because SK has been very unexciting the whole split.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be honest when that is the case with the lineups and question why maybe changes were not made earlier. But Yamato, as a coach yourself, what would you say to these players as they go into some of the last weeks of the split for them?
I would be truthful. Because right now in their position, there's no playoff race. There's nothing there for them. They only have an opportunity to show what they're capable of. Because if I'm a coach for this team, I need to look at what I can build towards summer. And this is, in some cases, you need to cut some heads. You need to look at the future. And this is the time for them to shine, to either take it or just to let it die here already in the spring split.
Ooh, okay, well, let's see what SK can show us, but it's Mad Lions that hold the last playoff spot for now. With one mistake is all Excel need to catch up, so this game is a must-win for the Lions.
People are rating us pretty low. We have rookies that I think are quite capable of becoming really good. I have grown a lot, but I think most of my growth can come this year because I'm like the longest player now in this roster. So I kind of have to take more responsibility as a leader and stuff.
He's thrown it. He's hit up a doggy. Upsets down. GA's been popped from Sakre. He's going to get up off the ground, but Crouchshot remains untouched.
Artie jumps in, a moment jumping forward as well. They've got Cabo. That's the kill they wanted. Vitality scattered, shut down to Mad.
What drives me to be the best as a player? It's most likely I'm quite competitive, like everyone else in this league. I actually don't know. I just like to play this game. It's so much fun. Just proving to everyone else that you're good feels so good.
And what a game it's likely to be. Mad versus SK to kick us off here, Vedius. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Looking forward to casting the... We're kind of going back to our roots here, Medic, but I'm looking forward to seeing how Mad... We have a new player in the top lane for SK as well, and yeah, I'm really interested to see what Mad bring out along with SK, because we've obviously had an extra week break, which means the teams have had more time to prep, more time to plan out what strategies they want to be bringing out to this week. And as the analyst desk was saying, Mad Lions, this is still a very important game for them because XL is hot on their heels and only one game back.
Yeah, and as they said on the analyst desk, XL still have to play Fnatic, Origen, and G2. But you look at Mad's lineup, and they've still got Misfits tomorrow, Fnatic and OG in the final week. So you really can't afford to be dropping games versus teams like SK. Otherwise, XL, who have a favorable head-to-head versus Mad, are looking for that 6th spot.
Yeah, they certainly are. So when we look at Mad Lions, I'm thinking of what they want to bring into the drafters. Conveniently, we are going to be jumping. This team, I feel, has been experimenting a little bit over the last weeks. I think early on into the split, people started to realize that if you ban away LeBlanc and if you ban away Lee, Mad's champion pool starts to get a little bit narrower, especially on the champions that Humanoid and Shadow can succeed on. Now, Humanoid does have information, so there are still champions available that they can play, but over the last 2 weeks, I feel like they've been trying to expand their pool, trying to what champions work best for them and what they can take advantage of. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring out into the match.
And I think the big argument, the big discussion you have to have is this a game where you can continue to experiment, or do you need to be looking for comfort, for things that will get you the win? Because in the end, you only have 4 games left. Now, the LeBlanc and the Syndra are banned away by SK. Karthus, Sejuani, and Ornn removed by the Mad Lions. And SK have their final ban. We have seen a Felios in this slot a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm also thinking that we are on patch 10.5, which means that we may see a couple of priorities as well. Senna still pretty strong.
Yeah.
Patch. Not forget that sort of Senna support while played in the AD cap, very powerful, and it looks like that's what Matt is prioritizing.
Yep, going to be picked up first here for the Mad Lions. Gragas and Tahm Kench immediately locked in for SK. Of course, Tahm, Senna, one of those combos that we have been seeing in the bottom lane where the Tahm Kench farms up. The Senna just gets all of those miss stacks and manages to get herself towards that late game hyper carry, pretty much. We'll see where Mad decides to go next. I'm expecting a jungler here. You don't have to lock in support, but it's a pretty safe pick here as well.
The hover of the draw, the Trundle locked in. Now, of course, Trundle is a very versatile champion, rather, can be played in the jungle, can also be support. Very rarely do we see it in solo lane, but in solo queue, people are no stranger to some of it in the top as well, so we'll see where that champion actually ends up going. We've got to remember that with this Senna fasting strategy, you can kind of pair up any kind of champion with it, which is why I talked about the flexibility. You can put it into the support position, you can actually funnel those assuming it is going into the support position with the Olaf in the jungle.
That would be a good assumption to make. Shadow on an aggressive jungler. Lee Sin was available for him, his most played this split, but instead saying the Olaf does a very similar thing early on. There's the Aphelios that we talked about for SK. So we've already seen the bottom half, as in the support, AD carry, and the junglers locked in here for both teams. What are you expecting coming into the second ban phase?
Well, we've got to remember that Set is still up and available. So can pick, and we know that SK was a big fan of it. run a Rome up in the top lane. So I wonder if they're going to put Venter on it. Pretty safe blind. There are obviously things you can pick into it. Talking about Rome, of course, the Mad Lions top laner. Sakura, rather, the top laner. Yeah. Usually we'd see him on Set, so we'll see if Set is going to be increased in priority. Aatrox, of course, still relatively strong Europe, something that is often picked up a lot. So I'm thinking about some of these blind picks that SK going for, where they want to try and get Venter into a safe position. But we know that he is a carry player, so they may want to save the counter pick for him. But we know that things like Quinn are something that he likes to bring out as one of his special pockets.
Yeah, Quinn, one of the picks we've seen him play a few times in the German leagues, in the Prime League. Now, my question really is do you put that sort of weight on Venter's shoulders? Do you say, okay, you need to be a carry for the team, or do you put him on something a little bit safer like you were talking about there, Bedius? Renekton is the next ban alongside the Pantheon. We'll see where Mad Lions decide to go for their final ban here. Could be something like the Aatrox, something safe. The Aurelia, of course, one of Venter's champs as well. Just to give a little bit of knowledge about Venter, he's been around in the German leagues for a while, used to play for Euronics, played for Schalke Evolution. The most international experience he's ever got was the semi-finals of the European Masters in 2018, where he actually lost to the Mad Lions 1-2. So although it's not entirely the same squad, a little bit of vengeance perhaps for him here.
You will be playing the Set, of course. This is one of the best blind picks that you have, mainly because so I think that SK cover a lot of their options. Absolutely can activate this support. It looks like that Mad, though, they're not going to diversify too much. We already talked about one of his comfort picks alongside the LeBlanc is this Zoe, and I think that for mid laners, it is the best blind pick right now. There are, of course, counters to the champion, but even with the counter pick, she still has good scaling, she has a good laning phase, and she always offers value later into the game. But when we kind of look at Mad's composition in its entirety, like you've got a lot of bits and pieces all over the place, because you have high aggressive jungler in the form of Olaf. It pairs quite nice to Zoe. Against a Victor, you should be able to get early priority as well, a lock-in, which means that Mad should expect to have a strong mid-jungle, but their bot lane is a little bit more focused on scaling. With the Gnar in the top lane, they will have a pushing 1v1 matchup with the Gnar, so around the top side of the map, Mad should have quite a lot of control, but on the bot side, they're going to have to play very defensively. Mad, they sort of struggle to play through a Rome. Their best bet during the laning phase is usually to play through mid, so while the draft is set up for that, they're going to have to work a lot more with a Rome, playing around his pressure and allowing Shadow to invade, make tricks life difficult during the early jungle phase, try and interrupt, get in the way of this Gragas doing.
Yeah, and of course, the last time the two teams met, it was Rome who was the key carry for the Mad Lions. He played Gangplank, went 4-0-4 on it, absolutely dominated the game. So we'll see if he can do that here again, of course, playing into Venter, Venter's first game in the LEC. The final lock was the Victor. As you said, Zoe is a little bit subject to being counterpicked or matched up poorly in the mid lane, and Victor can do that. You know, you put down a gravity field where the Zoe's jumping out, you can get some extra damage down, you can kind of lock her down a little bit and trade quite effectively.
I would say it's one of the safer picks into Zoe, mainly can't really trade super effectively against death rate if she ever are. But primarily your goal is to just play farm, play scaling, play defensive, and I think that it synergizes quite comps that have for themselves. They're kind of reliant on the Gragas to set up engages, but they also have a lot of zone control with the Victor W. You're also going to have Set as a champion who obviously creates a lot of space for his team because of how wide his W is. And I think that SK are actually set up quite nicely for teamfight. I just don't think that they have many easy lanes to play around in the early game. So I'm expecting a slow early game defensively, whereas Mad, I think they're going to be looking to go hard, go fast, primarily playing to the mid lane, looking to set up invades and try and put as much pressure on the enemy jungle as possible.
Do have a pause coming out of the early game there, and we'll be getting back on into the action as soon as we can. Now, Vedi, I believe you are going to just be requested to take a back seat for the rest of this cast, as we're going to bring in Ender. Your microphone was cutting out just a tad, and so Ender is going to sub in your place. Hello, Ender, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing all right. It feels like a true in-house right now. We're just swapping the casters all around. But happy to be in here and break down these comps, because we do have some fun stuff that Vedius was bringing up. The first thing that I would like to point out upon getting back into this game is that it is going to be a fasting Senna down bot side. You can already see Kaiser has gone for this a little bit unorthodox Trundle pick. He's going to be rocking the TP and the press the attack too. So I'm expecting to see him pick up the majority of the minions early on in the game and, you know, really try and snowball gold onto himself early.
I'm wondering about the Trundle pick, because we saw it early on in the draft. We were wondering whether it was going to be jungle or support, and then, of course, when the Olaf was locked in, we saw it was definitely going to be a support Trundle. But do you think it's specifically matched up into this Tahm Kench? Do you think that Mad Lion said, okay, into Tahm Kench, we can play the Trundle because you have the Subjugate, because you have the extra sustain in the lane as well?
Yeah, that's exactly the case. I think because when the Trundle came out, we'd seen Gragas and Tahm Kench already picked, and Trundle into Gragas doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because, you know, Gragas these days is always going to be building full AP. But in the Tahm Kench matchup down bot side, not only does he have the ultimate, which is going to be super, super powerful against the Tahm Kench or even the set later on, but also his pillar is super effective against Tahm Kench when he's trying to save an ally, because if you just put that in the middle of the lane, it's like unmissable CC, and no matter if Limit's trying to eat up his AD carry or not, it's going to be really hard to, you know, escape from that sort of situation if there's a jungler involved as well.
It works so well with the Glacial Augment as well coming out from Kazi, because if you get pillared, you're slowed. You then get autoed, you're slowed. It's so difficult to ever get out of that lane, ever get out of that position, because constantly you're just going to take harass after harass after harass. And you can see Kazi and Kaiser already stepping up in this lane, trying to push Crown Shot and Limit back.
Yeah, and this is sort of what you expect with the fasting Senna. Like, Karzi is just trying to buy as much space as he possibly can for his Trundle at the moment, because if Karzi can sort of 1v2 zone away with those high-powered auto attacks and the slow field as well, Kaiser can walk up, can get virtually every single minion, and unless you're really playing against like double ranged bot lanes, you should be able to do this in the early stage, and it's one of those things that makes this a pretty powerful strategy at the moment.
Well, definitely working out well for them early on as they pushed up this lane. We'll see how much of that CS Crown Shot can get underneath the turret. He's taking TP, knowing he's likely to be harassed in this lane means that he can get back into it a little bit easier. But of course, it does leave you vulnerable to ganks because you don't have that heal, you don't have that defensive summoner.
Nice little move there from Shadow as well to walk inside the enemy jungle and steal away the blue buff. This is something you can do, of course, on this matchup, thinking that Gragas was going to be on the top side of the map. And as we get into a little bit of a pause right now, you can already see that he has bought that space for the bot lane to be pushing up safely.
Yep, makes it very, very easy for the Mad Lions bot lane. I want to talk a little bit about that jungle pathing, because it's not very often you just see a straight 3 buff like that. Usually there's an invade into a ward, or someone gets caught out early on or harassed out early on. What is it about the Olaf into Gragas matchup that let him do that so easily?
Well, the nice thing about Olaf into Gragas is like he's just going to win virtually any 1v1 fight that the two like run into each other and go ham. Like, you're just going to win that. But there was a very early ward on Trick's red buff that actually saw exactly what Trick's pathing was going to be. Shadow started on his blue buff side of the map, while Trick had started actually on his wolf camp. So he had left his blue buff up, and the second he was seen on the red buff as his second camp of the game without a blue himself, that's when Shadow knew that he could go for that type of pathing to invade with pretty much relative safely.
That's definitely worked out for him early on. He'll be a whole camp up over Trick. And Trick hasn't been the best jungler at sort of early on in the game, gnawing back at a lead, right? He's not always the most proactive early on. He doesn't really get too many ganks off. So I'm really interested to see what Trick does on the Gragas, running Predator, looking for what we would usually expect to be quite early ganks.
Yeah, and in his defense, in this matchup, I think you are expected to take a little bit more of a back seat in this type of a game. If anything, he would look for, you know, one of those early recalls to pick up the Predator boots, and probably like bot lane would be his focus with how far they're pushing up. But because of the invade from Shadow and the deep ward that has been placed inside of Trick's blue buff quadrant of the jungle, that's not going to be too realistic of an option for him.
Venter winning out trades in the top lane. Big minion wave here being built up. Arome struggling a little bit with the set early on. It actually looks like Trick is coming up here for a dive. Spotted on a ward, perhaps just trying to force Arome out, and Arome gives him the respect, gives him the time of day, and flashes out early on. This is really difficult for that Nardo, because do you TP back into this? Are you going to risk it? Actually, instead of going back, he's just going to walk back to the turret.
Yeah, so Arome did end up losing his flash there, and he made a calculated risk once he saw Venter and Trick back away from the minion wave. He said, hey, they're not going to stick around. He's pretty safe to walk up and get those last hits. But this is a little bit of a difficult situation for Arome to be in, but not entirely unexpected. You know, a lot of people see this match and it's like, oh, Gnar has the range advantage into the set. It should be easy. But Gnar, in mini Gnar especially, gains range throughout levels that he gets in the game. So early game, he's actually pretty low range and always going to be in target range of Set's W. So because of Set's W that has such strong poke / wave clear, the sustain he gets via his passive as well is a pretty easy lane for Venter to try and control early on in terms of lanes.
You can see Trick went into his bottom side jungle, basically had nothing there as Shadow had just stolen away the entirety of that bot side, and then was spotted on a ward as he went over to the Razor Beaks as well. So Mad have basically total awareness of where Trick is. Trick thinks he's relatively safe because he used the Oracle's observation, but didn't spot out the ward at his Razor Beaks, and it makes it actually very hard for Trick to do anything with this Predator boot gank.
Yeah, right now Arome is the player on Mad's side without the flash up, so Trick was very likely looking to set up another gank around this side. If you look at the mini-map as well, there's a big wave that's starting to push in towards Venter. Venter is allowing the wave to come in, so now there's a full team-wide response from Mad Lions. You have Shadow and Humanoid both rotating up towards here to try and buy Arome the safety he needs to be able to push that one in, and of course Trick, seeing Shadow on a ward himself, just says, hey, I have to give it up, and sort of relinquish that advantage.
And obviously it's great to see this sort of level of coordination in the team. You know, we wondered whether the little bit of extra time prepping for this week would have helped Mad. I think this is something we've seen from them a few times this split, but they haven't always been consistent in making sure that no man is left behind in the early game.
This one is looking good for them right off the bat, and I actually want to draw my attention towards mid lane right now. You can already see Humanoid building up a pretty sizable advantage here on the Zoe, continuing to pressure in towards Genax as well, and as long as he can control this mid lane sort of on his own, that is going to open up options for Shadow to look for, you know, repeat moves into the enemy jungle. I'm going to be looking around that 7-8 minute mark when Trick's blue buff is going to be respawning. Whether or not Shadow wants to make a play could be a very good point for him to target on the map.
Well, right now, Shadow's blast coned over. Trick has the support of his bottom lane, but Humanoid, as you say, pushing in mid, comes across. Shadow now hits 6. Leaky cover wobble isn't going to connect, but Crown Shot perhaps caught out just a little bit. Can't flash away, of course, because he'd be flashing straight into the jaws of defeat. There's the Devour coming out from Limit as Mad Lions continue to push in. Aren't going to find any kills, but they force SK out of the river.
And this should net them an Infernal Drake as well. With the poke going down, low mana on Limit, SK are going to seed this one. You look at SK's comp, it's very clear they're not looking to get too frisky in the early game and go for any of these types of engages. So Mad Lions will be able to force them out of the river and pick up the Infernal for themselves. Mad Lions, with the Olaf in jungle especially, are looking to get those first 2 Drakes of the game as quickly as possible, because it can put you in a very good position later on, especially to look at that soul farm.
It really just puts the enemy on the timer, right? Like, the sooner you can get the first 2 dragons, the sooner we're looking at the Soul Drake. At the moment, that was taken at 7 minutes, 12, 17, 22 is the Soul Drake point right now. And that's assuming, obviously, the dragon is taken immediately as soon as it comes up. If you can get those early on, it really makes it very difficult for SK, because they'll be looking for 1.5, 2 items before they really want to fight. And if Mad Lions can bring the win condition earlier than that, then SK have to take disadvantageous fights.
Ooh, so this is interesting. Coming back onto the map, you'll actually see Karzi ran into mid lane while Kaiser is taking solo EXP down bot side. Now, with Humanoid off the map, Karzi is able to pick up some minions here, but I'm curious, does he stick around? Because remember, Kaiser has teleport. Kaiser, in theory, could stay bot side as Mad Lions look for some sort of a Rift Herald play themselves. They have 2 teleports at the moment, so they're just going to try and really push the game forward, extend this tempo that they do have into yet another Herald, another neutral objective to pick up.
Yeah, you can see Kazi just help push out the mid lane, and now Humanoid has it underneath the turret. Shadow on Olaf can very easily solo out any of these neutral objectives early on, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Really nice stuff there from Mad, playing the map well and taking these early advantages as much as they can.
And they've just been containing Trick inside of his own jungle, right? You know, Trick had the one move up top side when he knew he was getting invaded on the other side of the map and was able to get a flash, but now you'll notice Arome's flash has returned back up here. So with this, you know, early pressure mid-jungle 2v2 that Vedius was talking about in the draft, Mad Lions have been able to make some really nice moves here so far in the early game, and I'm going to be watching them really try and push that in the next 5-10 minutes as well.
I think it is important to note that SK are still pretty much even in gold. You know, there's a 300-400 difference between the two teams. A lot of that will come from the fact Crownshot was able to get a plate down towards the bottom lane. No other plates taken so far this game, as far as I can see. So he actually has about 1,000 gold lead over Kazi. Now, of course, very difficult to equate a fasting Senna with a non-fasting Aphelios. But overall in that bottom lane, say 5,500 versus about 6,000 gold. SK have a very slight lead.
Yeah, we can do the soul check too. Karzi has just hit 40 souls, so looking very good. And turret plates will be going down on the top side of the map as well. You can see Shadow starting this one off, smacking down the turret, and they're going to wait all the way until the very end to place the Rift Herald. Of course, that doing true damage is going to nuke that tower down, if they even choose to put it down, because right now they're just running away with the rest of SK on the approach.
Limit always has the ability to react with an Abyssal Voyage. My question I was asking internally was, as we see an engage, Humanoid getting caught out, takes one flash, has one stolen away with Stealthy, taking Venter from the top side. Unstoppable used there by Shadow as he goes low, but the ultimate, the showstopper from Venter won't be enough. Shadow has to go down to the back side as the Dawning Shadow comes out. Now, Arome trying to build up that Mega Knight. Venter very low, dodges out to the undertow as Kaiser's joined the fight. Humanoid coming in from the side as well, looking for a paddle star, only connects onto Genax, and all of SK get back underneath their turret.
Yeah, Humanoid still looking for skill shots, but SK will have to back up here. Now the Rift Herald does come through, so with the teleport up from Kaiser on that support, if you can call it a support, Trundle, as well as the global ulti there from Karzi, was able to turn the tides in that fight to make it look very, very solid now for Mad Lions. They pick up the first turret of the game, and because SK try to contest them up on the top side as well, SK can't respond at all. So 2 minutes ago, Medic, you were saying not that bad for SK. It's 200 gold difference. Well, now that's almost 3,000 between these two.
That's just snowballed right out of control here for SK. Mad Lions in total control of the game, and Crownshot has got himself an Executioner's Calling to try and deal with the Trundle healing. Not very often you see that first item on an AD carry, I'll be honest, but as a support main, if the AD carry is trying to itemize against my healing first up, I'd be pretty happy with that. Feels like you've made quite an impact on the game.
Yeah, that's gonna delay Crownshot just a little bit right here. Of course, he's looking at quite a bit of healing on the other side, but you really hate to see that when you have a Victor in the mid lane without much itemization to go for. He just upgraded his passive item one time, and the rest of his team not doing too hot either. So this is going to be a long time, I feel like, before SK really are going to pack a punch in these fights, especially when you see, the full Warrior enchant completed for Shadow, some lethality coming through from Karzi, the Kaiser support, quote-unquote, Trundle now has Sunfire as well. So this Ocean Drake fight that could break out, yes, SK have great vision around it, but itemization-wise, it should be a massive win for Mad Lions.
I totally agree with you there, and Mad Lions are just so far ahead in this game. You can see Trick looking for something here on the bottom lane as the root does land on Crownshot. Crownshot has his Gravitum out, trying to see if he can get Kaiser, but Kaiser's so tanky already. Like, that support Trundle is sitting well over 1,000 health. Like, that's basically impossible to kill. You just don't have the burst at all from SK.
Yeah, it's funny because we have the term for fasting Senna, but what do you call the duo partner? Because it's really not a support if you think
I call it the Christmas dinner support, right? Like, it's
Christmas
you just eat everything you can. You got turkey, you got ham, you got roast potatoes, you got mashed potatoes, you got bread sauce, you got cranberries, you got chocolate. I'm trying to think of other things like
chunky support.
Brussels sprouts, the chunk.
Perfect, I love it.
Yeah. Oh, and Kazi is, obviously giving up farming for Lent at the moment on this Senna. They're going to push in that bottom lane. Already taking 2 plates out of it. They'll be looking to add to that number. So far, Mad Lions have taken 5, 6, 8 plates. as before the 14-minute mark, only 2 on the side of SK as they have a 3v3 in the bottom lane. Moonlight Vigil coming out. There's the root as well as Limit looks to step forward, but Shadow's waiting. Anticipating perhaps an overstep here from SK.
SK are going to end up backing up here, and this is where we run into one problem, I think, in SK's comp that you could, bring up when they are trying to make plays themselves. It's really hard for them to force because you have a Tahm Kench support. Really you're just trying to play off like a Felios Gravitum gun or perhaps a Gragas Body Slam. In the meantime, Mad Lions have all the tools they could ever need to force, and here they go.
Karasha has to use the flash away. He was used by Limit as well as the Dawning Shadow comes out. I think Mad are just trying to force the plates right now. The more you can get, obviously, the better it is. The plates fall off. I believe they got that one before the turret placing did go over. 14-minute mark. And a 2,500 gold lead here for Mad. They've been a team of comebacks. The comeback kids is what we were naming them, Ender. But at the moment, it's SK who need a comeback in this game because Genex is using his ultimate underneath the turret. He's just getting dived. He's done. That's first blood. 15 minutes it took. But we get one quickly to follow afterwards. And Venter wants to introduce Humanoid to one of his friends. He says, hi, mate, here's Trick. And SK are able to answer with a kill of their own.
Medic, it took us a lot of time to draw some blood finally on this map, but it's still looking very good for the Mad Lions right here. Finding that dive into the bot side tower. But Trick is in the area and maybe trying to force.
Venter goes in with a Haymaker. Trick does have the ult, has flash as well, but doesn't want to go into the curse of the Black Mists. And that's the power of Senna as well. Like, we talk obviously about her infinite scaling, her range, the fact that she doesn't need to farm, the fact that she has a heal, the fact that she has a root, the fact that she has an ultimate that's cross-map. We'll see this dive once again, but Senna's so powerful because she can also make her teammates invisible. It's basically impossible to fight against that.
She can do pretty much everything, of course, Humanoid.
She doesn't have a dash though, Ender. She has no dash.
Oh, yeah. That's true, but she takes flash and then it's okay.
Yeah. But I mean, via that logic, you could say everyone in the game has a dash.
Well, not everyone takes flash.
Okay, who doesn't take Tryndamere? But he's got E. Shaco, but he's got Q.
Singed. There you go. But even he probably takes flash these days. Yeah. So, I think you might be onto something. No, I would like to point out, though, that Rift Herald has respawned, though, and Mad Lions continue to look to dominate around the map. And now that we actually have the mountain map, as it were, like, the game could not be any better for Mad Lions. You have all these extra walls, right, for Arome's Nard to try and slam people up against. Humanoid can extend the range on his sleep. It's much harder to get full vision inside your jungle because of those weird side angles, so all the pick should be much, much easier for them. So Humanoid gonna have a field day with this one the later we get.
Yeah, still hasn't completed that first item, but he's well on his way. Trying to get the Sleepy Trouble Bubble here as Crown Shot dodges away. Uses that on Swats and gets gobbled up by Limit, only to be thrust straight into the jaws of defeat. Shadow diving turrets. Mad Lions is a 4-man pack here, just roaring their way to victory.
Yeah, they're just running straight through the jungle saying, hey, can we pick up any monsters in here, any picks, any of that? Get it all. And now they're with that knowledge, they're going to be able to go back and through the wave in mid, pick up a Rift Herald too. So now SK must fight back on the other side. Trick is here. Limit has the Abyssal Voyage to jump in too, but they have to pull the trigger fast.
I mean, Arome doesn't have any rage building up. Here comes the Abyssal Voyage as Mad are looking to answer with that teleport. Dawning Shadow comes out. Arome healed up, still shielded. Ben 10 diving under the turret, hits him with a Haymaker, and now Kaiser's out of position. SK trying to dive onto him. He jumps forward and jumps down onto Trick. That's going to taste a little bit like wine, but I'm sure he'll be a drink that he is well welcome for. Kaiser gets an answering kill in the bottom lane.
Oh, SK just can't catch a break, right? They're forcing down bot side, but with all the globals, the TP on Kaiser too, it ends up being a 1-for-1, and it's not even in time for the Drake to be spawning. So we're still 25 seconds off of that. They're gonna have to reset before they get back on towards the map. Arome will of course have time to respawn and be there too. So like, SK, they had a window where they could see something on the bottom side, but some quick thinking from Mad Lions was able to stop that immediately and just maintain or even grow their lead because, of course, on the other side, they got a tower and a Rift Herald on top.
Yeah, and you can see SK now wildly pinging over towards the Dragon. They know they need to start fighting for it. They need to successfully fight for one of these. Shadow is on his way across. The Mountain Drake has spawned. As Kaiser and Kazi clear out just a little bit of vision, but Humanoid is solo pushing in the bot lane. That turret's not long for Summoner's Rift, and SK, even with all 5 players here, I'm not sure how easily they're going to answer this. They're looking for Humanoid. He's got 2 flashes, one on the Spell Thief, one as a summoner, lands the sleep onto Venter, and now he's looking for the flash. Aroma's coming in as well. He's just hit Meganar. Trick there on the front line. Limit coming across. There's the flash from Humanoid, but that's the Spell Thieves one. He's still got one in reserve. Aroma trying to get forward. Doesn't have the flash to go in with the Gnar with that ultimate, but SK just have to retreat. They're forced out of the river. They're forced out of the bottom lane, and Mad actually might even look for the mid lane push here. They're sending 3 players across there to try and take out the turret. And SK just a little bit too slow on these reactions.
Honestly, I think Mad Lions really want to fight. That's why they didn't immediately start up the Dragon. They want to pick you off when you're in front of the Drake.
The sleep lands from long range, and Trick is already below half health. Shadow and Mad will get their 3rd Dragon of the game. The Rift Herald is used in the mid lane to make sure that turret fell. And even with the Dragon resetting, it's like, excuse me guys, you took me out of my house, I need to go back in. They're still able to be taken there by Mad Lions. 3rd Dragon of the game, 19 minutes in. It's sole point ender as we get towards that 24-minute mark.
Yeah, the Drake was almost free. I don't know why he turned around. He could have just kept going.
Sweet release. Freedom. Couldn't quite get it.
Yeah, now Mad Lions looking really, really good here. The whole situation around that fight was really interesting as well, because Humanoid looked like he was overextending down bot side, but at the same time, I think Arome was actually stacking his rage on the Krug camp. So it was very clear that Mad Lions were telling Humanoid to overextend because he had all those flashes, with hopes, of course, to try and set up some sort of a play. And even though it all ended up fizzling out at the end, I think these are some pretty clever ideas that Mad Lions are trying to bring to the table, even if they don't always work out perfect.
And the thing is, SK as a team, like, you don't have to have your plans work out perfectly to beat them at the moment. Like, there's a reason they're sitting 2-12 near the bottom of the standings, only beating out Vitality, right? They haven't had the coordination they would have liked. They haven't had the degree of synergy they would have liked this split. And a lot of their players will be looking at Summer and saying, okay, we need to step up so that we show that we've earned our spot, right? And it's a discussion that they were having a little bit on the analyst desk before the game. But Mad will be looking at playoffs. They can still technically get 4th spot. It's very difficult for them to do, but it's a possibility. They would need to win out, and they need other teams to drop games, obviously. But a win here really keeps them just that, at least a win ahead of XL, which is vital for the Mad Lions.
Yeah, Mad Lions in this position, they're like, they have their eyes set on playoffs, and they need to get wins, all the confidence, prove themselves going in towards that, because even, you heard on the analyst desk, people still aren't totally convinced on them or XL right now. So the stronger you can show up in these types of games, the bigger statement you can make, always going to be good, as already they're on a very good pace to try and close this one out quickly. We were talking about at the 6-minute mark how we could have a 22-minute soul point Drake, and well, yeah, it's going to be a 23-minute, so 24.
And 24. I know maths is hard, but adding 21 and 3 shouldn't be that difficult for you.
Well, it's not. It's 2,115 plus 244. That's how I like to think of it.
Yes, that's how time works. We've converted time into a decimal system, and that's how we're going to do things from now on. Anyway, SK going to get some vision around the Baron. Perhaps a steal, perhaps something last chance for them over there. But for now, Mad Lions will have total control of the game. They're just waiting it out. Let's look at where they are in terms of items. Black Cleaver complete on Shadow and on Arome. Humanoid now has the Ludens, building up towards what appears to be a Banshees, and the Manamune, and I think that's going to be an Umbral Glaive from Kazi.
Yeah.
Very much on its way.
I mean, if you just tick over to the gold as well, you can see, like, the gold is pretty much dead even between Crown Shot and Kaiser, the two people that were farming in the bot side, but it's almost a 2,000 gold lead for Karzi on top of the souls he's just been accruing over the game. Another time for a check-in. He's at 80 souls now, so that is a lot of bonus range. This guy is very, very strong, even if the itemization wouldn't necessarily convince you that way.
I was trying to do some mental maths, and I'm not gonna say what I was trying to do out loud, Ender, but the fact that you have a Spirit Visage, Sunfire, and Swifties on Kaiser, and no player on SK actually has a second item complete. I guess you could say Genax because he's upgraded his Hex Core. That's a difference you don't tend to see. Like, I've played a lot of support games, and I don't think I've ever been the most built player in the game.
Yeah, but it's not support versus support here.
That's
it's
true.
support versus Christmas dinner next to the fasting
the Chonka.
Senna,
Yeah, I forgot.
The Chonker.
With the Chonka,
Exactly.
yeah. I forgot that we named it that. But yes, perhaps I need to convince my AD carries in solo queue, which I'm playing a lot of at the moment, that they should give me more CS. Trick here, looking for the dive underneath the mid lane turret. Isn't going to be able to find too much. The redemption comes out. Venter has a flank position, perhaps looking for a showstopper. trying to stop Mad's chances, but in a 1-3-1, when all you can do as the 5-man squad looking for an engage is get a single tower, that's not too encouraging a situation.
I mean, it's not encouraging, but you take what you can get at this point in the game, right? Like, full power to them. They saw Mad Lions splitting up into a 1-3-1. They said, hey, let's attack mid lane with 5. They get it themselves right before this Mountain Drake spawns. Now, Mountain Drake is sort of like the final line in the sand, because I feel like if you give that up to
That's
Mad
a really
Lions,
tall line in the sand, by the way. I mean, technically, like, geologically, you're entirely correct. Geologically, you're entirely correct. It's just two big lines in the sand that have hit each other thousands of years ago and built into this mountain. Do you know about tectonic plates? Did they teach you that?
I do know about tectonic.
Are you old enough if you've gone through the high school class?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you studied the planet. I thought you were more of, study the people type of guy.
Study everything.
Seems like a waste of time to me, but what do I know?
Well, I mean, yes, it was. Yes. Let's be honest. Okay, Shadow, the line in the sand has been erased by Mad Lions pretty quickly here. They will take the Mountain Drake, they'll get the Soul. Of course, Mountain Soul, not the most impactful, gives you that shield, makes it harder for you to be burst down, but who on earth on SK is actually going to be able to burst anyone right now anyway, so...
Yeah, well, they're just trying to wait for items right now. Gen X went for the Luden's Echo on the Victor here, just for the cooldown reduction too. Of course, has 2 upgrades on the Hex Core as well, so we'll have empowered his Q and his W, I believe, if I double check. Yeah, so still a ways off when you compare him to Humanoid on the other side, of course, who's just going to be looking to, poke with these bubbles over the walls. And as soon as Mad Lions start, focusing around the top side of the map, around the Baron, they can start clearing out that vision. Because we're on a mountain map as well, like Humanoid is going to be so comfortable to throw out all these bubbles and be able to use the terrain to sort of block enemy vision of him. It becomes much harder for SK to face check into their own side of the jungle, which is already going to be hard, but it becomes even more difficult as Mad Lions focus around that objective.
And all that a win like this really does for me, Ender, is excite me more for the 3rd game tomorrow. You've got Mad versus Misfits. It's the game of the week. I'm actually really hyped for it because at the moment, those are the 2 teams that are really challenging to be the best rookie team in my opinion. Like, you've got Shadow, Kazi, and Kaiser all on Mad who are rookies. Denick, who's a rookie, B-Boy, who only joined the league this split, although isn't technically a rookie, I've forgotten the Misfits jungler's name. How have I forgotten this?
Razor K?
Razor K, that's the one. And Razor K on Misfits, and I'm just really excited to see those 2 teams butt heads because it could be a battle for 5th or perhaps even 4th spot, depending on how things play out.
Well, yeah, the interesting thing about that game, too, is, right, like, coming into the season, I thought Mad Lions actually had a decent amount of hype around them, especially, like, the bot lane of Karzi and Kaiser, whereas no one thought Misfits were going to be good. And then they came out and were insane, right? They came out to such a strong start, and while that has slowed down a little bit, like, a lot of people still have really high opinions of the team.
Limit half HP as Kaiser puts it down the pillar. Limit tries to flash across the wall, but Kaiser takes him down.
Wait, that's not...
Yeah.
What? Wrong way, buddy. Anyway, Hotline's still on the chase.
Yeah, it took a quick trip back to the mountain. Wanted to go home. I've been playing a lot of, Origen, the Will of the Wisp, and that Tahm Kench reminds me a lot of the main frog character in that. And he likes to live in water, and there's a little bit of water around there in the jungle, so perhaps he was just trying to get home in like a swampy area.
Okay, so Tahm Kench is the River King. He was not flashing towards the river here.
That's
I don't know what the Ori lore is, but...
Well, the Ori character is like Qualolock, which I agree is not as good a name as Sir Thomas Kench.
Sir Thomas Kench. You put some respect on the name,
Yep. You can see here, Limit gets hit by 1 bubble. Now, what I do like for the second bit is the pillar comes down, and Humanoid's like, okay, easy bubble target. We know exactly where he's going to be. And then the flash away was...
It's like, he flashes away from the Zoe. Like, I understand. Like, he is thinking, I have to flash away from the trouble bubble. He was not thinking 2 steps ahead, which was, once I flash away from it, do I have any chance of survival? Which, had he asked the question, the answer would have certainly been no. Unfortunately.
So just don't flash. Don't flash in those situations. Save flash for the next fight. Maybe you want to flash and gobble up Crown Shot or save one of your carries. Now, we do have 2 major objectives coming up on the map. Baron, of course, has already spawned. That's been up there for about 8 minutes. Mad haven't played around it too much, but there's an Elder Dragon as well. 2 minutes, 19 seconds on that. And Mad, I mean, they could control either side. Looks like at the moment they are pathing up towards this top side, giving Humanoid a bit of safety as he pushes up in that top lane.
Yeah, the thing is, Mad Lions don't necessarily have the swiftest Baron, of course. You know, a lot of people talk about that when you go for the Senna, especially with the lethality fasting build. You're going to be pretty slow on that objective, so they haven't felt the need to start that one up. And they also keep sending Humanoid up into a side lane while the rest of the team comes in forces, which is really interesting because it can put him in position for really nasty, you know, bubbles coming in from the corner of SK's screen, but doesn't put him at some amount of inherent risk. If he is walking over vision and doesn't have really almost perfect vision of the enemy team, they could be waiting in some of those brushes. So he does have to play a little bit carefully around that when he is splitting off from the rest of the group. But now should just wait and try to burst people. Holy moly.
Yeah, that's not fair. Shadow and Kazi actually reset the Baron just as bad, so they're going to have to restart that. But you can see Venta's actually coming across here for SK. Kaiser from the bottom side looking to catch out someone. There's the pillar. Lands on Crown Shot and Limit. Humanoid stepping forward. Genex on the wrong side. Flashes away. Crown Shot already down to half HP. His Limit is about to fall. The thick skin won't save you for too long here as Mad pounce and get another kill. And that should be the Baron for Mad Lions.
Well, Limit really wishes he has the flash right there because Mad Lions put a target on his back and completely forced him out of there. This is just nothing SK can do, right? Humanoid sitting inside of the jungle getting insane damage down. Even though Mad Lions have a quote-unquote slow Baron, right? Like, Shadow's lost some HP, so he's got the massive attack speed, and no one can get even close to this. So Mad Lions has just put on a masterclass on how to control these neutral objectives all game long. They got 4 Drakes, they got both Rift Heralds, now they're going to get the first Baron in the game, and the Elder Drake too. They should easily be able to convert down towards that as well. So this has been a very, very clean game with not a whole lot of risk-taking from their side.
Yeah, and the power of, I've been thinking more about this Trundle pick. The power of having a Trundle instead of something like a Tahm Kench is his ability just to stand in the lane as well, right? Like Tahm Kench, usually if you catch him out, he's pretty much dead. But with a Trundle, you have the area of filth. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. You've got the pillar for safety, the mud pile, you've got the subjugate, so you can go for these fights. But SK are trying to make something happen. They're going for the Elder Dragon straight away. 3,000 HP left on it as they look for the steal. Here goes Olaf. It's taken by Trick. Can SK win the fight out of it, though? That's the big question. Venta's already down to half. Trick has to flash away. Shutdown's already gone down onto Shadow. As Mad Lions now in a 4v5 look to continue the chase. So Rome building up that Mega Gnar. It's about 3/4 of the way there, but SK have been able to get in, get out, and get the Elder.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Trick. Keeping his cool under pressure. Shadow came in and smited early. Trick was able to secure it in the end. So this will fend off so much of what Mad Lions are trying to do. We see them to replay one more time. Like, Shadow has the opportunity to come on in here, but it's also very hard to work against the combo damage of Trick. Early blue smite coming through from Shadow, which of course means that Trick is able to pick that one up. And with the Elder Dragon buff on SK's side now, well, the Baron buff not gonna have that much potency left, right? You know, SK are gonna be able to buy time, get a Rabadon's finished off, Crown Shot now as his Infinity Edge too, so you can start giving some consideration to SK's scaling options. Of course, they're not there quite just yet, but, you know, if they're able to stall this one out and then maybe put up a strong fight around the next Baron buff, that's where we could see the tide to this game turn.
So yeah, let's discuss that a little bit further, because scaling-wise, you know, I look at things like a Zoe, I look at things like a Senna, and I see good scaling on the side of Mad. Obviously SK, Aphelios, Victor can do a lot. Set doesn't tend to have the impact he would have early on in the later game, but would you have like an out-and-out winner when it comes to scaling between these two?
Hold that thought, because Venter's TP flanking in from behind.
Oh my god, here we go. Dawning Shadow coming out, but here comes the TP flank. Humanoid, Banshees is pop. They're looking for the Senna. Can't see down to half HP already, but he flashes away. The Haymaker's not quite going to connect. Shadow on his way across already. Venter's done. Humanoid takes him out. And Mad have been able to strike back. SK looked for a pick, they looked for a catch, but they couldn't quite find it. Humanoid jumping in again, the Sleep Trouble Bubble doesn't quite connect onto Trick. Now with bound up minions, Mad Lions are going to be able to break open the base of SK, and scaling doesn't really matter when Mad can just run through your base like this. They're looking for the win. Venta's still 30 seconds away. Mad have been pretty much in total control of this entire game, apart from that Elder Dragon stolen away from them. And there is the first Nexus Tower almost falling. Redemption used. The Nexus Tower goes down. SK still in that 4v5, still looking to stay alive in the fight. They have that Elder for just a few moments longer. But Mad can just reset, use the Curse of the Blackness to get yourself in and out of the fight as much as you want. Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands on Limit. He's gonna burn the flash to get away. Orome building up the Mega Gnar, almost going in. Decides against it, but Humanoid's now looking for that second inhibitor tower. We'll be able to get it with the rest of Mad. SK trying to fight them back. There's another sleep. lands on Trick. Humanoid not going to dash forward. Star comes out, goes forward, only hits a minion, but SK just can't defend. Janax caught out just a tad. As now the re-engage comes, Abyssal Void. Trick in by himself. Venter's on the wrong side of this. Trick jumps in. Good barrel back. They shut down Karzavir. Is that enough? It's now a 4v4 as Trick falls as well. SK just dodge back. They have to step back. Mad basically get everything they wanted out of that push.
Yeah, Mad are able to pick up 2 inhibitors and a Nexus tower off of that one. So really looking good for them because honestly, like we were in a situation where it was getting a little bit dicey, right? SK had picked up the Elder Drake. It was like, can Mad Lions actually close out the game? Well, SK sort of figured when you're playing against a Zoe Senna with the Baron buff, that siege, that poke is going to be really, really deadly. So they try to force in with this flank from behind. The original cast to try and break the Banshee Veil on Humanoid, but of course the target was Karzi, but he's able to escape from there. And this again plays into the idea that SK, it's really hard for them to force fights, right? Like Ventair sort of teleporting in behind them and then Limit doing the same later on was their best bet at making that happen. And if you can't pull it off perfectly, you're going to look really foolish as you try to run away from a Zoe and Senna that are just pelting you from a mile away.
Yeah, it becomes really difficult. And we've seen quite a lot of these comps recently where we get to sort of mid-game and it's like, well, how are they actually ever going to engage? How are they actually ever going to start a fight apart from using things like Teleport, using things like Abyssal Voyage? And of course, when we get onto 10.6 in a couple of weeks' time, Teleport has a lower cooldown later on in the game. It goes down to about 4 minutes, so perhaps that becomes more of an option. But right now, Venta is still less than halfway through his teleport cooldown, so you can't look for a flank like that again for a very long time.
Right, and that's where SK's comp is saying, hey, we want to play back more with an Aphelios, a Tahm Kench, a Victor. Like, we have the tools to play back, but not when you're getting sieged down and there's super minions inside their base, when there's Zoe hitting you from super far range. That's where you do have to make some hard decisions.
Yeah, you can see Shadow just running in from the side. Quick almost dies there just at the dawning. Shadow, whoever's going to come out, he'll be dead before it even arrives. Trick is down, GA pops on Shadow, but the fight continues as Venta goes in. Kaiser with the one knocked back. Moonlight Vigil coming out, but really not enough damage there from the Aphelios. Almost takes down Kaiser. Can't quite get it. There's the root from the Graviton, but now with all 3 inhibitors down, Mad Lions are on the chase. Just a second. As the, I believe Mad Lions are just closing this one out. And
there's just the Nexus left, Fnatic. I can take it from here.
There we go.
Stuck on the found. And it will be Mad Lions picking up every single last kill they can find before they pick up the win as well.
And there we go. They get the win. Mad Lions are victorious at the end of the day. Good stuff from them all around, obviously. And it really does build hype for the match they have against Misfits tomorrow.
I'm going to be honest. Mad Lions just made that game look so easy, right? Like from the very start, spotting out Trick on his red buff, Shadow was able to steal the blue buff, able to turn that into some pressure on towards that bottom side. Humanoid winning through mid just meant that they were able to pick up every single objective throughout the entire early game, and it never felt like SK were even in a position remotely close to trying able to be in a position to contest them.
And if you guys want to get involved at home, as we all are doing today, at LEC on Twitter is the place to be. Key Player of the Game nominees are Shadow, Humanoid, and Kaiser. And I know a bunch of them, well, they all did really well, in my opinion. I'm not going to say who you should vote for. I've had people complain about that in the past, Ender.
How dare you try to influence the vote?
I know. I'm just trying to make people vote for my favorites. But coming up next, we'll get some insight from Kaiser before Schalke and FLICKR look to pull off an upset against Misfits Gaming. Here's a small preview.
Ground shot needs to get out. Flash forward from Amadagi, the face breaker for the pullback. Jumps down with the You're not playing for playoffs, but you are kind of playing to prove yourself to the rest of the world. Always an opportunity to prove yourself anytime you set foot on the stage. Down that flashing in, Razzle. Look at where the power converts.
We as a team can beat everyone, you know, if we just keep working and keep trying, you know.
Welcome back to the LEC stream, everyone. Laure here, joined by Kaiser after the Mad Lions victory on this 8th LEC week. Thank you, Kaiser, for joining me. Congrats on the victory.
Thank you.
You played Fasting Senna, and it seems to be a very strong strategy lately, and we've seen her paired with various champions. You just play Trundle right now. But what is the range of champion you need for Fasting Senna to be successful, and why was Trundle the good choice here?
I mean, the range of champions is actually pretty wide. Like, you can play any tanky champion that has like a bit of CC with her, like that can like kind of protect her. I mean, the best by far is obviously Tahm Kench, right? Because he has Devour, so she's really safe. But this game, like they picked him away, which was like smart by them. But we had something prepared for it. Like the Trundle pick is basically like a counter pick to the Tahm Kench, because he's really immobile. He's like super squishy when you ult him, and then like you can just kill him, right?
I see. And as a support, does this change the way you can see the duo lane? Like, how do you play as a support when you play Fasting Senna? Because you have to farm, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different. I mean, I'm lucky that I'm like I role swap from mid lane to support, so I can like still reasonably farm well. But it's definitely a lot harder. And like I have to kind of like teach Kazi how to ward and stuff. And like sometimes I catch myself going into the enemy jungle to try to ward, and then I realize, oh shit, I don't have a warding stone. But yeah, I mean, it's different for sure.
And when it comes to shot calling, I know sometimes support and jungle shot call in the early game. So does this change this side of the communication as well?
Yeah, I mean a bit.
Okay.
I mean, usually we all shot call in the early game. Like there's not really like one clear voice. So like we can just push the wave together and then move into river. Like we usually me and Kazi, we usually tell like Shadow what to do, or like
I see.
we are usually like in a joint discussion basically.
Guide him, I see. More about Mad Lions now. I know the players are so close and every game counts for the team. So what is your biggest focus going into these final games, 3 games remaining?
I mean, we don't really like have like one big focus. Like we just want to play all of the games cleanly, like as clean as possible. Like we know that like the playoff race is like really close. Like Excel is like 1 game behind us. So like if we slip up too much, then obviously they're gonna surpass us. So we have to be really careful. And now we have like 3 really strong teams remaining. So yeah.
Okay, 1 game at a time, let's say. And we often hear that some teams perform better in scrims than on stage. I know that situation can be tricky right now with the recent news we had. So about the Mad Lions, is it easier for you guys to play in the gaming house rather than on stage?
Since we are like 4 rookies, I would say like we're still a bit uncomfortable on stage. Like the nerfs definitely show sometimes. Like we play a lot more passive. We try to play more calculated. We don't play for kills that much. But in scrims and like at home basically, like we play way more aggressive. And we couldn't really show that this game. It was like fine aggression, but yeah, like I think playing from the gaming house is like a lot easier.
So last question here. I think we can expect some action on Match of the Week tomorrow against Misfits, right?
For sure.
What will be the focus point here? Which matchup?
I would say mid 2v2. Like I think Misfits mid 2v2 is like really strong, and we also have like a really strong mid 2v2. So I think whoever wins that matchup also wins the game.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you so much, Kaiser, for the interview. And we're gonna take a break, and we'll come back in 3 minutes for Schalke 04 against Misfits. Stay tuned.
you're not playing for playoffs, but you are kind of playing to prove yourself to the rest of the world. Always an opportunity to prove yourself anytime you set foot on the stage.
Down flashing in, Razzle. Look at where the power conversion.
We as a team can beat everyone, you know, if we just keep working and keep tryharding, you know.
Welcome back, everyone, to week 8 of the LEC. As a reminder to everyone at home who may be wondering why they cannot see us moving, but just these wonderful stills, I should say, of my analysts and myself, it is because we are playing the remainder of the spring split of the LEC online due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But as such, I would just like to say we're off. Yamato and FLICKR, we've done it. The first game's under our belt, and I think we got off to a good start. Now we can really get into it.
Yeah, and it was the triple tag team there with Ender stepping in. So yeah, we survived it to this point, and now we get to survive the next game with Misfits versus Schalke.
I'm just happy we did the LEC in-house. It was a bit of practice with the tag teaming and all.
A good warm-up.
Ready for anything now.
I think that's a good point. We got that going well. So in any case, we're up now versus Misfits Gaming, who is up versus Schalke 04, rather. And when you look at the story of Misfits, especially after, I'm going to call it a dumpster fire of last year, they are doing so well. And at the center of all of it is that veteran paired with that rookie, so Febiven and Razork. And I really wanted to talk about how important that duo has been to the success of Misfits so far.
Yeah, and I've been taking some deep dives into stats, and I was checking out Razork, and he has one of the lowest CSDs at 10, and he has one of the lowest counter jungling percentages, but he's top 3 of all of our junglers in kills plus assists at 15, damage at 15, and gold at 10. So he's actually very farmed and getting super far ahead, but it is not through farming camps, it's through farming champions. And it's exactly like this on your screen. He hard camps Febi's lane. And when you're next to this guy who's kind of returning to his old school Fnatic form, Razork is just like, here comes the airplane, spoon-fed in all of this advantage.
I'm just kidding, I'm not lagging. Febiven, on my end, is straightforward the second best mid laner in the league for 2 reasons. I think he knows which champion he needs to pick every time. He plays
just murder
all
Nemesis?
of the meta champions. Yeah, okay. Murder Nemesis, no problem. I don't mind. Come at me,
everyone else.
Febiven, the key thing he does is he sets up the lane so well. Rarely he gets ganked, even in the worst position if he's playing Akali against Pantheon. He always bounces back. I think his understanding of the lane phase is super, super strong. And in general, is a very well-rounded mid laner with a good understanding of the basics.
And I also think it's always admirable when you see a player who's been around for so long and has this considerable peaks and dips in his career to get back in form. And I think it's very important that in these games, we look at that mid-jungle duo for Misfits. They are up versus Schalke 04. Now for Schalke, it's a tricky one. They had, let's just say it, a terrible split, right? I don't think we have to beat around the bush. They are out of playoffs, but they can pull off an upset here. So what are we expecting from them, reasonably?
And there's some members of Schalke that are just literally stuck in ELO hell. I will say that it's gotten better. It's hard because they had such a disastrous start that I actually don't think where their standings position is indicative of how strong Schalke actually are. The guy that I really want to highlight, though, is Oda Wamne up there. We've had some really heartfelt interviews. I think this guy is playing out of his mind so well. And now just kind of looking at this very young squad that just didn't have the same time to get the synergy together to find their footing, and then unfortunately puts them in a pretty stark situation. And as Kaiser was talking about in the previous interview, you're up against Razork and Febiven. And you got Lorax and Abadage, who, again, haven't had the same amount of time to build up that synergy. And now we're looking at, as Yamato says, the second best mid laner in the league and the guy who's on track record to pick up rookie MVP of the split. So it's an uphill battle. It kind of feels like they brought a knife to a gunfight.
It's also with Schalke, the fact that they kind of started the whole season with a 7-point deficit. They kind of started in the middle of the league. They did a lot of changes. And now, out of all of the bottom teams, it seems like the teams above them struggled the most when they play against Schalke. So Schalke still have some power in them. They tend to make it difficult to beat. I remember the Origen game specifically. So I think this is not going to be easy.
So what you're saying is we're going to see the upset, Yamato. Well, I'd like to see a couple today. We'll see if it's here. Of course, Misfits are fighting to keep that top 4 spot. And if anyone can play spoiler, it might just be Schalke 04.
It might be Shocks. I'm Aaron, medic, and I'm joined by Benchius or Lagius or one of the cousins.
We're gonna find out. Benchius might be Bacchius, boys. We're gonna see how things are going. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's me, Vidius, joined by Medic. We're hopefully gonna be bringing you game 2. This time I won't be kicked off. Hopefully
you say that like I might just decide at one point.
Remove him from the cast. I no longer need him. Bring back my weird champ. We'll have to wait and see. Schalke versus Misfits. I'm quite excited for this one, mainly because I think, as we've already heard so much from the analyst desk, Misfits have had a pretty fantastic split. Right now they're fighting for top 4 in playoffs. We'll see how far they can get. Obviously, they weren't able to beat Origen last week, but I think they've still had some very impressive performances, and they want to maintain that level of performance going into playoffs. But Schalke is a team that has proven to be spoilers, or has made games very difficult, rather, for many of their opposition. And as we jump into draft, we'll see if Schalke can continue to be that obstacle that many teams have struggled to overcome.
Yeah, you just have to remember the game against Mad Lions last week, where Mad have to run through the front door as an Elder Dragon to be able to take the game in the end. So Schalke are a team to be feared, and as we see, Misfits on the blue side, Schalke on the red. Aatrox, Syndra, and Set banned away by Misfits, and it's Senna, Karthus so far from Schalke. I wonder what they're going to use this final ban for.
It's got to be Gragas. If you leave it open, then you have to imagine this has to be the priority for Misfits. Razork, he is very comfortable on the Gragas as well. I think it's one of the best champions. It also opens up Featherman's champion pool in the mid lane. Oh, but of course, Ornn is open. I'm so used to Ornn.
He was so used to it being banned.
It's the classic. Okay, well, they're going to first pick that, of course, Ornn. Probably still one of the strongest champions on the current patch. I think 10-6 he did receive a couple more nerfs, but even then I think many pros are considering him still very strong, very versatile. Just the item gold values that you get from his passive are very, very valuable. He can be flexed into multiple roles, still a very high priority pick, and Schalke are going to respond with a high priority pick of their own. Aphelios is something that Inax has been playing a lot this split, and I think that it's something that he feels very comfortable on as well.
Last time these two teams met, it was Misfits who took the win in about 30 minutes. Febiven had a very good Diana performance. I wonder if that Ornn will be as flexible as it can be, because I think you might want to put Febby on something a little bit more carry-orientated this game. With the Nautilus locked in the bot lane for Dreams, we'll see what Misfits want to round out their first 2 picks here with a jungler. The Gragas still available here for Razork if he wants it.
I'm thinking also the Misfortune is quite important. I think you can afford to leave the support options open, unless Misfits also feel comfortable playing something like the Ezreal. Slightly weaker laning phase, but better scaling. So right now, yeah, you already talked about the Gragas. Get Gragas along with the MF. You've already got yourself a super well-rounded composition. Very strong team fight, very strong lanes, very gank setup. Like, it's already like a very strong core to build upon. They could go for a support now if they wanted to, but I think it would be better to save that until later on in the draft, considering how good Misfortune is into the Aphelios.
Totally agree with you there, Vedius. Misfortune would be my pick as well, but instead it's going to be Varus. Yeah, he's a lane bully as well. Can be good into the Aphelios, gets good push, and has great CC later on in the game.
Yeah, he has slightly better lane setup just because of his ultimate. Providing that additional CC from the ult means that the jungler can then come in once he's hit that level 6 mark, and you can find those easy kills. Onto low mobility carries like Aphelios as well, it's pretty easy to land. So definitely a fine alternative. We obviously seen a lot of Misfortune, but Varus offers a lot of poke, scales still very well, and I think is a very solid pick here. As Schalke look to answer with the Lee Sin, I have mixed feelings on the Lee Sin. I think that it can be very powerful against a Gragas, but you need strong lanes to play around. So I imagine Schalke is going to save their mid lane pick to guarantee themselves a strong mid jungle 2v2, so they can look for those invades, look for those strong skirmishes where you can utilize Lee Sin in the early game.
But we already heard on the desk how strong Misfits are in the 2v2 just without their champs. Like, Febiven and Razork have probably been 2 of our strongest 2v2 players outside of Fnatic or G2 this split. So I would be very nervous if I was Schalke here saying, well, we want to focus mid-jungle because you're facing into some of the best players in our league.
For sure.
I do like this Tom Kench ban coming out from Schalke. I think that while Tom Kench is a champion I'm not a massive fan of, I think that when paired up with Varus can be very strong. We've seen it paired up with the Senate as well, and we heard Kaiser talking about how versatile the champion can be. And the Thresh ban I think is also very good as an answer to the potential Nautilus. So they're limiting some of the strong 2v2 options that Misfits could go for. They could think about something like a Morgana if they wanted to. I think the Black Shield is a great tool to mitigate the crowd control that the Nautilus can bring. Of course, she hasn't received the buffs that she did get on 10.6, but still a solid option, I think. Leona is something
Leona is
another one they could consider if they want to be very aggressive. I think they're going to go Braum, though. I feel like that's the direction they're
I'm like 99% sure they're not, considering he was banned out by Schalke in the first.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not used to Braum being banned in the first phase. You see who bans Braum in that stage? Leona, Rakan is the other one, and Morgana are the three. Is that a map? That's a map.
Maokai top. So we have seen Maokai mid from TSM, Tree SM. It didn't work out too well for them.
This is Oda Wangme playing Maokai.
Yeah.
This is there's a long history here of the fact that the man in the top lane who hated playing tanks, hates playing Maokai specifically, now maybe drafting it up into the Ornn.
I'm looking forward to it. Maokai, I think, is under the radar. I think Immolate buffed him up a bunch. I do just want to say we recognize the players the wrong way in the middle of the screen. Misfits should be on the blue side, Schalke should be on the red. We can't correct it right now, but we'll do everything we can to make sure it doesn't happen again. I love the Maokai. I think it's gonna, you're gonna take a bit of harass from Gangplank early on in the lane, but you have the sap magic. You can heal yourself back up.
And this is the thing, you already talked about it. TSM did show that you could put the Maokai in the mid lane. And
please don't do that, Schalke. Please don't do that.
The Schalke's goal is to put the Maokai into the Ornn lane. You would have to imagine.
Okay.
And so we're expecting the Ornn to be in the mid lane, which means the Gangplank's probably going to go top, which means that we could very well see a Maokai in the mid lane because you don't want to play Maokai into Gangplank. You're just giving the Gangplank a free lane. He's going to scale extremely well. And I think that you want to avoid that at all costs.
Okay, so what with the Galio locked in, that's a support Galio we expect from Misfits, and it's going to be Cassiopeia. Now, Abadage has played a couple... it's Azir instead. He's played a couple of games of Azir as well, so scaling pick can harass down something like an Ornn, and it makes me wonder whether or not you want to play Azir into Gangplank in that top lane, if that's where Dan takes the Gangplank in the end.
Might. I know Huni was a big fan of playing the Azir in the top lane, but right now it's looking like the Maokai in the top into the Gangplank. I'm not a massive fan of it because, as I mentioned, I think you give the Gangplank a very easy lane to allow him to scale up once he gets the Trinity Force. I mean, even at level 1, 2, and 3, he's just going to bully that Maokai out of the lane. And you can also use your oranges to remove the root from the W of the Maokai. And I think that kind of when we look holistically from Misfits comp, very strong team fighting. They have very strong lanes and great gank setup, especially in mid and bot lane. I would imagine that by going for the Galio, the bot lane is where we're going to see the primary of their ganks for Misfits, and we'll have to see how much freedom Febiven is going to get in this 1v1, because against an Azir, you're going to struggle against the high pressure that this champion will provide with the soldiers constantly coming out, applying that poke, and overall just being obnoxious. But I do like the Misfits comp a lot. I think it has a lot of options. I think it has great scaling, and I think that pairing up an Azir with the Lee Sin, while it does give you pressure because you're playing into an Ornn, I don't think it's going to give Schalke what they want in terms of early game power. And I think that because the jungler is going to fall off, their late game is going to struggle against the comp from Misfits. So we'll see how they handle that pressure. Because I think that unless they find a good early game lead, this is going to be a difficult fight for them from the mid game onwards.
And Schalke, that's where they've struggled. They're very good at holding teams and making teams work for it, but the late game decision making tends to be what lets them down. They've been backdoored a couple of times, once against Mad, once against Origen. We've had times they've got an Elder and a Baron and still lost the game. So if that is where this composition falls down, I am a little bit worried for them. And of course, Misfits sit a lot higher up the standings than them. They're battling for 4th place right now. Schalke should be a win. Misfits should be able to beat Schalke. The question is whether Schalke can pull something out of the hat, something like this Maokai that could work into the Misfits composition.
Yeah, so I just got note that there is a brief pause. Some of the players are sorting out their settings. Of course, playing in a very different environment, making sure that everyone is comfortable and in a position to be set up for success is very important. So in the meantime,
I've got something I want to talk about in the meantime.
Oh, tell me about it.
So on Twitter this week, Andy,
Yeah.
You have regaled us with facts about certain animals, about owls. And you told me before we started the broadcast, hey, Medic, I've got some owl facts ready. Can we get Owlius to regale us with some more facts?
Okay, so I was doing some more research on this, right? Because obviously I've only got so many owl facts, okay?
Yeah.
But
Is there a limited supply in the world?
No, there are so many owl facts, my friend. And I'm about to give you a real fun
Blow
one,
my mind.
okay?
Blow my
So,
mind.
The world's largest owl is called the eagle owl. Its nickname is the Bubo Bubo, okay?
Who?
The largest owl in the world is
Sorry, I was doing owl sounds. Got him.
You got me. Good one. Great one, Medic.
Okay.
Right. So, it's a European eagle owl. It's extremely large, right?
I'm going to have to interrupt you, Andy, because I believe we're going into the intro. And I'm sorry, guys, that is all we're going to hear from Owlius today. There won't be a moment break.
No. We're getting into game. We got a quick second. The important fact that I've got to give you. He has a wingspan, right? The eagle owl has a wingspan of 5 foot, right? So that is half the length of Tyler 1 for comparison, right? Like, that's pretty long.
That's
you know
pretty
what I'm
big,
saying?
yeah.
You're right. So, like, that's just what I wanted to throw out there. Like, insanely large wingspan. So, yeah, very, very large owl. Anyway, let's talk about the game, Medic. I already talked about at length how I think Schalke's comp, their mid-jungle synergy in particular, is something that I'm a little concerned about. Mainly because when you have a champion like Lee Sin, he wants to look for skirmishes, he wants to invade early, he wants to try and fight. When you pair him up with a champion like Azir, this is a champion that wants to scale, wants to primarily stay in lane, wants to farm, wants to make sure that those core itemizations are completed. So you kind of have two different champions that want to do different things, but the dynamic changes slightly when you're playing against someone like an Ornn, because the Azir can get that early priority. As you can see in this mid lane matchup, he's very quickly pushing through these waves, and Ornn can't really approach the wave. This does mean that Abadage will be able to get priority and offer protection and safety for the Lee Sin, should the Lee want to invade, but the Azir's probably still not going to want to skirmish. This means that the Lee probably has to make a lot of these plays isolated and just has to keep an eye on the minimap and see who could look to collapse and where will he be able to get support from.
We'll see if Lorix is able to play around with his laners like that, because he hasn't actually played the Lee Sin so far this split, and he's also, in my opinion, struggled a little bit. Devo's actually ignited here in the bottom lane. Denick rooted up as well. No summoners burnt from the Misfits bot lane, but they are being forced out as Inax and Dreams hit level 2 first. And it actually, even with the Dawn Shield, Bevo is going to be half health, or at least chunked out for a while here.
Yeah, really good trade from the Schalke bot lane. I think that what we're seeing here is, you already talked about it, the very early level 2 coming out from Schalke gave them a great opportunity to be able to force this early fight. They are able, well, they don't actually burn any summoner spells on the side of Misfits, but they're going to put them in a huge health disadvantage, which again, now we get to see Lorix set up for that invade. So notice, on the minimap, Azir has the push in lane, the bot lane also has the push, and this then gives the freedom for Lorix to look for these 1v1s, try and go for these trades against Razor, and he's going to be forced to lose some of his jungle camps. So I like what Lorix is doing. Yes, he's independent, he's not necessarily working with his team as like a 2 versus 1 situation, but he's using his pressure well, and he's trying to put that Gragas behind using this early pressure.
Yeah, cleared his entire topside jungle as well, so Razork can't even look to go in there and steal away the Krugs to answer. Razork is just going to have to settle for a Scuttle Crab. Now, Lorix is still around that bottom lane. Pings come out onto him. He has been spotted out, so he'll just do the Krugs, and Bevoy and Denick might be looking just to force him out, trying to save some of those Krugs for their jungler, which is what they'll do. But actually, as I said, Razork's not going to find anything in the topside jungle. Those Krugs are going to respawn pretty soon, and can go and collect them as Dan has pushed in the wave.
Yeah, you can see that a dive was being threatened in the top lane, but a little dangerous to dive a Maokai. I thought he was Maokai for a second. A Maokai in the top lane largely because he does have the W to be able to become invulnerable and avoid any damage output. But on top of that, his passive gives him a surprising amount of healing. So when you're trying to set up this dive, he can end up having a lot more health than you anticipate. When you pair that up with the Aftershock, Maokai is pretty challenging to dive, especially when you have a GP in the early levels. You don't want to risk it. So Dan going to create a cheetah recall situation. He's going to go back to base. He's going to very quickly buy a Cull and the Mana Crystal, and he's going to be pretty happy. So Misfits in the top lane feeling pretty comfortable. Mid lane at a slight deficit, but it's very much what you expect. The Ornn is just going to do what he can to farm. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, due to that early trade, we can see that Inax and Dreams mainly have control over this 2v2.
In terms of farm, it's pretty much even. Lorox is on his way down here as Denik and B-Boy have pushed up the wave. Dreams might look for the hook. Gets the auto onto Denik, but he's going to Justice Punch his way away. I do want to talk about a little bit of tech you can do with Galio support, or with Galio in general. Nimbus Cloak. Nimbus Cloak is actually really cool to run on him, because of course you can't use your W and flash anymore. If you flash, you get that little bit of extra movement speed from Nimbus Cloak now, and it makes it a lot easier to land that taunt.
Yeah, I can see that. We see a bit of a gank happening in the mid lane right now.
Febiven's very low on health, has the flash. Sonic Wave connects and Febi was trying to flash away from it. Here comes Razok trying to keep his mid laner safe. Lorox flashes forward, Febiven with the knock up, but he should fall. First blood is going to go over to Abbedagge. He secures it. Razok's going to try and chase Abbedagge back, but Lorox can jump back in. Razok very healthy still. Good play there from Schalke. Good gank from Lorox.
Honestly, bit of a misplay between from the side of Misfits there, largely because Febiven needed to shove this wave underneath the tower. So you can see right now he has no mana, or not very much mana, and he just wants to get it under the tower so that Abbedagge doesn't freeze it. But in this situation, you need your jungler there to help cover for you because the risk of a gank is real. He thinks he's safe because he sees Razor in the enemy blue side jungle, but he doesn't realize that Lorox is coming in through the river. So he ends up getting punished, he ends up losing his life, and Schalke end up finding themselves first blood.
Yeah, good kill from them. We wondered about which mid-jungle 2v2 would come out on top. So far, it's Abbedagge and Lorox. Of course, we're still very early in the game, only 6 minutes in, but Schalke with a slight lead, about 900 gold ahead. As Razok is looking towards that top lane. As you said, hard to dive a Maokai. His passive comes off cooldown even quicker when you're attacking him. But he has used that Nature's Grasp. Takes a little bit of damage from Razok. Lorox on his way up as well. Going to meet the enemy jungler. Hits the Sonic Wave. Doesn't really want to go forward with that cube because, of course, the body slam can knock him out of it.
Febiven is just on his way from the mid lane. Lorox showing that respect, but he has decided to start off the red buff. Misfits don't want to give this one away for free. Abbedagge hasn't started moving yet, but here he comes.
Yeah, he was just trying to clear the wave that was underneath his tower. Should be a pretty easy secure now for Lorox. You can see Misfits are trying to do something, you know, they're trying to get Razok back in the game in good stead, but he is a level behind, and Lorox is going to be able to get his full jungle and get towards that level 6. Even Denik coming up towards mid here, as they realize they need to make sure that Abbedagge doesn't get too far ahead, because as you said, that Azir damage later on in the game can be monumental here for Schalke.
Well, we also talked about how the early game is going to be really important for Schalke, largely because when we think about scaling, I think it's quite interesting, but you have Gangplank, you have the Ornn, you have Gragas, you have Varus. This is a very strong late game comp, and even though you have an Azir and the Aphelios, you have to think about how these late game fights play out. And the problem with Aphelios is he doesn't get to play the game when you're fighting against the Gangplank ultimate. It is so obnoxious. The amount of zone control that ulti creates means that the Aphelios is just going to get zoned away, and it's going to be very difficult, which means Misfits can just play front to back. And they can even threaten the backline because of how long range the Ornn ultimate is. The Razor Gragas ultimate is going to cause a huge amount of disruption. And like the more you think about it, the more you can see how difficult it's going to be for Schalke to actually play the 5v5s, which is why getting this early lead was very important, because they do have late game options. And if they can get to their item spikes a little bit before the Misfits can, then they can look to force those fights a little bit earlier, and they can be better set up for success.
Totally agree with you, Betty. I think Schalke will be relying on getting these early game leads, but I don't want to discount what they can do in later fights as well, because they do actually have quite a lot of good disengage tools for that long range engage and for those AoEs. You've got Nature's Grasp, right? If you see a Call of Forge God coming out, you just chuck the Maokai ultimate in the same direction and it stops anyone coming forward towards you. You've got the Emperor's Divide, you've got the Depth Charge, you've got the Dragon Range kick from Lorox. Like, if Misfits don't coordinate their engage properly, Schalke can disengage them quite well.
For sure. You're absolutely right. I think that One of the big things that could also determine the fight is how this Galio ultimate is used.
Oh,
and the fact
definitely.
that there is an exhaust on the side of Denik as well. I think this summer spell has been very valuable as we see a gang set up in the top lane.
There's the Nature's Grasp, flash away, but that Cats are gonna chase down. The root comes out, the Sonic Wave gonna connect as well as the Cannon Barrage comes in, but Lorox will be able to walk away from that. Good play from Schalke. 2-0 up, 10 minutes in the game. Razork's looking for something, but he's on a ward. Predator coming in. Odo could just act as a body block, but great flash from Razork over him. Odo's going to heal up with that Sap Magic, get knocked back. Odo has no mana here, and Febi's on his way up as well. Odo flashes away, giving a bit of respect to the Misfits jungler.
So it ends up being 1-for-1 overall. You get to see some of the power of Maokai with his lane setup. Gank setup rather, even though the Gangplank used the oranges to get out of the W from the Maokai. The ultimate follow-up is there, even after flashing away, Dan couldn't escape, and then the Lee Sin damage was more than enough to help secure that kill. But a really good response from Razork, recognizing he had a huge health advantage. He also had the flash available, and he was able to lock down Lorox and secure himself a kill. He's going to need that, especially seeing as the pressure that he was put into earlier put him at a slight deficit. He's still a level down, and they're looking to start off this Rift Herald, but Abadage wants to try and answer.
This is dangerous. He's in the 3v1 right now. Of course, can just jump across the wall. Here's the call of the Forge God. Trying to force Abadage away. Doesn't flash away. The Bishop's going to lock him up. Emperor survived. He doesn't get over the wall. He has to flash. Febi was on the chase. Lorox coming in from the bottom side of this as well as he looks to steal away the Rift Herald, but can't find it. That was greedy from Abadage. I really feel he should have just given that. Oh, okay. That Sonic Wave was not in the direction you wanted it to go, Lorox.
All right, he's just going to disengage from that one. But want to give a shout out to what Febiven did in that play as we very quickly jump into a replay. Oh, we're going to see a gank of the top lane. Dan drops a ward, but he doesn't actually spot out the jungler or the Rift Herald, who just slyly dodges away from that one. And this is kind of reinforcing what we were talking about. The oranges does come through from Dan, but the follow-up ulti from Odo on there was more than enough crown control to set that up. Now, if it weren't for the GP ultimate, Lords might not have been as low. Seeing another fight in the mid lane. Febiven, no flash, of course, will result in his demise. So Schalke, being very proactive in this early game, will find their third kill of the game. Really impressed with what I'm seeing from Lorox right now, because honestly, over the last few weeks, he's been one of my biggest points of criticism for the team. I think a lot of his engages and a lot of his early games have kind of been non-existent. But this game, he's been very active. He's looking to punish the enemy jungler as much as he can, and so far he's been involved in every single kill of the game.
Is this, it's fabled, Vedius. Is this alcove gameplay from B-Boy and Denik? you see it once in a millennia.
Oh, they've seen the ward. They know.
Alcove gameplay. Alcove gameplay. Oh, the Chain of Corruption didn't hit. Chain of Corruption didn't hit. Oh, B-Boy, you have let all of the alcove gamers in the world down. Oh,
I mean, couldn't he have just ulted from the alcove? That would hit, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Right, look, alcoves are a mysterious being, Vedius. Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? Well, no alcove gameplay today, right?
There was, it just wasn't very effective gameplay.
Alright, fair enough. We'll have to see if they can remedy that later on, as we can kind of see that Schalke have a pretty healthy 2k gold lead right now. Definitely a great position for them to be in. I think if we're able to look at the gold, we can see that a lot of that is sitting on top of Abadage right now. He has about a 2k gold advantage, and I imagine he's going to be rushing towards the Nash's Tooth, something that we see a lot in terms of first itemization for the Azirs. And once he's got that, I mean, he's actually already got that. He's going to be feeling very strong. You only really need one more item to be online, and I'm curious as to whether or not it will be a Ludens, or if we'll see something more like a Leandries, who may see an earlier living, or sometimes I've even seen Death Caps come out second from some Azir players, just to make sure they get as much AP as possible, as quickly as possible.
Odo.
We do see a gank in the top lane.
Yeah, Odo has no flash, pops out the Nature's Grasp, trying to dodge away here. Razork's holding on to
Is he going to solo kill him?
I don't think he can solo kill him, but he was very close. The barrel is still there. Explosive cast for Razork will knock Odo back. Now Odo's looking for that Sap Magic, goes in with the Twisted Advance again. The knockback. Oh, Razork almost died. Odo, that was almost beautiful. Put him on a tank, he can almost take your life, but in the end, Misfits get the kill and they'll put down that Rift Hold in the top side.
Odo on these many years of Maokai experience coming in there. Almost getting that kill onto Razor. We'll see another gank happening in the bot lane.
Oh, Denik's Justice Punch was blocked there. Kicked back, giving the kill over to Inaxi. As you say, Odo tried to make a dog champ into a god champ there for a moment, but wasn't quite able to do it. The Rift Hold coming in, charging for this second turret in the top lane, as Lorox is on at the bottom side, and Odo's still a couple of seconds away from coming up, so this might be a second turret just going down in the top lane for Misfits.
You would imagine so. Odoamne gonna hold on to his TP, but the minion wave isn't big enough, so they're just gonna be happy with the play. I'm curious as to whether or not Schalke will successfully be able to take the bot tower. It looks like they won't, and unfortunately for them, they have to reset. They need to go back to base, spend their gold, get back out on the map as quickly as they can. Otherwise, they're going to be very behind on tempo, and they're not going to be in a great position moving forward. So I think that the choice was correct from the side of Schalke, but of course they're not able to successfully make the cross-map play happen by not securing that tower. So the gold gap is going to close a little bit. Schalke, though, still in a pretty comfortable position with both their mid laner and AD carry feeling very strong right now.
And it looks like Abadage is going to go towards the Leandries here. Against so many tanks in the Ornn, the Galio. I mean, Gragas isn't really a tank, but it does give you that little bit of extra tick damage as you can try and chunk people out when the fight goes on. Schalke have the mountain. They picked that up just a moment ago, so they're actually in a very good position to look for Drakes this game as well. And with it being Ocean, that is a very impactful soul to have.
Definitely is. Misfits right now in a great position for it. Looking at TPs, Danan has his TP, Odoamne as well. Odoamne actually putting a little pressure on that TP, rather than looking for Abadage. And I'm thinking about right now, something that Schalke have to be careful of is how they approach this Drake. We talked a lot earlier on in the game, the amount of zone control and AoE engage that Misfits have. Speaking of AoE engage, they were looking for a bit of it there. And that makes entering this area of the map very difficult. Because of all the choke points, you're kind of clumping up into one area to allow Misfits to land all of their AoE abilities onto you, which you naturally want to avoid.
Oh, Razor missed the flash. Emperor's Fight comes out. Call of the Forge God doesn't hit either, and here comes Lorox on the chase, but Febi's going to be able to Searing Charge away. Sonic Wave hits on Razor, but not going to follow it up. And yeah, Razok missed the flash, then the Call of the Forge God missed, and Schalke able to walk away from that one pretty easily. And now with Odoamne coming in from the side, Febi does have flash, has the exhaust of the Unsealed Spell, but here comes the Nature's Grasp. Dreams coming in, they flash forward, the lockdown onto Razok is absolutely beautiful. And there goes the Dredge line as well. They're trying to take down Forbidden before he can get away, but in comes Danik, looking for the taunt, already to a ball, and they could even get 3 here, but Dan on the chase. Odo trying to get away with the Twisted Advance, can't quite do it. Ends up being a 1-2 trade in favor of Schalke.
Props to Schalke. I was really impressed with the execution of that dive. When you sit there and think, whoa, are you really going to try and dive an Ornn? Do you think that's the smartest thing to do? They make it look flawless. They very cleanly take down Razor first. They eliminate the damage, and then like, okay, the tank is up next. They use Dreams to tank most of the damage, and wow, when we get a look at the replay, we can really break down how the execution was done, but Medic, this does not look like a Schalke that sits in last place. This is the kind of team
I love it so much.
Creating chaos, and like this is not the normal early game that we see from Schalke. And again, I want to give so much credit to Lorox. This is the man that's making the difference. Normally,
B-Boy. B-Boy cannot hit a Chain of Corruption for love nor money, but Dream's still locked up in the taunt. However, they just walk away. They don't even have to burn a summoner there. I do want to say Danik hasn't taken Nimbus Cloak. He's gone Hex Flash on the Galio, which makes sense as well, but we'll see that dive once again.
Yeah, let's have a look. So you can see Odoamne coming in from the flank. He's just abandoning the top wave. Lorox flashes in, lands the Q with the kick to make sure he gets as much damage as possible, but crucially the root locks up the Maokai so that, the Ornn rather, so that he can't interfere or interrupt onto Lorox. Meanwhile, Dreams is just tanking it up. The moment that Danik flashes over the wall to threaten, Dreams has the stopwatch, which means that Odoamne then takes the tower aggro, which is the correct target, but then of course they can't do anything about Dan flashing over the wall and securing that kill. So the management of tower aggro, the stacking of crowd control, the target focus, everything about that dive, very well done from Schalke, and it's very nice.
And we're now getting up towards the next fight of the game as well, because the Ocean Dragon is up in just 20 seconds, and we wondered how Schalke would approach it. Well, they're coming in all guns blazing. Call of the Forge God's not going to hit, but Lorox has a great flank position here and has the Dragon's Rage. Looking for Danik, puts down the taunt. Lorox can't really jump into that, but Schalke able to force Misfits back. And you wonder who else is looking at this game and rubbing their hands greedily right now, because Mad Lions just took a win. Rogue and XL yet to play today. Of course, XL probably not likely to catch up with Misfits, but Rogue will be looking at that 4th place spot. Makes it so much easier to get through playoffs. It gives you double elimination. 5th and 6th only have 1 chance. If they lose, they're out of playoffs. Anything above 4th has 2 chances, 2 bites at that apple. And if Schalke can play spoiler and take a win off a team like Misfits, Rogue and Mad will be so happy.
It certainly will be. we can see that Misfits was able to trade the Rift Herald for the Ocean Drake, but Schalke now setting themselves up for that Fort Drake win condition. And when you have a Maokai with Ocean Soul, he's not going to die. He just won't. Medic, that tree will not be cut down. He will not be broken. And I think it's going to make team fighting, like it's going to change the landscape of team fighting quite a lot.
The tree will change the landscape, will it?
Yeah, you heard. It was a subtle joke.
It was not subtle. It was not
quite proud
subtle.
of. Yeah.
You can be proud, but it wasn't subtle. I will leave it there.
The thing about the comp that we have from Misfits. No. The thing about the comp that we have from Misfits is we talk a lot about their long-range engage, their ability to set up fights from a distance, and also their ability to create a huge amount of disruption. All of this is still very valid. And when we think about how these fights are executed, I think the positioning of Inax and Abadage is going to be crucial, because if they can somehow skirt around the Gangplank ultimate. Actually, when we think about it, Misfits will have to play this team fight front to back, right? In an ideal world, you drop the Gangplank ultimate, Inax and Abadage are zoned away, which means that you can then just kill the front line, and with the front line gone, you can then follow. That's usually what front to back means, right? The problem is, Origen might be so tanky that they can't kill him fast enough, which means that Abadage and Inax can then rejoin the fight. And because of how strong they currently are, they may be able to turn those fights in their favor, especially with the gold lead that they're currently sitting on. Look, just look at the gold differences between the mid and AD carries. It is pretty dramatic. Now, while the Gangplank does have a huge advantage over Maokai, that doesn't matter. Maokai doesn't need gold. Maokai just needs experience and levels, and he's got a lot of his core itemization. And the more gold that he does get over time, the more value he's going to bring. But he's basically just a utility bot. So
Can I just give you the argument that Ornn is a utility bot in that situation as well?
I mean,
so maybe we should compare Dan and Abadage in terms of gold, and they're pretty even right now.
That's very true. That's very, very true. So this is the interesting thing, right? Because you have two big tanks that you're going to have to try and fight through in the form of the Ornn and the Maokai. You're going to have a lot of AoE crowd control that you're going to have to get through, things like the Gangplank ultimate and the Gragas ultimate. Conversely, you're going up against the Nautilus ult and the Azir ultimate. So I think that execution in these fights is going to be really important, but it's that Gangplank ultimate that I think is going to have the largest impact. How heavily will it zone Inax in these upcoming fights? Because if he can't deal damage, same for Abadage, then the fight is obviously going to be quite one-sided.
Totally agree with you there, Vedius. And we are starting to see upgrades come out from Forbidden. He just hit level 13, so he's got an upgraded Abyssal Mask and a Sunfire Cape, of which you can make your own name. So we've got a little pause here, obviously, as we get things rectified. We'll find out what the issue is. But Vedius, Sunfire Cape, upgrade, choose a name, any name.
Isn't it like really hot cape?
No, I'm not. A really hot cape.
Yeah.
Sounds like a cape I would wear.
Wow.
Yep.
Really?
So you can't wear it because heroes don't wear capes, right? And you're a hero, obviously.
Oh, am I? Is that how you're going to transition out of this?
I'm going to give you a compliment. You allow me to have the compliment. What's bigger than an Abyssal Mask?
If I compliment someone else, that means that I'm allowed to compliment myself. That's how compliments work, right?
Vedius, you've got to be proud of yourself, right? That's an important bit.
Oh man!
Okay. Like no one else is complimenting me right now, you know. I look at the,
I'm literally all I've got.
I'm like, Medic, you're cool. It's like, yes, you are.
So you're kind of like so if you're wearing the super hot cape, maybe I can wear the super chill gauntlet, you know, the
wait, no, it's Abyssal Mask. You have to rename an Abyssal Mask. Maskius. It's like the movie. It's like the mask, right? You see this mask on the ground.
Yeah, okay, where's he gonna go with this?
Let's see this mask on the ground as Vedius, and then you pick it up and you put it on and you become Maskius. Somebody stop him. Whoa.
From what? What do they need to stop me from?
I don't know, being more characters in the Vedius cinematic universe. I do feel that like there is a limit. At some point, we can only make so many spin-offs.
Yeah, you know they said that about Avengers. Yep, they're still going.
Yeah, they did stop making Avengers movies.
So what you're saying is we need a Vedius endgame. That's what we need. Okay.
And if we could get it quickly, that would be great.
Wow. All right, it's nice to feel.
Yeah. All right. As we are in a pause, I do want to just remind people of how important this game is for Misfits. They're sitting at 9-5 at the moment, which is equal with Rogue in terms of win-loss. But they actually had lost both their games to Rogue this split. So if they are equal win-loss with Rogue at the end of the split, they would be in second place in that two-way tie, and Rogue would be ahead of them because of the head-to-head record. So making sure you are one win ahead of Rogue is vital for Misfits. And taking a win off a team like Schalke, when your upcoming games are Mad, Vitality, and G2, Schalke and Vitality are the, in inverted commas, easier games there, whereas G2 and Mad are much more likely to put up a challenge. Oh,
for sure.
I say that Schalke are putting up a pretty big challenge right now, so perhaps I'm undervaluing Schalke at that.
For sure. I mean, Schalke have proven to be that team that creates a lot of. I always phrase it incorrectly. They make the game difficult. They've always made the game difficult for teams. Usually, though, it's in the mid game because I feel like that their laning has actually not been that strong over the last few weeks, especially, except outside of Odoamne, probably. But their mid game where they're really good at punishing mistakes. I feel like that they're very good at, they usually draft in a way where they actually have pretty good scaling. So they often have late game insurance anyway. But this game, they've been very active in the early game. And, again, I want to really draw attention to Lorox because I think that he's having a very impressive game. I think he's been involved in most, if not all, of the kills so far for Schalke. And I think that he's just playing around pressure very well. He set up some great early invades. He ganked lanes that were gankable. He punished the mistakes from Misfits, and he's having a great game. So it's nice to see Lorox having that comfort and performing to an ability that I think the team expected of him when they brought him in over Gilius.
Yeah, and I wonder if that little bit of extra time just to work on synergy has helped Schalke a little bit. I do have an update. At the moment, the players are having some issues with their communication. So communication software is probably how I should word that instead of just normal communication. They are currently sorting out a fix for that, and we'll be back on into the game as soon as we can.
Yeah, thank you for bearing with us, everyone. As you can understand, our circumstances are a little unique, and we're just kind of rolling with the punches, but everything is going...
I appreciate you giving the fans a message here, but I have a bugbear about a little unique, right? And because we have the time now, we're going to go into this. What is the definition of unique?
What do you mean?
It means one of a kind.
Which is, one of a kind. Yeah,
so can something be a little unique? Can it be a little bit one of a kind? No.
Yeah, but
it is a binary issue, Vedius. This is black or white.
Okay, but Medic, it's
either
usually
unique or not unique.
Yeah. Okay, Medic, listen. Usually in the English language, right, we often don't talk about the literary. Like, there's more like, what's the word? It's like the spirit of the.
You're talking about colloquialisms, right?
Yes, right. And so when you say,
however, unique is not a word that is colloquial.
Listen, Medic, relax, my friend, relax. We're in a comfortable environment right now. We can be very happy. We can be calm, right?
I'm very happy.
When you think about a little unique, what we're talking about is, it's in the context of like you're trying to reduce the amount of pressure, severity of the situation by going, it's a little unique. No,
but you can use other words. You don't have to use unique, is my point. It's like me calling a big church a cathedral. A cathedral is a specific type of church. You can say, that is a little cathedral if it is a little cathedral, but I can't call a big church a little cathedral. They are different things.
But I would understand what you meant if you had said a little cathedral, which is the point.
Understanding and being correct are two different things, Medic.
But that's the point. That's the great thing about language, Medic. I know what you mean, right? That's the thing.
You know what the best thing about languages, Vedios?
Tell me, Medic.
When you use it correctly.
Well, I think your standards for correct are just a little too high. Maybe you need to bring it down.
I found out I was using a word totally incorrectly for like I used it 4 or 5 different times.
Was it doctor?
It was litany. Litany. For some reason, I thought a litany was a lot of, when actually it's a specific recital in a church. So. I don't know why I used that incorrectly. Anyway, back to...
the funny thing is...
No, we're not... Okay. Alphax. Do you have more Alphax?
That's my point. We have a choice between Alphax or literacy. We are great halftime entertainment, Medic. You can really see that people are just like, give me more Alphax or talk to me about English language.
Have you played any Ori and the Will of the Wisps while you've been...
I played the first one, but I know...
second one is amazing. There is an owl in it called Koo. Firstly...
No spoilers, bro. No spoilers.
Yeah, no, it's not a spoiler. You meet it at the start. Okay, I have cried once.
Oh, thank God we're back into the game.
Yeah,
right, guys, we won't try to entertain you anymore.
Anyway.
Just focus on the game. Medic,
okay, so
catch the situation for it.
Schalke in the lead at the moment, about 2,000 gold ahead. They also have 3 dragons to their name, with the last ocean spawning in about 2 minutes. Abadage is big. Lorix has had a great game so far, and the Rift Herald has been used by Misfits mid lane. Now, Odoamne is pushing in the bot lane, but he does have teleport. The Rift Herald's going to come in. They're looking for Lorix, but a good flash away from him will get him to safety. The Rift Herald charges, but doesn't get the turret, and that is the recap. It was a little bit of a unique situation.
Good use of the language there. I like it. People understood. Now, you can see that Misfits trying to use their pressure to get some control over the river, but they're not managing their side lanes right now. You can see that top and bot, both those waves are just hitting the tower, and this is gold just being thrown away. And Schalke, they can keep pressure up in the mid lane, which again allows them to actually maintain their control over the river. So this is just a win-win situation for Schalke. They keep their pressure, they lose zero farm. Now the waves are actually pushing back towards them in both top and bot, which means that after their reset, they can catch those waves, push them out again, and be in a position to answer the Drake that is about to spawn. And because the top wave actually, because it's so long and we're at 22 minutes in, we're almost at the point where a cannon minion spawns every single wave. That happens at about 25 minutes. When it does get to that point, the waves actually push very slowly, which means that Schalke don't actually have to deal with that top wave for ages. So they can actually just come straight back to mid. They can then make their way into the river, which they have full vision control of. You can see they've already reset, so if you look at their inventory, control wards across the board, the vision has been restocked by Dreams, and they're in a great position to be able to contest from this final ocean, which Misfits have to fight for.
Schalke trying to get the mid-fire as Razork comes in with the Predator. Call of the Forge God used, hit Screams and Abadage, but good knock-up in response. The Moonlight Vigil comes out. Razork already down to half HP. Lorix trying to jump in. Here comes Odo. Nature's Grasp hits 2. Denik already dead. Razork down. Very low, about 400 HP on that Gragas. And Schalke once again get a kill, get out, and can now look for that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, so Misfits tried to force a bit of an awkward fight there because the mid lane tower is still up for Schalke, which means that they had a very safe space for them to retreat into, and that kind of forced Misfits to overcommit. Razor gets chunked out at the start of the fight, Denik doesn't even use his flash in the fight, and now Schalke, they're in a great position to secure the Ocean Soul.
I think Odo's going to try and lock up Razork if he can. Dan, chunked out by Abadage. Razork goes in. The explosive cast being used already. The Dragon's secured. Schalke get it. They get the kill as well onto Razork, and this is great for Schalke. They're going to turn. They can go straight towards the Baron. That Ocean Drake's going to regen them very quickly.
Yeah, Schalke are playing near flawlessly right now. They played the early game extremely well. Lorix was all over the map. He was setting up a bunch of plays. You can see 100% kill participation. Abadage was picking up a lot of the kills, and he was maintaining his lead very effectively. Odoamne playing well in the 1v1 in the top lane, good roams to set up dives, and now with such great Drake control, they're setting up for the Baron. This is a do or die fight for Misfits, otherwise they're going to lose control of the game.
Odo's ult is almost off cooldown. Denik already chunked out. Look at the damage coming out. You can see Dando trying to answer with some barrels of his own, but that Baron is down to 2,000, and already the lockup on Febby. He has to flash away the Baron. He's not going to reset, and this should be it. They get it, Schalke. Ocean Soul, Baron secured, not losing a single player in that last sequence of plays.
Yeah, you can see that when the roles are reversed and the Misfits have to walk into those choke points, Schalke also have just as much zone control with the Azir and with the Maokai as well. Misfits, they tried to force their way in, they tried to play that front to back, but without the Gangplank ultimate there to threaten the backline of Schalke, Schalke just melted through Febervin. He was forced to flash away, and Schalke now has probably been one of their most convincing games of the split. Schalke looking incredibly clean against the likes of Misfits.
And I know we've said it already, but Lorix is having the game of his split, in my opinion. 3-1 of 5, 100% kill participation, only lost 2 Rift Heralds, has secured 4 Dragons and the Baron, even when Razork has been around the pit for that final Dragon. This is great stuff from him. First time we've seen him on the Lee Sin, as far as I remember. And he's really showing us why he was brought into this Schalke team. And now, with the Baron, with the Ocean Drake, and with 2 lanes pushing in, Schalke are looking to keep this pressure up. They want to get as much out of this Baron as they can.
You know, it's one of those situations where, of course, players are playing from home, right? They're playing in their gaming houses or they're playing in that environment. And one of the questions that was brought up was, will these players be able to put on more of a scrim performance because they're not on a stage? Will they be able to avoid perhaps some of the stage jitters? And we could be seeing a situation here where Lorix, in his home environment, where he's playing just with his team, there's no stage, there's no pressure of the crowd, maybe he just feels more comfortable, and that's allowing him to have much stronger performances right now, because he's definitely looking like a completely different player. His early game has been fantastic, and Schalke, as we jump very quickly into another pause, is just continuing to get closer and closer to the base of Misfits.
Yeah, we'll find out what the pause is for as soon as we can, obviously. And Misfits very much on the back foot here against Schalke. I mean, they said it on the analyst desk. They were wondering whether this could be an upset. Schalke have looked stronger week to week, in my opinion. And this is really the Schalke that many people were starting to see come to the front, showing just how strong they can be.
Yeah, and I think, again, you have to give props to Odo Omne picking out the Maokai. I was concerned for it. I said it in the draft, said it at the beginning of the game. I was worried about how that matchup was going to play out because I felt like you were just going to give a free lane to the Gangplank. The thing I didn't appreciate was how strong the gank setup is and how you can actually just invest resources into that lane. Make sure you get the kills onto the Lee Sin so they can have more power in the early game. But if that Gangplank is going to keep pushing and keep being aggressive, you have so much crowd control, stacking crowd control, that you can easily set up plays. And that's what they did. They punished the top side of the map. They were able to bring that pressure from top side down into the mid lane and set up really good dives. And I just feel like Schalke, they won in the 2v2 bot lane. They had a winning match at mid that Abadage played very well. And then the one potential dangerous area in the top lane, they were able to correct for. So it feels like all across the board, Schalke played very well. But now they have to end the game. Now they've got to break into the base. And Schalke's not a team that's usually in this position. They're usually the one at a deficit. They're usually trying to defend their base. So let's see how cleanly they can close things out. The Baron still has about a minute and a half left on it. And so far they've been able to take down 2 tier 2 towers.
That gold lead is only growing piece by piece. 6,000 gold ahead now for Schalke. Odo Omne's gone down to pick up the wave in that bottom lane. Treebeard leading the Hobbits to Isengard as he catches the minion wave and buffs them up with the Baron. And now 3 waves pushing in. Not quite as coordinated as Schalke would have liked, but still they've got cannons in each of these waves. As you say, they spawn every wave after the 25-minute mark. And this will be at least 3 turrets taken by Schalke off that Baron push.
Yeah, so can they use the Baron to break into the baseline? This is the big question. There's not much time left on the Baron.
I'm not sure.
They're pushing all 3 lanes right now. They have a wave top and bot, but Odo Omne is making his way mid. I don't think they should try and force a dive. I think that if they want to take the safe play, they should wait for the next Baron to spawn, or maybe even the Elder, which spawns in about 2 minutes time.
Here we go. They're forcing. Nature's Grass coming out, the sentry's put down, they're just looking for the turret. Dream's going forward, Moonlight Vigil's going to land as well, but here comes the corner of Forge God as Misfits try and answer the pressure coming out from Schalke. Odo attacking the turret, but Dream's being caught out, Dreams is dead. Forbidden able to get away, the Ignite is tempting on him, but that's not going to be enough, and the turret wasn't focused by Schalke. They were looking for the kills, and instead, perhaps they won't even break open the turret, the sentry falls, and that tower still stands.
So there, Inax was too afraid to approach the tower. The Gangplank ultimate was right on top of the tower, and he was saying, no, I can't deal with this pressure, I have to back off, so they couldn't secure it. If Schalke had secured that tower, then they probably could have looked for a follow-up fight. They would have been in a better position. We get to see it in the replay now. Look at the positioning of the Gangplank ultimate. I love this ultimate usage from Odo Omne, mainly to zone Misfits away. They're saying back off, back away from the tower. But here, Schalke should be focusing the tower. But instead they're actually trying to go for the fight. Notice the positioning of Inax. Zoned completely away from the tower, not hitting it at all. Same for Abadage. And because they're not able to hit that structure, that means that Misfits can just focus the front line. And in an ideal world, those are the kind of fights the Misfits want. We talked about it so much in the early game, but it's very much about this idea of Abadage and Inax not hitting anyone, while Misfits can just focus their attention on the front line. And if they're able to get more fights like that, then they can bring themselves back into the game. But Schalke, with the Ocean Soul, with the Elder Soul, or Dragon rather, spawning very soon, they're still very much in control of this game.
We are starting to see the first ornaments come out from Misfits. Febby is only level 14, so he's only upgraded 1. It's the Blade of the Ruin King getting upgraded to whatever the upgrade for that item is called. The 2 Blades of the Ruin King.
I don't think that's it, Medic.
Blade of the Lich King? Blade of the Lich King is what we're going to go for.
Okay, nice. Good answer.
Thanks. Mid lane tower still stands as Misfits look to knock it down. Of course, they used the Rift Herald here earlier, but now that turret will fall. 5,000 gold between the 2 teams. Schalke keeping up a bit of pressure around this Elder. It's up in 13 seconds, but they have some control wards in place. There's only 1 sweeper on Schalke, which makes it a little bit harder for them to clear out vision that Misfits might put down, but they have a lot of control wards in their inventories. Odo still sitting. Fall of the Forge God misses by a mile. Moonlight Vigil's not going to hit us. Forbidden uses the Searing Shot to try and get away. Dream splashing forward, trying to catch out Lords, and they've got one. Hero's Entrance comes out from Zenic a little bit too late, a little bit too little here for Misfits. They're forced back, and Schalke still 5 men strong can turn over towards that Elder. Will Misfits look to fight it? You feel they've got to, but all those ultimates are on cooldown.
they've also got no jungler, Medic. The smite is gone. Misfits are going to have some very lucky steal to be able to
Bebiven has smite. Bebiven has smite. He's got the unsealed spellbook ready. Here we go. Is this the moment? Is this Febby? Is this Fnatic Febby? Is this 18-0 Febby? He's spotted out by a cat. He doesn't really care too much about that. Elder Dragon resets 6,000 HP on it. That ward in the back of the pit's going to do so much work now. They pull the Elder out of vision. Here goes Febby. There's still 4,000 HP on it. He's very tanky, but he's not tanky enough as Lorx jumps forward. Febby trying to do what he can, but he's locked in the pit with all of Schalke, and he has to flash out. And that should be the Elder. It resets once again, but Bebiven's not going to be able to get in that pit. The Elder Dragon taken here by Schalke. Great stuff by them. And Abadage just jumps. Oh, flipping hell. Abadage just destroys them. He takes the triple. Misfits were not expecting that. Lorox looking for the Sonic Wave. Abadage flashes forward. That's a quadra. Give him 4. Give him more. Rezok runs for the hills because he is all on his lonesome, and Schalke are looking for the win.
Wow, Abadage recognized that, hey, with the Elder Dragon, I can just melt through everyone. I'm level 18. I've got the death cap completed. Perfect play from Abadage. He gets himself the quadrant kill. Schalke looking to upset the apple cart. They will take down Misfits as they push on to the next.
Schalke trying to prove that they deserve that 4 in their name. Currently sitting at 3 and 11, but it looks like it's going to be Schalke Veer Elf right now because they will take the win and they will take down Misfits.
Very impressive game from Schalke. Clean execution across the board. I think we have to talk a little bit about Febiven's on that game. A lot of ultimates kind of went wide. There may have been communication within the team saying, hey, engage, engage, engage. But then from the team side, I feel like Misfits tried to force a lot of fights that were not optimal for them. I think they should have looked to play a little bit more around the objectives. But you can't take anything away from Lorox in the early game. He was playing around his lanes very well. Like, we talked so much about it. I just think this was such a clean game from Schalke that you just have to give them props, and this is what you want to be seeing from all these players. They want to showcase that they're still LEC caliber, they can still compete against the best, and they want to keep their starting spots moving into Summer Split. So overall, very impressive game from Schalke. Huge props to Lorox. I think it was a great game.
Yeah, great stuff all around by Schalke. And I believe that we have our Kia Player of the Game vote in as well. You can join in the vote at LEC on Twitter. It's Lorox, Abadage, and Dreams who are your possible Player of the Game's nominations. And I'm 100% sure who you should vote for there. There's only one guy who dominated the game for Schalke, and it was Lorox.
Yeah, it certainly was. I'm excited to see what they're able to pull out tomorrow. Lorox definitely seems a lot more comfortable in the current environment that he's in. And I think that Misfits, back to the drawing board. I thought their draft was fine, but again, like, they lost the 2v2 in the bot lane. They took a very weak early trade, which I think hurt a lot of their early pressure. Of course, the gangplank, they weren't able to find any successful dives in the top lane. I think they did get 1 kill onto Odoamne, but the gangplank wasn't really still. He had a lot of gold, but when it came to actually executing on those fights, I don't think Misfits were able to pull off what they wanted to do. So, we'll see if they can pick things up against Mad Lions tomorrow, because that's going to be a really important game when it comes to the standings at the end of the split.
All right, games road game later on today is so important for them as well. That's it from us for now, but Lorox will soon give us more on that win, and after that, Fnatic look to continue their dominance against XL Esports.
And we are back for the LEC, guys, after Schalke 04's 4th win this split. I'm here with Lurox. Thank you for joining me, Lurox.
Hello, thank you.
First of all, I have to say picking Lee Sin into Gragas shows a lot of confidence, I think, from your side. So what made you believe that you could actually bring Razork down on the early game?
It was mainly that we had a good week of scrims, so I actually played Lee Sin a lot, especially with Nautilus. Like I cared less about enemy having Gragas and more about me having Nautilus. So I always have set up to actually play the game, even later on, and I won't be useless. So yeah, since the scrims went good with Lee into Gragas as well, I just picked it today.
Okay, and it showed on stage, so good on you. I think it's the first interview we have here, and looking at the game you guys had, it seems that you're on the right track for summer. Are you feeling more comfortable with the team now?
Yeah, by now I feel really comfortable with the team. Like at the start it was a bit rough. I got kind of thrown in, and there were also some team issues that had to be resolved until then. But by now, like we scrimmed with this squad for like 3-4 weeks now. We played together, so by now everyone feels comfortable, and we only get better at the moment.
And it's a super good news. I mean, even if games don't matter when it comes to the playoff race for Schalke, I think being able to play LEC games as a training for summer can be super important here. So last question, how do you feel towards summer when you see that you were able to put a performance like this against Misfits today?
I think we will only get stronger towards summer, and like for the rest of the spring split, we will still try to win every game. It doesn't really matter for us that we're out of playoffs. It's just that we want to show off that we're actually better than how we played before. And then, yeah, in summer, our goal will be to reach playoffs and potentially worse, for sure.
And I cannot wait to see the face you guys will have in summer. Thank you very much, Lurox, for the interviews. And we're going to take a break now. And coming back, Excel will face off against Fnatic. Don't go anywhere.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC Spring Split. Up next on the docket, we have Fnatic versus XL. But first, I do want to button up Schalke 04 versus Misfits. Schalke was victorious. Our first upset for the day is in, I would say. And the key up player of the game, it's also an upset to me. It's Abadage with 48.5% of the vote.
Honestly, Abadage smurfed big time. We called the upset, and he did super well on the Azir. He kept composure, and he played against a very OP Ornn. It didn't look like Misfits knew how to utilize it, the draft around it, and in the end, he almost pentakilled. Let's call it the pentakill. Look cool.
Yeah, let's do it. Do you not think Lurx got robbed here, or?
I mean, Lurx was like super like setting everything up, but Abba just like looks super clean. And I think some of the sentiment that I've been seeing going around, and something that we haven't gotten to talk a lot about, is the Scrim Gods. Scrim Gods coming online between habit and pressure. Where were the teams going to stand up? And Schalke just like smashed some kids.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point, and that's something we're going to have to track. If indeed some teams are now magically playing as they are in scrims, because almost everyone, when you interview them, they say, well, it went well in scrims, so I don't know what happened when we were on stage. We'll have to track it. Maybe it's also the case in this next game. XL Esports versus Fnatic. Yeah, a very cool matchup. This is where I miss our audience, I guess, even more than I have in the beginning of the day, because usually both the XL and Fnatic fans are very loud. And I hope they are from home as well, because it's a massively important game for XL and for Fnatic.
Yeah, and a reminder for XL in particular, they have to take an upset. They also have SK on the docket, just like Mad did previously. Now that Mad have taken down SK, they face the top 3 teams. So to even up the scoreline, to make the head-to-head count, and to get that final playoff ticket, XL have to beat one of the top 3 teams. I don't know if Fnatic's the best case for them. I think stylistically, it's actually a really sketchy matchup for XL, despite the fact that the last time that we saw them take on Fnatic, it was a surprising performance.
I think also, like, considering the timeline of everything, the last time we saw XL play was them in a game against Vitality, where they practically got carried by their draft. Vitality had the better early game, and they are on the bottom end of the standings. XL really need to show us something different, because right now their performance just doesn't cut it in order for them to achieve playoffs here.
When you say that, Yamato, it doesn't cut it. Can you give me some examples of what hasn't been good in your eyes from XL, and what they will definitely have to shore up going into this important match versus Fnatic?
Honestly, the key thing for me has been their mid to late game. The early games have been strong. Even last year, K-Drill has piloted some good early games. But then the mid to late game, when it comes to pressuring around the Nashor, in this particular replay, we see that XL is preparing around it. But the key step that they're missing is that they need to pressure Varus all the way into the turret. Comp is farming away in the mid lane. He's not pressured at all. And Steelback and Skeens get easy access to the Nash, putting XL in a position where they are 50-50 Nashor. But in all honesty, the key thing here is that they're so much stronger here. They need to push the enemy out of their own jungle and make them face check. But this is just too easy for Vitality to defend.
Yeah, it does feel like XL skip a lot of steps in terms of their setup, and they also seem to tunnel focus on like monster objectives. They have a really standard formula that they follow. They're going to try to do the Drake before 7 minutes. They're absolutely going to go for the Rift Herald swap top side after 8 minutes. As soon as Herald goes down, they're going to swap back in time to try to get the Drake that's respawned. And they do this every single game, which makes them really predictable, but it also means that they don't know how to accelerate the pace of the game or kind of move the chains unless it's off the back of winning a team fight around these big monster objectives. And I think as soon as they kind of take a step back from that really basic, like paint by numbers macro performance, that's when you start to see the evolution of what these players can do.
Okay, I think that's a fantastic point, and they need to shore up those weaknesses. As I said, they're playing Fnatic now. They're then playing G2. They're then playing OG. It's not going to be easy, and especially when you look at this Fnatic, who even in the second half of the split, they have completely cleaned up their play even more in comparison to the beginning of the split. Less bloody in the early game. Their early games are much more successful overall, as are the entirety of their game. So this is just a very scary team to be up against, no matter who you are.
Yeah, we referenced the first time XL and Fnatic faced each other. This is a complete different Fnatic. We had that one particular week where Zac was played in the top side, and it felt like Fnatic found their identity. They're cohesive. They're finally starting to gel together. They're playing through mid. They're playing through top. They're very diverse in their play style, and all around they're looking like the second best team. Clearly.
Yeah, it's the fact that Fnatic seem to have found their final form, and I think between 2019 and 2020 Fnatic, Broxah Fnatic versus Self-Made Fnatic, I'm on the side that this Fnatic is the more powerful one, that it is now just a matter of time to see kind of their final evolution with some of their weird picks and how they're moving around the map. Bwipo is such a force to be reckoned with now on the backside of the split. I think first side of the split, it was kind of some classic Bwipo Fnatic fans like, oh no, here we go again, we're feeding again. But now, like, Bwipo is popping off. They have a triple flex with things like the Zac. They have Nemesis grabbing things like his pocket Veigar pick. I think this is a terrifying form for this team to be in.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I am gonna miss the turtlenecks from the coaching team as well. I think that's also a significant
That's what you're gonna miss?
influence. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna miss. Listen, everybody's entitled to missing whatever they want, right? But I'm definitely happy that we're not gonna be missing these teams playing. Fnatic is up versus XL, and for XL, their playoff chances are hanging by a thread. From now on, every single game is a final to them. So let's see if they can pull off the upset.
All right, thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Dracos, joined by Ender for the last 3 games of the day. Ender, you've already had the privilege of casting on this very unique setup, but now we get to go into one of my favorite games of the day, a game we get to cast together because everything is on the line for XL, and for Fnatic, I want to see what form they're going to be in today.
Look, Fnatic, they play weird stuff. Like, there's no doubt about that, right? You know, Bwipo's played like a million different champions in the top lane. You heard the Des talking about the pocket Veigar picks and everything. We've even seen Zac support. But coming into this game, I have to say there is a worrying trend for the side of Fnatic. I did some digging. Look at this. Let me list off like a couple champions that Bwipo has played in the top lane. He's played Rengar, he's played Swain, he's played Urgot, he's played Sin. But in his last 4 games, this is what he's played. GP set, GP set. Like, what is happening, Dracos?
Is he a slave to the meta now, Ender? Is that what you're
He has to be. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Dead. But what I'll tell you is I also saw a little bit of Graves talk coming through a few days ago. Now, everyone's been playing a lot more solo queue with recent circumstances, so maybe that's just a solo queue special, but we're going to have to find out as we get into the thick of picks and bans. Of course, XL coming in at 7-7, Fnatic coming in at 10-4. Already we have the Rakan, the Misfortune, the Senna banned away. I don't think we're going to see any more farming Senna today.
Yeah, we might not see any 80 carries today either because both teams seem to be banning a whole lot of those away here. You know, it's no surprise usually when Reckless loads into games, you know, he'll get some bans thrown his way, but already we're seeing Fnatic actually taking 2 of these off the table. The Senna makes a lot of sense to me, right? I don't think Reckless necessarily wants to try his hand at that. Hasn't been a huge fan of that at all this split, but the Aphelios is one that he has loved to play a lot, and taking that away opens up some interesting options. Like, could it be the Kaisa that he played against G2 sort of returning into that bot lane?
Now also the second to be banned away is they're limiting some of the picks that Bwipo has kind of been making a name for himself more than he does normally. Kalista, interestingly, going to be the final ban. Now we've seen this a ton in top lane and solo queue, not as much anywhere else. Probably just a bot lane fit for Reckless, but the amount of AD carry attention, Ender, you already said it. No one's going to get to play anything top tier this game. We're going deep into the pocket. And XL, when they hover the Yuumi, it makes me think they already know they want that Yuumi as real.
It's so strange too, right? Because you leave the Ornn open. The Gragas is another pick that both of these teams have loved. Like, I would be perplexed if Selfmade didn't lock in the Gragas here unless he had something super specific that he had in mind to like run inside of this game. But it feels to me like Fnatic are sort of reading the situation, thinking, yes, the Ornn gets left open, we get to take the Gragas, and then there's some sort of pocket pick that Bwipo has up his sleeve ready to lock into this Ornn.
And I want to see how deep the champion pool goes, how crazy these teams have been getting, because we talk a lot about patch 10.5, but this is essentially a 1-week patch, Ender. We get to go into 10.6, the Wukong nightmare that everyone's experiencing at home. So the special sauce that we get in 10.5, 1-week experience, incredibly unique. And how deep does it go? Gragas, as you said, pretty easy to lock in. Pantheon not banned with all these easy carries taken away. So it feels like an easy pickup for Fnatic, and that is technically a flex pick. Could go mid lane, could go top lane.
I think Bwipo wants this one. When we had him on PGL a few weeks ago, he was talking about how like his favorite champion of the game is Pantheon, and he loves it and didn't even know why he hadn't played it sooner. So I like this in his hands, especially because Fnatic love to run these plays where Bwipo just pieces out a top lane. You know, the early TPs in the bot lane, post level 6, see him reset and then look for an ult into bot or into mid lane. There are a lot of really good options for a champion like Pantheon in the hands of Bwipo.
I especially love it because we have 2 champions that can get aggressive, that can make plays already in the draft. We don't have the GP who
wants, obviously Flippo's going to play aggressive, but mostly it's going to sit back. Excel, on the other hand, clearly just want to survive this game. And that's what I'm seeing so far. When you pick in the Carthus, the early game Ornn, it says, just hold on, just survive. Late game's going to come eventually. We'll make it through. But now if they lock in the Renekton, it's going to be a very different story. We saw Expect pilot this one in our last week of competitive play, and it looked damn good.
Right, I was thinking, yeah, I guess Excel are going the scaling route, but I don't think that's a great choice when you're a weaker team playing against Fnatic, because Fnatic will just absolutely smash you early and not give you room to come back in. So I'm actually more of a fan of this pivot into the Renekton here, more than likely to try and follow this Pantheon wherever he decides to go, if it was the top lane or into the mid lane. And then you have this Karthus too, which, while yes, it gives you great scaling options, I think is going to be really, really powerful and go unpunished up against a Gragas in the jungle.
Yeah, I have to see exactly what Kato can get done. Another champion. He's been practicing a lot in solo queue. It's mostly a farming simulator in solo queue. I feel like it's a lot more high pressure in pro games, what you're giving up just to power farm the part. Generally, I love this pick for Nemesis. I'm glad we're not seeing the Vigar. I know it's the special sauce. I know he loves to pull it out. But I think this champion can be so dominant in lane, and I like it both into Renekton and into Ornn, honestly.
Yeah, and something that Nemesis likes to do on the Cassiopeia too is actually go side lanes later on, where you don't see a lot of players on this champion necessarily do that, but almost no one can beat him 1v1. And when you have a team that is willing to play around you and give you vision so you can't get ganked, because that's really going to be Cassiopeia's weakness when she does go side later on, like, Nemesis is going to be super, super powerful and virtually unbeatable in isolated 1v1 combat.
Now the question is, what are the second phase bans moving like? For now, it's the Ezreals, the Tahm Kench, the Nautilus. There's actually just so much bot lane focus. Of course, with the champions already locked in, it makes sense. There's no really... I thought Excel maybe would focus bans on the bottom side. I didn't think we'd see the same thing from Fnatic. And now we're going to be digging really, really deep just to find, honestly, anything.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering, like, we saw a very early Gragas pick here for Fnatic. They always have the option to go for these late flexes. We've seen Gragas support in the past. While I don't necessarily expect that to be the option here with a champion like the Thresh open, I think that would be a great lock-in here for Fnatic. It is one of the strengths of Fnatic drafts because they've shown that they can flex so many different champions between multiple positions. We've seen it like with the Zac in the past, right? So I do always feel some sense of like uncertainty when you do enter the second phase whenever Fnatic's on the draft.
And now we see the Thresh picked up for Hylissang, and surprising to see him get something that he's so comfortable on this late in the draft. But Kai'Sa does feel like the last remaining pseudo high priority pick, probably, or definitely not S tier, but A tier. Draven, something we've seen from Patrick before, but definitely not what I would expect. This fell a very aggressive bottom side of the map, and we've got double TP already picked up on the side of Excel. It could mean we have a party in the bot lane, Ender.
Oh, wait, do they lock in the Blitzcrank next to it? Because that would be absolutely wild. All of a sudden, you give yourselves a very clear area of the map to play against. We saw Blitzcrank locked into Thresh a lot, especially on the world stage, where you can just, pull him straight back on in there whenever he goes for a hook. There's a lot of easy punishes right there, assuming you are landing your skill shots. And, given XL's engage tools already, where you have an Ornn as well, you have the setup now to have a pretty strong backline with the Karthus and the Draven, the engage tools as well, and the ability to play through bot lane, which is something that analysts have been asking Excel to do for weeks now.
Okay, but to be fair, no one said do it against Fnatic, Ender, and this is where I get scared, because this is the double TP bot team. This is what they did for an entire year with Broxa on the lineup to find those wins. And now you've got the Draven, you've got the Blitzcrank, you've got all the tools to win out. Execute against a team like Fnatic, that's it. You don't get second chances.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for them for sure. You cannot make mistakes against Fnatic, especially when your playoff line life is on the line. We've seen other teams slightly above Excel already falter in the standing state with Misfits dropping down, but every single game Excel have to come into, and they have to find some kind of an upset. This week they have Fnatic today, G2 tomorrow. If they want a chance at playoffs, they're gonna have to upset somewhere.
Yeah, and as I said, with the Misfits loss, it's no longer a pipe dream. It's very much possible. It's in reality, especially if top teams keep losing to bottom teams. So if Excel can find a win here, that's going to be everything. That's going to be massive because their schedule is brutal. Their schedule is miserable. They play every single top team. But if they can find a win here by shutting down Fnatic's bot lane, it's going to be big for confidence and it's going to be huge for the standings.
and putting so much faith into Patrick as well. On this Draven, the signature pick, you know, we've seen him play it in the past back when the name was Sheriff, and a lot of resources going into him in this game up against Reckless. This is going to be a really pivotal matchup. You look around the map, it is the Patrick show we are going to be waiting for, and something a lot of fans have been waiting to see as well.
And something that, in general, I just think is one of the biggest strengths of Excel is how solid Patrick and Torre have been for this team. They were both kind of diamonds in the rough last year, I think, if you want to say, when Torre was Norse. And now, just generally, things seem to be working out fine for the team, but want to see more.
You definitely do, and that's where you start asking the questions coming in towards playoffs. Of course, there's a big environment shift here for these teams. So this is the first time we're seeing all of these teams after, you know, the week break we took last week, you know, sort of unexpected there. But this is a chance to sort of reset yourself going back in towards these final weeks and to try and, you know, come in no strings attached, right? You know, I think Vedius was talking about it earlier in the day. The desk maybe was as well, where it's a scrim environment. You know, you're playing at home. You know, do we see the XL, you know, scrim god? You know, we hear the rumors about Mickey popping off in scrims. Is this the day we get to see, you know, some sort of consistency come out of him on the stage as well?
Okay, but to be fair, he's playing Ornn today too. You know, so like if there was a pop-off day, it was probably on the Renekton mid. Maybe we wait for the pop-off day. Maybe this is the safe, reserved Mickey day. That's all I'm saying. But the thing that I love,
he could pop off on the Ornn.
I mean, that'd make LS happy, but come on, man. No one else is like keen on the Ornn pop-off performance. Gambit and already Excel are losing.
How does this happen already? What's going on? I was about to come into this game and be like, look, you don't want to play around bot lane early because the TPs are going to come in. But then Fnatic just hit you with the classic level 1, and now Torre's down a life. That's going to be first blood going on to Hylissang, so it's not going to be the end of the world. It's not like Reckless rolls into lane with an extra, you know, longsword or something, but still, not the start that Excel were looking for.
And really, when you fall behind Blitzcrank Draven lane, like, you're going to get more opportunities to come back. But Reckless wasn't really going to be able to play the lane, especially against an Exhaust Draven, the dark technology that G2 themselves have honestly plagued probably every lane with. We saw it in in-houses when 5 people took Exhaust. Now we can see it in the bot lane when a Draven just runs down a Kais with Exhaust. It's going to be difficult for Reckless.
Yeah, I especially like the Exhaust pick here on a Draven in particular, because like you already know that guy's going to be hard to beat down, even if you are one of the big damage dealers for Fnatic later on, right? Like in any kind of 1v1, like Pantheon would love to jump on that dude, but now that he's gotten Exhaust, like there's no way you're going to ever beat this guy.
Yeah, especially when he has stand aside to interrupt the jump as well. So things don't get easier. But now another pause coming through. We'll keep you guys updated on what exactly is going wrong here. It's interesting though, Ender, when we look at this game, I gotta say that's like the worst possible start for Excel, but I still am not counting them out, right? Like despite first blooding on their bottom side that, you know, probably should have dominated. I'm still not worried, because I feel like Blitzcrank is such a coin flip champion, but you get to flip so many coins, Ender. Every 20 so seconds, as long as you have mana, you have a chance to just win the game.
But here's the thing. Like, that's great, Dracos, don't get me wrong. But they are playing against the master of flippers himself in Hylissang on the other side. So if there's any player that knows how to play against the flip, it's got to be him.
But what is the strategy then? Does Hylissang just say, we're not going to flip the coin, I'm just going to flash in front of this hook and we're going to go? Like, I
think Hylissang goes for the flays. He goes for the flays because those are pretty much guaranteed unless you send him the wrong way. And if you send him the wrong way, then there's bigger problems.
Look, we've all been there. Many historic moments from many different supports. Shout out to our boy Yellow Star back in the day. It's an easy ability to fumble in moments of high pressure. Ender, 10-5 is a bit weird to me as a patch, because like a lot changed, right? And I don't think we're going to get to see a lot of the things that I was most excited about, because the Blade of the Rune King buffs made every single champion feel so oppressive. And while there is a Renekton on the top side, I can't imagine the Renekton or the Pantheon are going to bust it out, which makes me sad, because I liked the Aurelias. I liked the solo Q spice that was coming out, and it just hasn't been there yet in the games today.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to wait for it a little bit later on. It's also one of those things where, like, you're going to see it a lot, especially when it's like a bruiser or fighter matching up into a tank. And because we don't have any of those direct matchups going on, at least in this game, it's something you're probably not going to see a whole lot of. The other thing that I think is weird about 10-5, and it's not just like the changes that happened on it, it's that technically this is the first day we're seeing LEC players like in the LEC playing on this patch. But we're all on 10-6 now. So it's like we're seeing it for the first time, but we're already moving past it. It's a really interesting dynamic because usually you have that like buffer week in between where you see what teams have their first initial read on it in week 1, and then week 2, they make some slight adjustments. But now it's just like we're on 10-5, and then we're going to piece out to the next patch like very, very quickly.
10-6 is the one that gets me excited, though, because we're getting closer and closer to Fiddlesticks rework, and all I really want to see is Fiddlesticks be competitively viable. The first legitimately creepy champion we've ever made. Everyone else that has like a horror theme, you're like, all right.
So like, here's the deal with Fiddlestick. Love the theme, love everything. I got the chance to play him, like this was like a few months ago. Don't get me wrong. Back when I was in LA, but I don't think he's going to be a super competitively viable champion. Like at his core, he's still like the same like fundamental champion in a lot of what he does. I think he got a lot of really cool things that he can do now with the passive and little scarecrows. He can drop down all that. The big power with the ultimate is like getting that AoE fear coming out of the Fog of War. But I would be very surprised to see him catch on in pro play unless he was like pretty overtuned on release.
Which, to be fair. And if history and or Wukong changes are any indication, he might be. I don't think it's possible. Wukong already hotfixed, folks. It's possible. The other thing that I want to see is if we now on 10-5, and this will transition into 10-6, but the buff to Kai'Sa or the changes to Kai'Sa to make her AD or AP builds a little bit more focused. We've seen a ton.
You mean how she got nerfed on ARAM?
Yeah, okay. She got whatever. Fine. Don't bring up your side hobbies into our highly professional league.
Okay, fine. It was a hotfix nerf. The actual buffs definitely buffed her on it. Anyways, continue your point though.
Yeah, anyway, so I'm just curious to see if we see more AP Kai'Sa with more conventional build. Because the AP build, obviously, on the Void Seeker is ludicrously strong, but is a bit... If you miss the W in a fight, you like instantly lose the fight. That's a large majority of your damage. But inversely, the AD with the extra rockets on the Evolve Q, the Acathian Rain, is so gross. So absolutely disgusting in 1v1s.
Yeah, when you can just put 12 missiles on one person if they don't have a minion wave to soak up any of them. They're like, wait, my full HP bar, and it's all gone. Oh no.
We're back to pure Assassin Kai'Sa status, which I think is the nightmare scenario for any more squishy, potentially vulnerable champions. I mean,
like, to be fair, Assassin Kai'Sa is like the coolest Kai'Sa. Like, not when she's just like 1v1s you in a side lane without doing anything, but like when she dives into the back line in the middle of a team fight and just nukes your carry. Like that is to me what like Kai'Sa should be in like her high moments, not just the pew pew, hit your front line, melt you down.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
it definitely feels like budget Vayne when she's not like using ult to reposition in a fight. You just slowly walking backwards with E, invisible for a second, auto attacking. Yeah, I agree. And my dream here, and bear with me, Ender, I'm a bit of a brewer when it comes to theoretical interactions. This one's quite simple. We'll call this a tier 1 interaction. You Kai'Sa ult into the Karthus, you one-shot him, great start to a fight. Hylissang lanterns you back out as your Reckless, bada bing, bada boom, you won the fight. I think that's pretty good.
That is sweet. If Lantern had 4,000 range.
Which, as you might know, it doesn't. So, this is your mission, should you choose to accept it, Colorcaster, is find a situation where this could be viable.
All right, so here's how you do it. You drop the Lantern down, you flash over the Baron wall, you hit the blast cone over yet another wall. There's your 4,000 range. And you're also taking Ghost and Predator because that's what Thresh does.
All right, bad news. Hylissang did not take Ghost or Predator, so...
What is he thinking?
I know. Not a fan of my interactions. That's fine. For anyone wondering, we're still in a pause situation. Comms issues, I believe, for both sides. We are getting those resolved quickly. Obviously important to be able to talk in game. Also important for our rest to be able to hear, competitive integrity, and all that jazz. Keeping it together here on the LEC Break podcast, brought to you by KitKat. It's Dracos and Ender.
Speaking of being able to communicate with each other, so I was in the pregame lobby before this one, and Expect rolls in, and he's typing in Korean, right? So I'm like, okay, I highlight all his messages and I put them into Google Translate, and he's just listing out all of his teammates' names like very clearly. But when you put in Kadril, or the line that should be Cathedral, it comes out Cathedral. Which I think is great. And if you guys don't know, Yamato Canon calls Cathedral all the time, and I think it's amazing. So
Also,
there you go.
to be fair, if you're Excel, you're praying every game that he's coming to your lane. He's the only way you're coming out, especially you got the Ornn lane, you got the Renekton Pantheon lane. That lane's over with a single gank for one side or the other. So at this point, look at him like a Cathedral, pray a little bit. Maybe he comes to your lane, maybe he gives you attention. Because I don't know. After the Maokai GP lane, like top lane is so weird to me now. I don't know what to expect. And I just think just snowball someone on the top side of the map. I don't care which team does it, just someone should. Because watching Odo just be incredibly obnoxious on Maokai made me realize how much I missed having tanks on the meta and how glad I am that I do not play top lane when tanks are in the meta.
Dude, you're just glad you don't play top lane, period. I don't care if it's tanks or fighters. Like, I can't play that.
That's because I'm bad. I can't win a 1v1. That's why I play bot lane.
But it's because you want to have impact on the game that you don't play top
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like, who cares about the 1v1? Like, top laners are a different breed of people, right? Like, they're the people. What's a good way to describe them? Like, the whole, like, someone's house could be burning down, right? But as long as they like win the 1v, like, they're fine. You know, that was a terrible analogy. I was trying to go somewhere with it. If they could use water to put out the fire on their bed, but the rest of the fire burns down, they're happy. That's the type of player a top player.
They've been social isolating for as long as they've been playing. You know, they're not interested in team games. They're not interested in sticking together. That's the top laner MO. Ender, should we talk about stakes? We're in a weird spot. Like, there's 10-5 to talk about. We could talk.
But like, it is dinner time, so I could go for some.
What did you eat, Ender?
I had some chicken nuggies for dinner. Chicken nuggies and potato wedges.
Oh
that's just what you call them. That's how people on the internet call them. You know?
No, dude, no.
No.
It's fine.
You asked.
Look,
what did you think the answer was going to be?
I just.
What do you call them?
Chicken nuggets, dude. What? Why would you shorten that? How much? Why, Ender?
Because it saves you time.
How much of your vernacular comes from TikTok? That's my question.
Okay, actually a lot though, and like, okay, real talk, a lot. Also, all my music choices, like, I recognize so many songs nowadays just because I've heard them on TikTok before. Like, I would have never listened to this music before had TikTok not existed. And I used to hear all these pop songs on the radio because when I lived in LA, I had an old car that I couldn't put my phone in to listen to music. So I just listened to the radio. So I know all the pop songs. Last year, I didn't know any pop songs because I was chilling here. But this year, I've got TikTok and I know everything.
I'm so proud of you. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of the platform, but if it broadened your musical horizons away from just Taylor Swift or Billie Eilish at all times, I'm happy for you. No, it's fine. It's good music. It's just like, come on, man, live a little. Get some DMX in there. You know, have a good time.
DMX, is that like a motorbike or something? What is that?
Honestly, sure. Why not, dude? It's the X gonna give it to you song. I know you know that one. Come on.
I do know that one. The best though is when Miyu Yamato went to a comedy performance, and there was some like guy from like the 2000s who did a musical bit at the end, and you and Yamato just like losing your minds. I still don't know who the guy was.
Dude. Okay, well, I was really concerned because when you started referencing a Dave Chappelle show that we went to see together, it could get very inappropriate very fast, but thank you for keeping that wholesome. It was Most Def for any hip-hop fans.
Most Def, for sure, bro.
No, man. Most Def came on stage.
Yeah, totally.
And then there's like, oh, cool. There's a guy on stage rapping. I don't know who this guy is. Fine.
It was like good music. I was vibing, you know? It was all right.
I think we've hit our allotted quota of random off-topic nonsense.
Okay, pull me back.
So I'm going to bring you back into some stakes. So coming into today, I was really thinking that this game would be sort of make or break for both Rogue or Misfits, because essentially at this point, if Rogue or any combination of 2 XL losses and 2 Rogue or Misfits wins, right, locks both Rogue and Misfits into playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So sounds good. But I never thought that Schalke were going to win. Was not on the coins or in the cards for me. Did not think that
To
at
be
all.
fair, no one did.
No, now it's kind of ruined my stakes because this could have been the game that locked Misfits into playoffs. I could have been like, oh, Misfits, hoping, sitting back, waiting. They need Excel to win this or Excel to lose this game so they can get into playoffs. They can lock that spot. And now I don't really know. Now it's like the same stakes, just kind of delayed. Like they need Excel to lose this game, and then they also need to win tomorrow.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at the standings right now, right? Like you have Excel currently with 7 wins, and then you have Rogue, Mad Lions, and Misfits all with 9 wins. Rogue have a game left to play today, but it's against G2. So I'm going to go ahead and say it's like fairly likely that they're going to have 9 wins continued at the end of the day. So if Excel were to win this game, they'd be 1 game down. That sounds great for Excel fans. The bad news is Excel lost both games they played against Rogue. They lost both games they played against Misfits. But the good news is they won both the games they played against Mad Lions. So, like, yes, they're going to be 1 game down from Rogue and from Misfits. But the real battle, I think, for 6th place, assuming that, Rogue and Misfits don't completely tank towards the end of the season, is going to be between Excel or Mad.
And it's really especially intense because a lot of these battles, I think, hinge very highly on Mad Lions' performance on the day, right? As you know. But one of the things that really stood out to me is from talking to G2 players specifically about Mad Lions. They're like, yeah, these guys are either like geniuses, they're so good, or they're terrible. and like that makes all of these games so incredibly high stakes. Because if you told me Misfits versus Mad Lions, like who do I expect to win? I think the safe bet would have been Misfits. But seeing Misfits today, I'm like, Mad Lions can do it, man. Mad Lions can strike back. They can get something done there, and that's huge for the standings.
Yeah, I mean, it's why a team like Mad Lions can get these upsets, but it's also why I think a lot of analysts have reservations about them too, right? Because this team, there is a fair amount of inconsistency on the roster. Like you pull out like any sort of player in isolation, and like people are gonna have a lot of good things to say about them. But then they're like, oh, you load them all onto the Rift. Like, what if they're all not having great games? Well, then the pieces start to crumble just a little bit. So that's why this race does feel like it is still very much in the running for both Mad and Excel.
Do you think the Trundle pick that we saw today, do you think that's like real spicy special tech? Because I'm uncertain because it was played in a game versus SK, right? And SK obviously very low down the standards. So why burn your secret sauce, right? Like why use that there? I'm wondering if it's a bait, if they're just trying to fish for a Trundle ban.
See, I would be really surprised to see a Trundle ban against them. And that's why I'm like, I don't know if it's necessarily a bait. It's more of probably like, oh, we've probably scrimmed with this. Can we try it, in a quote unquote real game, right? So it was an interesting one for me that I think worked out pretty well. And I'm curious to see if we see any more of it.
Well, I'm curious as well. For now, we are going to toss over to the analyst desk. Apologies again for the delay. I'm sure we'll get more context there. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you very much indeed. We will, of course, give you updates whenever we get them in as well. But that does give us a chance to vamp a little bit here on our online desk. It's always weird. I mean, when we're in the studio, we don't have a desk often. We're standing, and now nobody can see the desk. So philosophically, I'm struggling with the whole situation, I got to say. But what I do know is that we can talk about the game.
We're just chilling here. Shalks are just hanging out. Yeah, we can talk about the game in terms of the draft that's come in. I think I missed the initial first blood. I think there was a skirmish that happened early.
Yeah, exactly. Same for me. But the draft, I would think that you had some question marks, probably for the Fnatic side.
I actually thought that, okay, so here's my tinfoil hat. I'm putting it on. I felt like there was a plan that Fnatic had, something spicy with the draft in terms of either flexing a Casio or a Pantheon, perhaps even into the bottom lane. But it felt like Fnatic bailed kind of halfway through it as soon as they saw the Draven and the Blitzcrank come out. The fact that they saved the ADC Kai'Sa reveal pick for so long. So as I was watching kind of what was happening with Fnatic's draft, I was like, okay, that could be Reckless's Casio. That could be maybe a super special pick coming out for Nemesis in the mid lane. I know that Nemesis is very well known for his Casio, and he's an amazing player. But that's kind of what it felt like, just watching it tangentially.
I think the key thing is that Excel kind of unorthodoxly, with all of these AD carry bans, they went all out picking top, mid, jungle, first 3, allowing Fnatic to easily just lock in, knowing that most likely Ornn is going to go mid. Cassio's good champion into it. You have Prio, you get to have some mobility early on, you get to impact the map. Ornn gets to scale, of course, and then later down the line, I think Excel just kind of show the fact that they can lock in Draven into a player like Reckless, because of course he's not going to play a Caitlyn. He's most likely not going to play like an Ashe, because these are the champions that are usually good into Draven. So it just makes for an exciting matchup. And always with Draven and champions like this is the whole early game becomes about Draven, because the moment there is some impact in the bot lane and Draven goes 0-1 or 1-0, it kind of changes the whole flow of the game. And it's kind of, I like the suit for XL because they need to show us something explosive, but at the same time, Fnatic is so good at impacting bot lane, so it's just makes up for an exciting matchup.
Yeah, but I have a lot of questions about kind of how they play around the Draven. Because I agree, like Draven Blitz, you obviously just want to sit and camp that lane or give it resources. Obviously, with K-Drill on something like a Karthus does have gank access and it has decent skirmish access, especially in 1v1 scenarios, just because of the damage on his Skittles. But usually Karthus, if he does ganks around level 4 when he gets access to Wall of Pain and he can like rock up into those lanes, throw down slows. It's not like you can get wave prio on Ornn. Like Ornn can get wave priority pretty easily, but at least when Fnatic play Ornn, they max E as opposed to maxing the W or the Q that you'll sometimes see in solo queue depending on matchup. And if this Ornn goes for an E max to try to compete with wave clear, he has to put himself, he kind of does the combo like Galio, where he kind of like Qs through the wave and then he walks and then he E's back towards his tower like how Galio would Falcon Punch, and that just allows Cassio to just walk you down with poison. So I'm trying to think of like who actually gets down there for the Draven and the Blitzcrank if they don't just want to try to force the 2v2, like if they actually really want to hard pressure this lane. And I think it actually has to be through the potential Renekton. I don't know, I think XL will try to attack somewhere else, but otherwise I think it's just Draven and Blitzcrank trying to crack Reckless and Hilly. I don't know if they have the experience necessary on those guys playing weak side.
Oh, that's I mean, there's a lot to think about, clearly. Unfortunately, the game is still paused. Hopefully, we'll get into it pretty soon. I do have an update in that XL is swapping out one of the PCs of the players right now. Hopefully, that shouldn't take that long. It's obviously a new situation for everyone, but we will see. Yamato, what do you have to say to the draft and to the game plan from either side after Indiana's points?
I think the key thing is the globals. Like Carter's ult is going to impact bottom. If Ornn is going to be able to have the space to walk down bottom, it's going to be amazing. And at the same time, Fnatic side, they have the Pantheon, the Gragas. They can easily create a snowball onto the Renekton early on. Sure, Carter's pathing, we saw in the game that he's starting from bottom side, going into top side. This is going to matter. It's all about how those globals end up into bottom. Because I see bottom like Rome, and all roads lead to Rome.
That's a good point, and I think whenever we watch a Fnatic game, we know that a lot goes on around that bottom lane as well. I am getting the cue that we are very close to the teams being ready once again. So with that, let's get back to our casters, and please, Ender, stop talking about TikTok. Thank you.
Wow, not cool, Shocks, but thanks. We're back into the game. So rude. All right, Dracos, talk to me. Where are you at? All right, it's going to be Ender solo cast from now on. Good news, people in chat. Weird champs only. We're going to be waiting to get back into the game as soon as possible. What? No. Okay. We had like a good 15 seconds, guys. It was a good run, but not enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, no more weird champs. Give me Monka hms. That's all I want. I want Monka hms and nothing else.
I see.
Well, as we heard from the fantastic breakdown on the analyst desk, bot lane center of attention. We talked about it a little bit, but that's really the only thing I want to see is what's the accuracy rating on Torre hooks? Like, how clean is the Torre that we see today? Because if there's one thing that I know this man for, it's engaging well. We've seen it since the Rockhat days forever ago when he was still known as Norse Garen. How clean are the hooks going to be? Can he just drag Reckless right into the middle of the team once or twice and win a game?
And can he avoid the lantern from Hylissang too? Because that's the one thing you have to think about with Blitzcrank hooks. You need to be able to chain that CC before Thresh can just lantern you on out of there. Hopefully we'll be able to get back into this one as soon as possible. It feels like, we had that first blood so long ago, Dracos, right? Torre went down. But, as a reminder, the gold all went on to Hylissang. So, bot lane's still pretty fine. It's not going to swing the matchup too terribly much for these two guys. But,
to be fair, Ender.
Yes.
There's a window of opportunity here. Because when we look at the scoreboard in game, right? What we can see is that Hylissang has spent no money. Which means that kill gold is effectively worthless. But you know what else Hylissang has done? He's used Ignite. Which means Torre has Ignite advantage as well as even gold. for the start of the game because he was smart enough not to use a pot in that exchange. So really, super big brain getting caught if he goes for the all-in in the next 2 minutes.
I mean, Dragos, that's like a fair point. When I thought when you brought up window of opportunity, I thought you were saying we could make like a pizza run before this pause finished, but I guess we have different priorities.
No, as we learned, you can't AFK during a pause for even a second, or you get enderweirdchamppodcast.com. You gotta be vigilant. You think you got
that was
time
a
for a bathroom
great
break? You're wrong.
By the way, that website still exists, so I would highly recommend checking it out.
See, this is perfect because I get to promote Euphoria and you get to promote Ender Weird Champ. It's really the culmination of the two things that we both love so much.
Honestly, the Weird Champ's gotten to a point where, like, you know, those companies that like don't advertise ever, but like everyone still talks about them all. Like that's sort of like where I'm at with the Weird Champs, you know?
Like Hoover, right?
Yeah.
Like no one calls it a vacuum, at least in the UK or in Europe as far as I know. They always say Hoover, right? That's a brand, dude. How deep in are you? That company owns that mind share. Brilliant. That's what we need to do. People don't think Ender, they just think Weird Champ, and you never need to say anything else.
Free rent in the minds of all Twitch chatters alike. I would like to circle back to our original conversation around chicken nuggets. My mother my mother reached out to me and informed me that chicken nuggets is indeed the correct pronunciation. So I'd like to say thanks, Mom, and I will only refer to them as chicken nuggets from now on. I'd also like to thank my grandparents that are also watching the stream right now. Hi.
Thank you, Mrs. Enderke, or Ms. Enderke. What's your last name? Mrs. Fryer.
Endermom. Endermom. Endermom.
Endermom. Thank you, Endermom.
There you go.
That we give that a solid okay champ. In my book. You know what I mean? That's what you like.
You'll love to see it.
This is just the tendies of a new era. You know what I mean? I'm not with it. I don't really get down on like the quick shot, like old baiting himself for jokes. You know what I mean? He's just like, I'm old. But like in this one, between the Most Def thing and the tendies thing or the nuggies thing, whatever it was, I'm in that camp now.
Dude, there were a lot of different things. Let me be clear on our podcast. So before you were so rudely interrupted by the analyst desk.
I'm trying to think about what other interesting podcast subjects that I would like if I was specifically to invite you on a podcast, what would I talk about? I think it'd be champion balance, champ design, because you've experienced there.
Okay, I love that.
Min-maxing Karthus jungle clear routes, because those are the two things where you're like certifiably the most qualified person on our broadcast. That
True.
And TikTok, but no one wants to hear about TikTok. So like you can pick. We can talk about balance and design, and I've got many questions for you.
Yes, balance design. Let's go. Hit me.
All right. And keep in mind, people, we may be getting back into game shortly. Hopefully, we're working on it. Me and Ender are in game. We get to see the all chat. Thrilling back and forth of people spamming the letter R for
Oh,
ready.
no, I dragged it off my screen. I haven't read any of this.
Wait, that's a story for the next. If there's another pause, we're going to tell the story about how you don't have chat on one of your accounts.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Draven's a really weird champion to me, right? Because like when the Draven player is good, he feels ludicrously oppressive and horrendous, like just absolutely imbalanced. So I'm curious, from your perspective, how is Draven like as a balanced champion? Is it just that he has a skill cap and then it's like only certain people are good at him, so he's fine?
I think there's a lot going on. Like, yes, there's certainly like a skill to him, and primarily like when you look at champions that play very differently to any other pick in their role, they're always going to have like higher mastery curves. It's basically like the first game you play on them, you probably have like a 30% win rate, but by your 50th game, you probably have like a 56% win rate or something like that. And like the bigger the difference is between those two numbers is how you determine mastery curves. Basically, because in between like every auto, you're trying to like pick up your axes, like that's a little bit more complex and alters how you kite a lot of your champions. So I think there is a bit of a learning curve with him. But also he's like intentionally designed as like one of the most snowbally champions by default, right? Like you get kills, you're able to cash in, and that looks really good. So I would say he's one of our more like sharp champion designs, which is another like designer term, which is basically like the difference between being like really good or really terrible on a champion is going to be like much higher on a champion like that than it would be on, I don't know, let's say what's a Misfortune, very flat champion, whether like you're brand new or 200 games. Yeah, exactly.
The simple stuff. All right. Well, thank you for that, Ender. Luckily, we now have League of Legends to take us through as well. you kind of lost me when we started getting into the vernacular of like a sharp champion. I'm like, oh my god, this is like one of those things where people have sat in a room for too long and just made up words, and now it's overly complicated. But
hey, it's important.
It makes sense. You need to have terms for things. XL though, for now, bot lane not going quite as much or as well as they wanted. You can see the early back for a second Doran's Blade into the back pocket of Patrick should give him an even greater advantage in theory in a lot of these trades, but not really pressing their advantage so far. And Reckless and Hillsang doing a fine job of surviving. I wonder when we actually see attention paid down to that bottom side.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because, you know, you do have all the TPs in this game as well, so it could very quickly break out into some sort of a fight. That being said, this is a game where I don't think Fnatic really want to like all in towards the bottom side of the map. When you look at like just basic firepower in an all-in fight, I think you're going to favor a Draven, especially on this itemization, over that of the Kai'Sa. Now, that being said, Reckless is recalling on about 1,000 gold right now, so he should be able to go back and, you know, get a little bit more bang for his buck than just an extra Doran's Blade. He has a pickaxe and the Fairy Charm now, so it should be much better.
And a bit of an awkward hook there from Torre, so close, about half a second off. And I like that we're seeing the pickaxe and not the immediate tier buy here, because, I mean, you're already in a difficult lane phase. Don't make it any harder on yourself by buying 0 combat stats when you return to base, so... Good heads-up play. Will, of course, delay the Moromana power spike, but isn't super consequential. Obviously isn't procced on a Cathian Rain, unlike the nightmarish PvE days, so not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah, ooh, check this out. Teleport coming through from Nemesis, just trying to secure the Scuttle Crab. He wanted to TP back into lane, but also Reckless and Tori have both roamed up towards the middle lane, so we could see some action break out here, although with Cajal recalling and self-made topside, it should fizzle.
Yeah, Reckless will back off and he is spotted. And this is something we usually see Reckless do on champions like Misfortune, a bit more movement speed. But I like that they're trying to do something when they're not comfortable approaching the wave against Patrick, that both sides are trying to roam, trying to get something somewhere else on the map, because it's very easy to just let yourself be the person who's sitting under tower all lane phase when Patrick wants to get aggressive.
Yeah, and now like with the pressure Selfmade has through mid and top lane, like Selfmade is inside the enemy jungle, doesn't have his smite up, so we'll end up ceding that one back towards Cajal. But this is a situation where like he would have loved to try and pick or find level 6 before Cajal and try to sneak in one quick gank before Cajal can always be able to counter.
Selfmade's gonna have to walk into the jungle. Doesn't really feel comfortable taking the 1v1 against Cajal. Of course, isolated damage on the Skittles is gonna make a very difficult lay waste, a very oppressive ability. But Whippo smashing in these trades on the top side of the map. Fast Conqueror procs are making this pretty, honestly, unlivable for Expect at this stage of the game. But now Mickey is gonna be the one in trouble. Nemesis chasing down, a bit more follow-up damage. Twin Fangs hitting hard, but are they gonna commit fully for the dive? Does not look like it. Don't want to risk it on the Ornn kill.
Wow, ice in the veins of Mickey right there, holding on to the flash the entire time, even after getting interrupted mid-dash there by Selfmade, who, of course, was unable to tick over towards level 6. Even had he picked up the Gromp camp, he was scuffling Cajal over. Wouldn't have been enough, so it didn't end up making a difference there. But still, pressure for Nemesis is always going to be a big deal, especially on this Cassiopeia, because if you can sort of like hyper farm up on this champion against, you know, 3 melee champions on the side of Excel, it's going to be really difficult to deal with Nemesis unless, you know, miracle hooks are coming through from Torre.
Now I have to see how Nemesis is going to handle this situation, because it is the Ignite for Mickey as well, picked up courtesy of the Summoner's Spellbook, but Nemesis remains unfazed, and Hillsang is already on the way up. Mickey, how many lives is he going to have? Had the gusto to not flash last time, and isn't going to burn it this time either. Honestly, Mickey's so patient on these Summoner spells.
Yeah, but continuing to lose HP, and this time he doesn't have the luxury of just teleporting back in the lane. He's just going to have to try and build some items here. It is the Negatron Cloak, so it's not like he can restore any HP like he would have been able to had it been a couple of rubies right there. But I think we're already seeing a very different game than Fnatic is normally used to playing. Like, usually their games are a bit more explosive early on, but after seeing the drafts, especially with the Draven Blitz in bot side, I think this does make some amount of sense. And now the difficulty for them, I feel like, is going to be realizing that with Cajal having access to R, now when Selfmade would realistically like to start making plays, they have to be very aware of how low they are going into the play. Otherwise, that Requiem comes down and they get nuked.
Yeah, and also just the sheer threat of the Draven finding a kill because of that makes everything more difficult. Reckless is going to be very vulnerable in this lane. Even Hillsang, the Lantern Shield, not really enough to mitigate that Karthus ultimate. And Patrick with an XP advantage for now. Selfmade, though, does tick over to level 6. You've got level 6 for Nemesis, level 7 for Whippo. So we could have some plays across the map. Fnatic could try to fish for something bigger here if Whippo wants to roam out of this lane
Well, I think look at bot lane too, because you have a TP coming in. Hillsing wants to go forward.
Play. The hook's gonna come through where it's gonna go. Patrick gonna get knocked back. Doesn't even need it. Whippo gonna grab that kill. Excellent start for Fnatic.
Yeah, really nice setup there. It was kind of apparent when you saw Hillsing posturing. He had access to the lantern the entire time, but with the TP coming through from Whippo, Excel are not able to react. And Fnatic just play this beautifully because Nemesis had even walked up into the top lane to pick up that big wave. Now Whippo, instead of recalling and resetting top after denying himself a wave effectively, just swaps straight back up in towards mid lane. So they're never losing minions on the map, even when they are teleporting around. And that's why they're sort of the experts of these early game TP plays, because they almost never sacrifice much of anything for them.
And the incredible thing here too, as well, Ender, is that now that we have Cassio committed to the top side of the map, Pantheon gets to walk mid, and now he can ult to either side. Semi-global, no longer a concern, because when he's playing through mid lane, he gets to ult to any lane he wants. So, once again, just fantastic map movement from Fnatic, grabbing the Ocean Drake for themselves as well. 1.3k up, only 10 minutes into the game. It's an excellent start. And so we shift our attention mid lane. I expect it's going to have to be careful here. Point and click the stun. The hook's going to be the follow-up. Pulled right back into this one. The box coming out too. Oh, Renekton's got to run for his life. The hook comes in for Blitzcrank. It's going to be enough. The 1-for-1 traded back. And Patrick going to grab that cash out.
Yeah, well, Fnatic trying to speed things up. Excel needed to find a punch back, and they did. But here's the problem. Actually, top lane getting frisky.
Nemesis has to sidestep as much as he can, but here comes the Karthus ultimate. Ulti coming out as well. He gets shut down before anything else can happen. Well played by Nemesis.
Yeah, Mickey thought he could win the fight with the Requiem coming in, but with the Ravenous Hunter, I think, on the Twin Fangs from Nemesis, he sustained through so much of the damage, landed the ult to stun, and everything worked out so well for them. Now, circling back all the way to the fight in the mid lane, yes, Patrick got the kill, but remember, a minute before that, Fnatic had killed Patrick, so he lost 75% of his stacks and really wasn't able to cash in on much.
Yeah, a bit of a sad state of things going on. Fnatic. They're able to find that kill. Now Nemesis has to play fancy footwork, and Cadrill's getting a little bit embarrassed here in this 1v1. Is he going to connect to Skittle? Doesn't need it. Auto attack to death by a Karthus. First time we've ever seen that in League of Legends history, folks. Coming through here.
Just turn your E on and right click is the name of the game for Cadrill. Cassio can't build boost, but he can still dodge literally everything. Man, I feel for Nemesis in that situation. He was outplaying it all, but you can't dodge right clicks.
I'm gonna look back at that replay fondly, honestly. That's one of my favorites. That's definitely a little bit special.
As a Karthus connoisseur, I can say I've been there, Cadrill. I feel for you.
There's the Karthuses where they hit every Q and you feel like there's nothing you can do, and it's a point and click ability. And there's the Karthuses who can't hit a Q and you wonder why anyone plays this champion. And Cadrill, he had one of those why would anyone play these champions kind of moments.
Man, it's tactical, okay? They're zoning Qs to get Nemesis to juke back into his E, okay? That's the strategy.
Oh, okay, I see. So it's actually big brain. He's getting him in range for the auto attack.
Exactly.
By using his highest damage ability to bait them into a false sense of security. I like it. Cadrill, Galaxy Brain player, has now the flat pen as well from the Oblivion Orb. So in the future, those auto attacks might not do more damage, but those Qs are going to be even more threatening. Look at that.
Do you want to count the Qs? One. Oh, he landed that.
2. Okay, so pretty good hit ratio. Misses 3, misses 4. We're not going to get a chance to talk about it, though, because Torre gets caught in, well, his own territory and gets knocked out.
That replay mid Cadrill looked like the most insane Karthus player I've ever seen.
That's called
he landed
50%. That's when you get the montage. Now Whippo's looking for his own montage. Another kill picked up on Cadrill, and Excel are getting dumped down across the map, but now they're going to look for some retribution. Expect dashing in, is going to find the stun. Wants to dice right back out into Whippo. Mickey coming in on the backside, uses that Summoner Spellbook Exhaust. TP coming in as well, but Fnatic are definitely going to be winning the fight here. Mickey tries to run to safety, but his own pillar blocks him from dashing out, and that's going to be it.
Is Whippo finding yet another fight here on the Pantheon, diving in with his ultimate, and honestly just continues to do it. 5 out of 7 kills. We were joking, you know, it seems like an hour ago before this game started about top lane impact, but this man has been all over the map and absolutely terrorizing itself.
3, 1, and 2. So oppressive. 2-0-4 now for Reckless as well, and what looked like a honestly pretty unplayable lane from my perspective has gone just fine for all of Fnatic.
Yeah, this is the replay one more time. Selfmade finds Torre from over the wall, lands the ultimate. Torre not flashing soon enough on that one with Reckless jumping in on the ultimate. But this is where things get a little bit different because you have this really deep ward here spotting out Cadrill in his jungle. And that's where Whippo says, hey, we're just getting on in here. point-click CC, absolutely frustrating to play against. And even with Excel trying to turn things around, you have to feel like it's a little bit desperation mode for them, because they do get the 1 kill, but you know it's a 3v2 situation even after you do get that. So they were never going to be able to make it out of here, it didn't feel like, really.
To me, it just felt like an instinct play ender. Like, they had people in the play, they were going to try to make things happen, but Tori's been hooked again. Someone's going to throw the cats fast. The entire team is running over, but they might just feed a kill right into Patrick. Nope, Lantern going to deny that one, and Patrick left empty-handed once again.
I'm telling you, Hillsang, the master coin flipper, knows exactly what to roll in here. He's heads every single time so far this game. Absolutely on point with the hooks.
You love to see it. Someone had to be great at hook champions this game. It would have been truly a tragedy if everyone was going to miss all game long.
To be fair, it's not Torres missing that's hurting Excel right now.
True. Just
It's him getting hit.
Accuracy rate.
Yeah.
The man can't miss. You wonder which Hillsang version of Hillsang you're going to get every time you step into a game of League of Legends if you're a Fnatic fan. Well, the damn good one this time around. And interesting change we have Ender coming in on this patch, specifically with the Moby's cost increase. Swifties just everywhere.
Yeah, everyone loves those Swifties here. I think on the Blitzcrank it's especially fun because I believe it does reduce the self-slow he gets on the W, so a little bit of bonus value out of that one, while Torre recalling under his tower gets absolutely chain CC'd. Not much you can do about that one, I'm afraid.
No, when your buttons don't do anything when you push them, it's high likelihood that you had a non-interactive life there, and that's what Torre's experience was.
I think Torre is building a Mikhail's Crucible as well on the old Blitzcrank. He's had enough.
It's cool. Like, look, if you're at home, we all know it's for Torre, but we can pretend, well, it's for someone else. Mickey's going to have to dash here, but solid input buffer on the Searing Charge does take him out to safety. In the meantime, Excel are getting a fight kicked off, and now they've turned everything around as Hillsang's been hooked, but the rest of Fnatic want to make their way into the pit. Hillsang gets taken down. Another cash out for Patrick, but Fnatic are here to play. The knockback is there. Reckless going over the wall. Torre instantly dead, but the Ornalt is coming in now too. Patrick, how much more damage does he want to do? Bippo running into Mickey. Very risky fight for Excel. Cadril smiting down, but who gets it in the end? It's going to be one more kill trying to come through. Expect stepping forward. A bit more chaos here in the pit. Renekton in the midst of everything, and Fnatic may have overstayed their welcome. Patrick going to grab another one. How much money is this Draven going to get? It looks like it might be one more. They're trying to finish him off. The flash away. Right back into Reckless. Cadril has to keep his eyes up, but it's not going to matter. There comes the Requiem and the shutdown for Excel, just like that, coming out on top.
It's a massive fight there for Excel, down in gold with their backs against the wall. It felt like the game was sort of slipping out of their hands, but Torre started off with a wonderful hook, sniping out on towards Hillsang, rather. And of course, he does trade his life for it, but it means that Reckless enters in towards the pit, and later on we'll actually see Reckless being forced to flash out of it, because now you have Reckless, Nemesis, Selfmade all sort of trapped here in the pit with a very divided situation. Notice Patrick able to interrupt, I believe, Whippo's jump forward for the stun there on the Pantheon, so his influence was severely reduced, and the AoEs in the pit with Renekton plus Karthus were enough to sort of clean up the backside of Fnatic.
And you love to see the cash outs. The Draven
no TP required.
And here you go.
Sorry, continue.
all I'll say is Cadrill's actually hit a ton of kills in these last few fights. I feel like we did him dirty on the top side, and I gotta say, solid team fight performance, and of course, he hit the R. The most important part of any Karthus player's role on the team. So, solid performance from Excel. I feel like despite the 2K deficit and being down 2 dragons, Excel are still very much in the game. Sadly, they're missing out on the opportunity to break plates here, but now on the chase.
Here comes Fnatic.
Knockup's going to be there. Mickey looks like he's going to be the sacrificial Forge God for the entire team. His Expect's just going to run out of this one. Hillsang, though, with the Swifties. He's got the Jordans on. He's trying to run him down. It's going to be enough to play backwards. Expect now needs to turn this one, but it's going to be incredibly difficult because Pantheon's now here as well. They pull him back. They knock him down. Alligator boots for everybody on Excel's side.
Just when things start going well for Excel, Fnatic group up and find the good fight. Excel getting a little bit scattered around the map right there and end up getting punished. Especially because, like, they had just put themselves right back into pretty even footing. Patrick with the shutdowns there had actually accelerated ahead in gold over Reckless, but Whippo and crew continue to keep up the pressure, and that's just sort of what you expect. It's par for the course in a Fnatic game. When things get messy, that's when they know how to play. They've been playing this style for, well over a year now, so definitely being able to get down and dirty where Excel usually find these mid-game fumbles that has plagued them all split long.
So difficult to watch, too, after what was a pretty solid fight around the Herald. to now see it kind of turn against them on overstaying on the bottom side of the map. We'll have to see if they can clean it up. Mid-game's not over yet, Ender, and fights are definitely not going to get any easier. 35k to 31.3. And remember, for Fnatic, it's all about chasing. It's all about keeping up with Origen, staying even in that fight for second place. They are tied 1-1 in the head-to-head. And for Excel, it's like, just fight for playoffs. They need every win they can get. And remember, this is, I'm not going to say this is one of their easier matchups, but it's on par for all the matchups. So if they're getting bopped here, they're going to get bopped by Origen. They're going to get bopped by G2 as well. And that's not what you want to deal with.
Yeah, of course, they got G2 tomorrow and OG next week. So you'd rather get those wins faster, sooner rather than later. Now, we are waiting on Patrick to finish off his Infinity Edge. Of course, that will come a little bit sooner. Then Mickey will tick over to 14 and be able to upgrade that into the Molten Edge for them. But they do have this Rift Herald. And can they break this mid lane tower? Because leading into the Cloud Drake spawning, that could set them up with the pressure needed to gain control of the river and the objective as well.
And look, 9 times out of 10, I'm not worried about Cloud Drake. But when you have a Karthus on your team, it's always going to feel good. But now here comes the Ornn engage, trying to zone the entire Fnatic lineup off the tower, but they burned a major cooldown. They do not want to take a fight now that the Ornn ult is gone. Whippo's suddenly on the backside. He's waiting. He's looking for Patrick. He wants to squish your target. Fnatic taking their time. Going to walk away with a single kill. Do not want to overcommit. Still giving Patrick the respect that they deserve.
Yep, they do get the tower, but now it's going to be soul point here for Fnatic's side of things. Going to be able to man drop a little bit more frequently for Whippo up in the top lane, but especially if they do get that soul and the passive movement speed, I think it's really, really strong, especially like a Cassiopeia being able to reposition in these fights. Going to be very, very difficult for Excel's team to deal with, and especially a Patrick or a Cajal who are sort of isolated in the back lines while the rest of the team is looking to dive in, go for hooks and whatnot. Like, those people, like, there's a reason Patrick has the exhaust. It's a little bit for self-peel at this point in the game as well, where a lot of fights have taken place. He's just been trying to get away from Whippo diving in towards the backside, and that's just going to be much more difficult for them.
And you got to give credit to Self-Mid there on that cast, because he just disengages the entire fight. They get that single pick. He knows that if those champions get into melee range, Mickey and Renekton for Expect, it's going to be a lot more difficult. And that's why I actually really love Gragas on this team comp, because anytime the Ornn hits a good ult, you just throw a Gragas cask out, you say, okay, we'll try again. Just reset the fight, take our time, we don't need to rush it.
And in the meantime, you just send out some Kai'Sa W, start poking up. It's hard to tell right now. She could, of course, go into the Nashor's Tooth or into Crit Chance, so Reckless still maintains some flexibility on that build path, whether he wants to commit towards the hard, heavy-hitting Qs or the sniper setup with the WMAX and the ability power evolve there. But in the meantime, the rest of Fnatic looking very, very powerful, with Nemesis finishing off the upgraded Seraph's Embrace, Leandri's as well. Like, he's just going to cut through the front line of Excel that's just been stacking purely HP so far this game.
It's going to be a similar case for Reckless as well. Just very easy to burn down this entire lineup, especially with the passive coming through on the Kai'Sa. A few more plasma stacks will make these fights, especially if they go too long, very, very easy. We're just looking at Patrick, waiting for those big crits, waiting for that IE to come through. Maybe he can be the person to 1 or 2 shot the back line of Fnatic, but it's not going to be easy, because even if Whippo is going to get outscaled by the Straven, he can still throw up the shield and buy his team 4 or 5 seconds on that front line.
Yep. In the meantime, Excel have to ask themselves, like, how do we even play the map at this point? Like, side lanes are going to be losing. Mid lane, Draven's not going to be able to control any sort of a minion wave. That's one of the weaknesses of the Draven pick. Barring his ultimate, he's going to be all single target. So whenever he faces off against Reckless inside of the wave, it's always going to be Fnatic getting that initial push. So Fnatic should maintain full control over the map. That means full control over the river and neutral objectives, and the ability to look for picks too.
He can get caught out by the hook there, but obviously has the unstoppable, can walk away, so they're not going to give up too much. Looks like Reckless will be going for a bit of a split build here, has the AD evolve, and now is looking to get the AP evolve as well. The flash forward, Reckless is going to manage to make it out of that one, and has to feel bad for Tori, but still the fight's going to get kicked off. Ornn ult coming out. Excel have definitely stayed too long, however. They're going to walk away. A few ults worse for the wear.
Yeah, right now Fnatic have a wave down bot side, so I want to see Nemesis go. We're trying to tag team towards bot side. They both have TP, so they should be able to go for this duo push on this side of the map. And the rest of Fnatic seem like they want to respond too and focus down here in case fight were to break out.
Does look like a bit of a reset though for now. Fnatic pulling back up towards the mid lane. Nothing going to come of this one quite yet, and I think good that Excel do not try to overcommit there. They, of course, do have the luxury of the Draven ult, the Whirling Death, as well as the Karth Assault, but not overstaying their welcome there in their own jungle.
Yeah, so I wonder if we could see a play come through from Fnatic. Something G2 did a lot last year, actually, was have like one soul laner go into bot lane with the other one super close behind them and either, jump in to get a kill and then push, or just simply push towards those towers. I think Fnatic have a big enough lead at the moment that they can look for that type of play as long as they maintain the 2 teleports on their soul laners if they are trying to break this game open. Now, Fnatic are a team that don't necessarily love to play through their side lanes to close out a match. They're a very scrappy team by nature, a lot of that driven by Bwipo or Hylissang initiating these fights, but I think it's always going to be a good option for them. And as I say that, Nemesis is just hiding in a bush waiting for Expect to step too far forward.
He lands the initial poison. Now he's going to get the follow-up here. He's just shredding through that entire health bar. Expect just has to run for his life. Oh no. He can hope, he can pray that Cassio's going to walk into melee range, but it's not going to happen. Just has to walk away from that one.
Yeah, so like Nemesis obviously winning right there. This is actually one of the situations where I'm like, I really wish Nemesis had phase rush. I just think it's like baseline super powerful on the Cassiopeia. Even if you can stack up Conqueror over time and it gives you the highest possible DPS in an extended fight, I think she's always going to beat people 1v1. Like her DPS is always super, super high. So I'm a big fan of the utility that a phase rush can provide. Still though, hey, get yourself a permanent phase rush by picking yourself up a Cloud Soul. That's an option too for Nemesis.
Also solid. Also, if you just hit your Qs, you don't really need the extra movement speed steroid, Henry.
But sometimes you do because you don't have boots.
She's fast now. We're past the point of the game.
It's true. She's level 16. She's zooming.
And now she has the Cloud Soul, so even more problem solved here. Fnatic take that one just about completely uncontested. And right now it just feels like Excel are lost on the map. You have to think that they know that they want to get a fight kicked off with Call of the Forge God. They obviously want to maximize the value on that Karth Assault, but past that, they seem a bit lost.
Yeah, maybe trying to set up for a pick here with Torre zooming around the side.
Okay.
Well, that was Selfmade's just laughing on him.
That was an interesting ult, wasn't it? And now Fnatic, I think this is their time to get the fight started off because Nemesis is coming from the side. Torre's been cut out. A beautiful hook. Reckless now going right into the back line, and that damage is insane. Expect now caught in the middle of multiple members. They are going to walk away. Cable going down the ultimate. How much work can it do? What can it do to bring the team back to this fight? Bwipo now going to back off. Uses the invulnerability. Uses the ability to block damage. Has been taken away now, and Excel just backing out here under the tower. Only 1 taken down on the side of the Fnatic for 2 on the side of Excel.
Yeah, but importantly, Excel were able to eliminate Selfmade, so that removes a lot of the Baron possibilities here for Fnatic. Instead, they're just going to keep on pushing down towards this middle lane. Now, in theory, they can go back towards the Baron as long as they're willing to turn and commit for a fight, in which case, Excel should know this is being started up.
Ender, they do have AP Kaisen and a Cassio, though, so it's going to take them about 15 seconds to kill this entire buff, or this objective, and Excel aren't even going to try it.
Excel just pieced on out of there. Oh, well.
Here's what we have to say for Excel. Is while it might have been questionable that they didn't contest the Baron or the Cloud Soul, they are now playing the game on Ultra Nightmare difficulty. I've been playing Doom Eternal. They're playing on Ultra Nightmare difficulty. It's not even fun at this point. If you die once, you lose the game. But if you win, you're gonna feel really good about yourself.
Can you even take one hit? You take one hit and it's like
it's basically you can take a couple hits, but you basically take one hit and it's lost. And as you can see here, they took 1 or 2 hits in this one. This is before they upped the difficulty, and as the fight plays out, just pretty impossible to fight through a Pantheon when the rest of the enemy team is killing your front line.
Yeah, meanwhile, Fnatic making this game look like its difficulty level is set to Animal Crossing because they're just rolling through Excel.
All I'm saying is if you think Animal Crossing is easy, you never met my boy Resetti the Mole, the worst part of that game ever.
Did you have an action replay, though, so you could cheat it? Because I did.
Oh, no. You're the worst kind of person, dude. We'll digress. We'll hold this. If there's another pause, there's another issue, we can go all in on Animal Crossing, for sure. But for now, Fnatic are just going all in on Excel, and speaking of Resettis, Excel are definitely wanting to go next at this point.
Yeah, they're looking for the remake, the quick remake here. You know, they do have a Karthus who's just trying to get himself some time, get himself some levels, but he's a long way till level 16, and even then, Nemesis is an absolute monster. You have 40% CDR now, I believe, on Reckless as well, so those Void Seekers are going to be coming in all the time.
Ooh, and Bwipo's just all alone. They can't even focus on the Pantheon. He's strong enough for the 1v1s. Patrick really the only person that anyone has to be scared of, but it's just so easy for him to be CC'd that he actually cannot walk forward into this team. The only person he can approach is Reckless, and Reckless might be stronger now because they're zooming into bot lane. Spec buys a bit more time. This is a stopwatch there, but it's not going to be enough. The spear shot comes out, and Bwipo's going to finish that kill. Suddenly, it's an exposed inhibitor, 2 exposed inhibitor. Nemesis is going to grab one down. Pantheon going to jump right in the middle of the team. Mickey, Cage, and the rest of Excel now trying to back off, but this has got to be it. They've got the Cloud Soul. Everything's in position to win.
At some point, you just gotta say we're fighting now, Excel, because you've lost the Baron, you've lost the Drake Soul, you've lost 3 inhibitors, and you don't outscale either. So it's gotta come, and it's gotta come soon. Otherwise, Fnatic, one more push, they're gonna be able to close this one out.
Like I said, Ultra Nightmare. Single hit, single mistake. You instantly lose the game.
You're just getting swarmed by a million enemies. It's like, how can anyone beat this?
It's true. Double super minions in each wave. Oof. Good news is Patrick is going to be rolling in money. Bad news is he's also probably going to get one shot if he missteps at all because he has a Mikhails from Torre, but Torre keeps dying at the start of every fight, which means he might not get the chance to use it, and it's going to be all on that dirty, dirty exhaust.
Yeah, they find the miracle exhaust, but even then, is enough to stop the inhibitor from going down. Reckless with a nice little swoop-de-doop into bot lane for the kill, but mid lane fight breaking out.
Speaking of swoop-de-doops, Reckless swooping in on Expect. Nothing the little crocodile can do. He was viable from early to mid-game, but it's 30 minutes now, and it's Kaisa time.
Look, that was all dupe, no swoop. Fnatic now ready to close this one out.
Walking in. Bwipo going to take a bit of poke here, but has the Aegis Assault, can just back off, mitigate some of that damage. Just going to get the sidestep on the hook there. Patrick definitely has to be very careful. Cass comes out, and they've isolated the Draven, and now we're on face first, but they have to be careful. By a bit more time. Ornn ulti has now been used, so while they've saved the Draven, their base is now in shambles. Fnatic now walking in, the flash forward from Nemesis to try to have some fun with it. Cage going to die in the midst of the enemy team. How many Skittles can he hit? Not even going to try for it. Goes for the ult, maybe. Just maybe Excel can try to get it done. The flash forward from Hylissang. The hook goes wide, it's not what they needed, but Reckless right into the back line. The exhaust is there, but it's too little, too late. He needed it 15 minutes ago. It's not going to be enough. Fnatic walk down the lane and end the game.
Ooh, baby, Fnatic get another win on the board right here. You know, it started off slow for Fnatic. Weren't able to get a whole lot done in the early game, but in true Fnatic fashion, the first TP came down by a Bwipo, and then he just kept forcing the issue over and over again, making the game look pretty easy.
When I look back on it, Excel had that one really solid fight, I thought. It went relatively even, but given that they were at a deficit around the Rift Herald, things seemed okay. But yeah, the second Fnatic pulled that swap on the back of the bot side exchange where they sent Bwipo into the mid lane, where they sent Nemesis top lane, it was too big brain, Ender. There was no coming back from that. They had Excel completely figured out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation, right, where like a lot of teams know how to team fight, right? Excel, no doubt, know how to team fight. They were able to do that pretty well throughout this game until, of course, you know, the gold got way too out of control. But the way Fnatic played the map was certainly superior to Excel, and just need to tidy up those side lanes, I feel like, and maybe have a better shot. But I think through and through, Fnatic played very solid League of Legends.
Yeah, and not really lots to take away from this game. I don't think we saw any kind of crazy picks or crazy strategies. Bwipo showing his hand on Pantheon top is something that we've seen a lot over the course of the league. So if you're going up against Fnatic in the days to come, you're not really any the wiser from this game. And really just Excel fans have to be somewhat disappointed. Because as we said, this is the first of many hurdles that lie ahead of this team. And if they want to knock Mad Lions essentially out of playoffs, they're going to need to win a lot more games.
Yeah, we knew week 8 was going to be the hardest week of the split here for Excel. They have G2 tomorrow, and you know that, of course, you're not going to have a ton of high hopes for, but going into week 9 especially, I think is where Excel just have to find something, because we're getting to a point where there's going to be no coming back for this team for playoffs.
Just such a difficult situation to be in, too. You know, you get the extra week to prepare against in your hardest week, and you lose your first game with something like the Draven Blitzcrank. And now it's just not going to feel as effective. And you got to hope that playing in home environment, playing in kind of more comfortable scenario is going to make it easier to recover for tomorrow. Because, yeah, grasping at straws at this point, if you're Excel, trying to find any little glimmer of hope. And we'll see when G2 play Rogue later today what kind of form they're in. It is a big question for all these teams. Obviously, comfortable scrim setups, but they're not used to playing games. high-stake games from home. So we'll see what kind of attitude I think G2 especially brings to the table, but it is going to be a big question.
Honestly, it's a weird situation for Excel, right? Because they're like, they want Rogue to lose, right? You know, that gives them a better shot at making it into playoffs. But at the same time, they don't want G2 to look super good because they have to play them tomorrow. So it's going to be very conflicted emotions from their camp tonight.
There's no right choice. It's like it's losing by degrees. You can pick which loss you want in the end. Your ideal situation is that Rogue lose, but G2 looks just like an absolute train wreck for the entire game. And that's what you're hoping for, which to me, quite frankly, seems completely unlikely.
Yeah, it's not looking the greatest for them. I think that like this game was a weird one for Excel too, right? Because it started off with the first blood going on to Torre. Then we had the super long break too. And by the time Patrick had finally gotten a kill, his stacks had been cut down substantially. So I personally want to see Cadril back on something that can be a little bit more influential in the early game, especially if you're going to have the Draven Blitz bot lane. And I think you just want to sort of double down around that side of the map because it felt like there was a lot of different elements to Excel's comp. Like they had the scaling, they had the early game, they had ability to force, but it never really came all the way together. And that's where a team like Fnatic that's always going to be on the same page is going to be able to punish you.
All right, well, that's enough from us. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to hear more about that game.
We are 1-11, so the split is kind of done for us. I think right now it's about going for summer, make sure we end on a better note and make the dynamic like good for the start of summer split.
Zaken is on the Nexus. Vitality have done it. Vitality win.
Upset, he teleport!
It's all eyes on Upset. I don't care what else is happening on your screen. I'm not going to talk about it because Upset is pushing for the base. He's pushing for the win, and that's going to be it. It might not be calculated, but it's a win, and in the LEC, we take those.
We have 7 teams literally winning almost every game against the bottom teams. Like, you can't afford to drop a whole lot of games.
Hey guys, welcome back to the LEC stream. After Fnatic's big win, I have Reckless with me. How are you doing after this victory?
Pretty good, I would say. It's weird, but pretty good. I feel like everyone's very happy.
Yeah, there's been a lot of focus on the ADC during drafts and a lot of focus on bot lane in the early game. So why did you decide to play through bot lane against XL?
So I feel like they kind of started this by banning Misfortune in the first 3. That prompted us to ban Aphelios, and then after that it was just up to whatever you wanted to play as a player, I feel like. Not so much about what's good and what's not so good. It's more, he likes Draven, and I like Kai'Sa, so I think we just got what we both wanted, but in a very different scenario.
Comfort matchup within what you guys had left, I see. And one of the hot topics today in interviews has been the race for playoff. This was do or die for XL here, really. So did you expect anything from them having this in mind?
Knowing Joey, I didn't think they would change anything. I feel like he's very sure of what he wants from his team. So looking at their previous games, it felt like they won most of their games by playing well together as a 5-man unit. So we tried to come up with a plan where we could be more spread out. I think Kai'Sa, for example, works very well in this scenario because I can ult 2 side lanes, especially with Pantheon setting me up pretty well. And I felt like that made them a bit uncertain, perhaps, on what they wanted to do in the game. So I think we had like a pretty good plan of specifically beating XL.
I see. And how about Fnatic? You have 3 matches left here. So tell me about expectations versus results for Fnatic during this split so far.
I think going into it, we were looking to win everything. Maybe reasonable expectations would be to finish top 2 or even first. But with G2 being as good as they are, it's obviously tough. And now that we lost both games to them as well, I feel like that kind of took away a bit of confidence from us. So hopefully with these last 3 games, we can just get the wins on the board and go into playoffs feeling like we can beat them. Because if we lose to them this way over and over, it's hard to have that mindset. So I think it's just really important that we get the confidence going so we can actually beat them in a best of 5.
Yeah, actually, I didn't get the opportunity to ask before, but how did you feel and what did you learn from the game versus G2 last time?
I think the most important thing that we learned was that we need to be less stressed out in the big games. I feel like when we play these big games, everyone wants to win so badly that we almost like try too hard and lock ourselves from playing well or doing well or talking well. Whichever way you want to put it, it just feels like we are trying so hard to win that we're actually locking ourselves out of winning. Okay. So I think the most important lesson we can take is that every game's the same, regardless of who we're playing against. Obviously, it's hard to tell yourself that, but if by any means we can do that a little bit better, I feel like it will be fine, because we actually played pretty well in that game. So
yeah, and I hope you can bring this mental resets in the best of 5 series to come against them, hopefully. But now, last question. Tell me about the main focus to get the 3 wins you have left.
I would say the main focus is just making sure everyone's comfortable. It's a very strange scenario for everyone, I guess. It's for us, for the other team, for you guys. It's like
for playing at home, you mean?
Yeah, for playing at home. It's a very strange scenario. So I think the most important thing that we can do for these games is just making sure everyone's comfortable, feeling like it's the stage day and it's not just a scrim. I feel like that's a very easy trap to fall into, feeling like it's just another scrim, not really having the mood for the stage game. And I think we're trying quite well here to just make sure that it's like a stage feeling. I think that's pretty important and something we should aim for the next couple of games as well.
Okay, so how about this stage feeling? You got Kia player of the game here.
Thank you. I don't know if I deserve that. I felt like I had a very easy time this game with my teammates doing so well, but I've been working really hard on my Kai'Sa, so I'm pretty happy about that, because I feel like throughout my career, I've never been like a great Kai'Sa player, so it's nice to see that people recognize me for my Kai'Sa play sometimes.
And it's nice to see you shine on this champion. Thank you very much, Reckless, for the
Thank
interview.
you.
And we're going to take a break, and coming back in 3 minutes, OG will play against Vitality. Stay tuned, guys.
charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Honestly, I just really want to win a split. I've always believed that I either am or can be the best top in at least Europe. But I've never actually won a split. So like having the past 2 years having not achieved anything, it's just been a matter of me just looking at myself and being like, okay, I'm not the best yet. So that just means that I will be in the future and I need to keep practicing. Because I've always had the belief that I will be the best at some point, or I am the best. So it's just been a matter of keeping with it and trying to like keep this belief within me despite disappointing results.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the LEC. And, well, Alfari, we're with him in this whole journey, in his journey and his battle to be the best. And he's shown quite a bit already this split. He is one of the frontrunners for MVP, and Origen is ready to take on Vitality. So we'll have our eyes on them. Yamato, what do you have to say about Alfari?
Just give me 1 second. I'm just finishing the Nexus.
Yeah.
One moment. Okay. So Alfari,
Yamato.
the key thing about Alfari is that when I look at this player, he doesn't have that many weaknesses. I can't really pinpoint anything. I think he's good across the board. Any type of issues that come with Alfari is usually pick related, or maybe it is team related, or on the team issues that we always refer to when it comes to Origen. I think just Alfari, standout player, very little individual weakness because he has so much diversity. Here on the screen, we see the Renekton, we saw the Camille, we saw the Soraka that wasn't that good, but maybe that's just Origen not knowing how to use it on other lanes.
Yeah, when I got to cast Origen earlier in the split, I made a sentiment of that they reminded me of an LPL team. And people were like, what? An LPL team? Are you crazy? Origen like the slowest team in the LEC. Still true. But I was speaking to their team fighting, and Alfari is such a critical part of that team fighting in his zone control, his target selection, where he is finding his flanks, getting to these critical points and backlines. And when Origen do get to fight against teams who are weaker than them, and even against G2 and Fnatic, they still put out some of the cleanest team fighting that we have in the LEC. And it just goes to show that when you've got a guy like Alfari creating space for a guy like Upset, some good things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's very nice to see how Alfari is evolving. As you said, when you look at the stats, his stats still look absolutely phenomenal, bar none, no other top laner in the league, but they're not as good as the first round Robin. However, as we saw in that replay as well, it's that clutch factor that he can bring to a team like Origen in these moments that is so important, I think, specifically for a team like Origen.
Yeah, I do want to point to these stats and the kill participation and the damage percentages. You can see he goes from 1st to 6th and 9th, and you may be asking, like, what the hell happened there? I'm going to say it, Nuke Duck and Corki, and the fact that with Nuke Duck playing more of these carry-oriented champions, it means that Alfari can take a step backwards and not have to be that hard carry for the team. Yamato already talked about how he's also kind of reaching for things like the Soraka pick, as well as Fnatic and G2 kind of leveling up around Origen and their competition getting stiffer, I think is where you're seeing those stat differences there. But so far in lane phase, Alfari is still just as crisp and clutch as ever.
I think the key thing for me, we talked about Alfari in the context of being the mid-split MVP and a candidate for MVP for the whole split, and I think it still stands because I can easily imagine a world where Alfari takes Wunder's position or takes Whipple's position, and he's going to not make these teams worse. So I think Alfari, all around the board, just a fantastic player. Once again, very hard to find complaints.
Indeed. When it comes to that race for MVP, though, we know how hard that is when you look at the rest of the playing field. But when we look at Origen as a whole now in that top 3 and kind of the expectations that have been on the shoulders of this organization for a while and that one finals appearance, how excited are you about this team as analysts going into the playoffs?
Honestly, I think in general, when it comes to Origen beating teams below them, I think it's always going to be a beatdown. I think when it comes to their preparation for specific opponents, it goes very, very well, and they manage to hit like the nail on the head always. But when it comes to the teams above them with the Fnatic and G2, I feel like they're always a step ahead in terms of gameplay and also in terms of preparation. When Origen get to read their opponent like a book, I think they are fantastic. But honestly, there are too many chapters in the Fnatic and G2 book, so it's too difficult to read that through coming into playoffs.
Yeah, it's the fact that Origen just aren't able to solve the Rubik's Cube in the middle of games as quickly as G2 and Fnatic, and they simply just don't see opportunities that those teams do see. So, as Yamato's saying, it's really easy for Origen to punch down. It's not as clean for Origen to punch up.
You didn't answer my question because you kind of dodged it.
Am I excited? Is that the question?
Called the beatdown on lower teams.
Yeah, but what lies beneath that is, and you guys know this, is can they beat a G2 or a Fnatic come playoffs time? Are we excited enough to put that on them? Because that has been my question mark about the team for a while now.
No, sorry, Deficio. Origen right now in their current state will not beat Fnatic or G2 in a best of 5.
I'm with you, Frosk. Sorry,
it's ruthless. My analysts are ruthless, but yeah, you are being paid to be truthful. So let's see what Origen can do versus Vitality. I think if they want to change their minds, they're going to have to start by smashing Vitality, and we'll see if they can as we head into OG versus VIT.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Well, as long as we're being truthful, this is definitely going to be an example of punching down for the side of OG. So while the desk is talking about the great future and the looks of, OG versus G2, OG versus Fnatic, they got to start by beating Vitality today. And for Vitality,
it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, it's not the easiest one for sure. And I think that when you look at Vitality and their sort of mindset coming into these final weeks, it's all about these new players trying to prove themselves. I mean, even the old players, right? You know, like Skeen's Comp are the new faces on the roster, but Selfie has been around in the past a long time ago. Jack Troll's been in the league for a long time too. You have to fight now, I think, to sort of prove that you are worthy of still being in the league, because for a team that's known almost nothing but disappointment this whole year, like you have to find the diamonds now that you can take moving forward.
Yeah, and it's really just about small victories. It's about finding, I think we always talk about it as playing to play again. Something that a lot of different people on our broadcast have talked about. You're just trying to prove yourself. You're just trying to make the most of these opportunities. And especially when we look at mid lane, at a guy like Selfie, you know, at a guy who has been subbed in on this team, this is a huge opportunity to prove himself up against a historic player like Nukeduck. Selfie has his own long kind of storied history in the League of Legends scene, but it hasn't amounted to too much. And that could all change with, you know, beating someone you're never expected to beat.
Yeah, and to be fair, recently, you know, we don't have a lot of tape on Selfie. He's just been here for, you know, a couple of weeks maximum in the LEC. So, you know, coming in towards the end of the season, the more time he can get on stage, try and prove himself, is obviously going to be super, super valuable for him moving on forward. Now, already, I think coming into this draft, there's like two champions that always have to be flagged when OG is playing, and that's the Karthus, and that's going to be the Gragas for Xerxes. Karthus has already been banned away, so now you're in a situation where either you ban the Gragas and take that off, so Xerxes has to go to probably like an AD jungler, or you ban the GP, which is a little bit strange too. I mean, I understand it versus the Alphari, but now there's Ornn still up as well, looking like it should be a trade for those two champs.
So I think they banned the GP because they want to leave the Aphelios open, because if you set up Aphelios to be open and it's an Aphelios for Gragas trade, that sucks. If the enemy team gets GP, it's just absolutely not worth it. But now OG actually have to consider it, because I feel like GP is one of the biggest counter to all of these horrendously immobile AD carries that we see. And there's the Alphari, or not the Alphari lock-in, the Aphelios lock-in for OG.
Okay, so I actually think OG was sort of calling a bluff here from Vitality, thinking that Vitality might not pick the Gragas for themselves. Obviously, Schemes loves that Lee Sin, so they could have left that one open up here. But now by early picking the MF2, I feel like you had other options, right? Like, I think the Ornn could have come through. I understand, like, Cabochard probably doesn't want to play that Selfie, maybe not comfortable flexing that around like a Nukeduck would on OG's side, but that just says to me that there's more flexibility from OG's draft that Vitality can't quite match by going for this early MF.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointing when you know that they could save AD for third. I guess they maybe want to hide more information. They're not as concerned about the Ornn. Moreover, we're going to see what OG now are able to get. The Ornn obviously stolen away something Vitality would have loved to have. But what is the final pick here in this rotation? We've already seen two supports banned away, so maybe OG want to prioritize one of the more defensive options to keep upset safe. Could see a Tahm Kench, but, you know, instead, why not? Let's just get a Sylas into the mix. Let's mix it up. And I'm curious to see what they're going to do with it.
Honestly, I'm not sure where this Sylas is going, because by all accounts, you see the Sylas locked in for OG, you're like, that's got to be for Nukeduck. But this is also a blind pick Sylas, and I've seen like some tank jungle Sylas builds popping up over in, you know, some solo queue games too. So I'm gonna hold my breath on this one before we lock in exactly what OG want to do with this.
It's also, I'm so with you, because people look at OG and they're like, hey, they're very slow, they're very steady, they're a very controlled team. But Nukeduck as a champion, Ocean, and Xerxes loves playing weird stuff. So you're never like, while 90% of the time you probably have an OG draft figured out before it's like all 5 champions locked in, 10% of the time it's some wacky stuff, and this could be a wacky draft. On the opposite side though, for Vitality, a scaling, you know, we've got an Azir, we've got an MF, we've got a Gragas. They obviously can do a lot in the mid game, but this mostly just feels like they want some solid front to back team fighting. They've taken Tahm Kench away, who could protect the Aphelios. They've taken the Aatrox away from Alphari, so trying to make sure that Ornn goes up into the top side of the map. So interesting draft thus far.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see a Braum come through here. Now, Braum would mean that their engage tools aren't super fantastic on the side of Vitality, but their draft to me is already telling me that they want to play back, right? You have the Gragas cast, the Azir ult to sort of knock people away, super long range on the Misfortune too. So like Nautilus Leona was the other direction they could go for support. This maybe hints to me that Cabochard wants to lean more into like a damage dealing role, maybe less on the utility front, find a better counter pick up against this Ornn, because otherwise I think you could just like hard commit into the one play style, which is like OG come into us and that's where we're going to beat you in a fight.
because like just about all of the supports I would expect to see are taken off the table. How deep does the Destiny support pool go? Is it Orange support potentially? Something we haven't seen in a very long time, but something that could rear its head is honestly the slots for solo laners are getting smaller and smaller. It could also be Orange jungle, and
yeah, it's either Silas jungle or Orange jungle at this point, I think.
Prom's up. They opt for the Leona, so at least one of the defensive picks most commonly paired with Velios is up and available. Obviously, very strong synergy between Severum, gun active, as well as the Prom. Very quick stuns there, but Destiny's going to be a one-man army trying to peel for upset, while everyone else is going to be going deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, to be fair, you know, the wall going to be super value up against the Misfortune in these team fights to be able to block a whole lot of that damage coming through. Now, here it is. This is going to be top lane Olaf for Cabochard, you have to think, right? He has played this in the past. Well, it could be the Gragas in the top lane. I don't know. I feel like Olaf top is much more Cabo style.
It's definitely much more.
To figure that Skeens is going to path to try and isolate this top lane matchup and give Cabochard a whole lot of space, but there are very few champions that can match the Olaf in the isolated 1v1, and that's where Cabo's going to thrive.
And look, he's undefeated last year, Ender. 2 games, 2 wins, 6 KDA.
Holy!
So if you're Alfari, conventionally considered the strongest laning top laner in our league, if not strongest top laner.
Like, who's our best player? It's Cabochard. Who's the enemy team's best player? Oh, wait, it's Alfar. Oh, no, wait, top lane. Okay, let's just put him on the hardest winning 1v1 champion in the game outside of Kalista top. And you put everything in there. If we can break them at their strongest point, that's going to give us our best chance. And honestly, I can respect that kind of a mindset here for Cabochard.
Look, I like it. I like that he's going all alpha, because I think that when the chips were, like earlier in the split, we talked a lot about kind of wanting to see Cabo take a step back and let someone else rise up. They tried it for a few games, didn't really work. Now, as we said, you're playing to play again. You're playing to prove yourself, and Cabo's just trying to remind people what he's all about, and that is, or has been in the past, top lane domination.
I mean, when was Vitality, like the best version of Vitality, I think, for like the last 2 years has always just been Cabochard on a really insane, 1v1 champion, and then jungler isolates top lane matchup, and Cabochard does this thing. Because like a year and a half ago at this time, like Cabochard had similar stats to Alfari, right? Where he was like dominating every lane. His team wasn't necessarily on the top of the league, but he was like super, super strong in those laning early stats. And, it hasn't necessarily been the same story for him so far this split where, without the resources around him, building up, the synergy with his new jungler and whatnot, he hasn't been able to reach those same highs as he has in the past. And to see him return to some of his roots on a champion like the Olaf, at least puts a smile on my face.
Yeah, and I think honestly, it's one of those situations where you just make the most of what you have, because this has just been a brutal split for Vitality. Not being able to get Melitza in to play for a long time, using Seiken. And while Seiken did have a really strong, I think, first 1 or 2 games where we really saw him take off, it was kind of downhill from there. And this is definitely a team that maybe wanted to be a summer team because they were going to ramp up over time, and now they kind of just have to be a summer team because it's just been so difficult. From like a back end perspective, they've had these swaps back in and out with Jack Troll Steel back, and we heard Cabochard say he's just waiting for something to click.
Yeah,
it feels like they're there. They're good players. Just need something to change.
It's a really strange situation to be in, right? Because there's two mindsets you can have when you're looking at like a primarily, rookie squad or young squad, and you introduce them into the league altogether, and you can either say, okay, we give them the time, we put the resources in them, we hope that over the course of the year they can sort of scale up, and I think we saw Excel take a very similar approach to that in 2019, or in Vitality's case here, they're like, we still want to put wins on the board. We don't have we're not just going to give these guys, a full year to try and evolve into something that can be playoffs caliber. No, we're going to try and start tweaking things here and there. But that also does come at the cost. Well, yes, you can find the magic that everything clicks together and all of a sudden you have some momentum and you can pick up some wins. It can also have a very negative effect where by constantly changing pieces, you never feel like you have a true team. And I think that you do see that to some extent in the way that Vitality played out these games, where it is a lot of individual pieces that can't quite mesh together and find success.
And overall, I think that you maybe, if you're a Vitality fan, you're hoping that this extra week of preparation, I mean, if you can call it that, obviously everyone's been kind of making this transition into dealing with the nature of COVID-19, but hopefully it means an extra week of practice, an extra week of preparation for this team. And then you hope that maybe they can show us something new here, that they can show us a level of coordination just hasn't been there yet, because I mean, otherwise it's going to be this one-sided OG game. Maybe it's an explosive game from OG and we can learn more about this team, but at the end of the day, OG are here to smash Vitality because they are still neck and neck with Fnatic. So this is not the end of the season victory lap sort of mess around game for OG, despite Vitality being lower down on the standings. They still need to show up and smash these guys because they need to win every single game for the rest of the season to hold on to that tie for second, or potentially pushing for first, with Fnatic / G2.
I mean, OG's story that split has also been very interesting because you talk about right now where they are still up, towards the very top of the standings right next to Fnatic. But you heard the analyst desk saying, no, we don't think they could beat a Fnatic or a G2 in a best of 5. And I think that's totally fair. But if you actually look at sort of the perception around this team throughout the entire split, it's been very different. They came in with the offseason moves. People are like, I mean, I personally thought like this roster has the ability to try and like challenge, potentially as hard as Fnatic challenged G2 last year. They can challenge in that way. The first few weeks, they got some big wins. They beat Fnatic. They were the draft kings, but they still played slow. So everyone had their reservations. And then as soon as they lost a couple games, drop a match to G2, drop another against Fnatic, everyone sort of writes them off almost instantly. So I feel like this team, even when they're winning, always has something to prove. And when they are losing against the top teams, it just escalates to an even higher level because you go into the postseason, while yes, this team looks really good, they're doing very well in the standings right now. The fact is, not many people are banking on this team to be able to make a super deep run into the finals and lift a trophy.
And it's interesting too, just because like the goalposts for Origen are so much different than they are for, I think, any other team.
Yeah.
Right. Because they are just so clearly number 3. And I think in my eyes, and I think in the eyes of many people, and maybe you disagree, but that there's just this huge gap between them and the G2 Fanatics in the world. And we heard the desk talk about it. And it feels like if they were a young team, if this was a rookie lineup, I think everyone would be happy. They're like, hell yeah, clear third place, good on you. But the issue is this team is made up of players that are like, honestly feels like to me, outside of Destiny, obviously, because he's new to the league, are like perennial third place players, right? You can go back to the Schalke split and say that sure, that one time that they got second in that split where G2 really struggled. But when G2 and Fnatic have been in top form, OG are the kind of perennial third place team. Nukeduck is the perennial third place mid laner. Same is true for like Upset, who is always in the discussion for top ADC, but isn't winning splits. So I mean,
it's so interesting too, right? Because I think every player, like, we'll again discard Destiny for now because he doesn't have the history of any of these other players in our league. But you say like they've been on third place teams. Well, I think they've all at one point in their career been number 2 in their position, but I don't think any of them have ever been like unanimously number 1, right? Like Xerxes right now you say is number 2. Alfari right now you say is number 1, but if you look in the past, it's always been like him right underneath a Wonder, or even, in 2018 underneath perhaps a Cabo Shard. Nukeduck 2018, number 2. Or Spring Split 2019, everyone thought was number 2. Upset 2018, also right underneath Reckless in everyone's minds going into that final against Fnatic in Madrid. So, Like, they do have the talent, don't get me wrong. It's just about being able to find the game plan too. And while, yes, they do play in their own unique way that has netted them a lot of wins, it just doesn't feel, I don't know if like modernized is the right word, but I think that Fnatic and G2 are really onto something in the way that they play out their games and how they have so many options in how they can close out their games. Because it's not like, oh, you're a bad team. I just think they're like maybe a little bit narrow-minded in how they do close out their games as opposed to a team like a Fnatic or a G2.
And I don't want to say narrow-minded, right? Because I don't know what goes through their heads in these games, but I think we can agree that they're very static. They're very set.
It's like one goal, I think, and that's like usually like close out through team fighting, you know?
Yeah, it's not that dynamic play style that we get from G2 and Fnatic where you're casting right these teams and you're like, okay, this is how I expect them to win the game. And then they're like, well, they found out another way to win the game in the 3 minutes since I said that, because now they're trying something completely different because the circumstances have changed. Whereas OG, great team to cast because you say they're going to win the game a certain way and they either win or they lose, but they're going to do it that way you expect, which is really good when it comes to beating bottom teams, as we said on the analyst desk. But when it comes to beating the teams that are crazy, that can adjust on the fly, it's really bad because they look at you and they go, oh, so you're referencing chapter 30 of the League of Legends strategy book, I see. So we'll just do we'll just do something different and then we'll end the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like everyone says like, oh, the way OG play the game is textbook, right? But isn't that kind of a bad thing if everyone else knows exactly what you're going to be doing? Like, so like OG knows what they're doing, but they have no idea what the enemy team is doing. Fnatic comes in, they know what they're doing, but they also know what OG is doing. So like they're already, at an elevated place. They're already putting themselves at an advantage.
Yeah, it's brutal. So as an update for anyone watching at home, OG are having internet issues currently, and we on the LEC production side are having audio issues on Twitch and YouTube. I want to just say sorry to everyone watching. Thank you for sticking around, for following us through this. Obviously, it's a very new setup for everyone. We've gone back in time in esports. We're in a Discord with like 150 people. It's very weird, but we're working on it. I assure you, we will get audio issues sorted and fixed as soon as we can. In the meantime, you get to enjoy the Ender and Dracos podcast, where we talk about many things. And in this moment, here's the deal. I want to talk about resetting the mole and Animal Crossing because we brought it up earlier in our last game. And if people can hear us, I played Animal Crossing for the first time like 5 years ago. All right. And
wait,
here's my
5? That's it?
That's it. I wasn't an Animal Crossing person, right?
I played Animal Crossing when I was like 8.
Yeah, but you're significantly younger than I am. So like,
true. That
was a game that was like, I wasn't into those kind of games, right? Like I played The Sims 1 and I kind of fell out after that. I didn't stick around for the life simulator / adorable live on an island simulator.
Okay.
But Resetti the Mole was the most infuriating thing I've ever experienced because I played for the first time. I made a mistake and I reset in a single player game with no stakes and nothing else at all, right? And here's the deal. A mole came out and told me how to play my game, Ender. And he told me I couldn't reset my single player game with no stakes. And he said, if you do it again, I'll punish you. And I said, excuse me? I am alone. No one else is hurt. I will cheat in whatever way I see fit to win an Animal Crossing. Screw you, Mr. Mole. And since
the worst part is you had to smash A because it wasn't even like he'd really punish you. You just had like hours of dialogue to get through. And
I'm actually just
even
surprised that Ender is old enough.
Yeah.
Old enough, and Frost disappears just like that. I'm surprised Ender's old enough too. We all are.
And they're gone. Yeah, I am old enough for anyone in the chat that's wondering right now. No, the worst part with Resetti was that you could just run out of power on your DS. And then he'd get really angry at you. And I'm like, that's not my fault. I wasn't trying to cheat. It was messed up.
Who cares? Who at Nintendo is like, Daniel Dracos wants to cheese the game to get a bunch of items. He's not allowed to do that. Who said that? Why do you care? Why do you care? I understand.
I've been unleashed.
Are we here? Someone back. Just took our power away. But we're back. We're helping you out. We're helping you out because it seems like we have some time to fill.
Is this actually Euphoria episode? What episode is it?
I think we're on 11 now. After we kind of had a half episode because Depa came on and technical complications. We can have the other half of the episode.
Perfect. Maybe we should have him join, but I think he's quite busy at this point in time. But regardless, I do want to steer us a bit back to the league. I mean, I know we all enjoy the Animal Crossing talk, but am I allowed to, Daniel?
Yeah,
Wait,
it's-
Mom,
look,
did you just come on here to
This is
direct us
upsetting.
back
I
onto
can't
topic?
believe this is happening.
It's
I
fine.
came here for chicken nuggets.
This is an intervention. Also, by the way, Ender, if that's what you're eating for dinner, yeah, you need to eat some vegetables, man. What's
He had a
going on?
potato.
You can't just eat.
Yeah, I had potatoes.
Okay, yeah,
Damn,
okay.
Josh, you are hard committing to like the mom role. You're like, listen, young man, you need to stop talking about video games and be a professional, and you need to eat your veggies.
Yeah, I
take
need
off
to
the
start
bomber
acting
jacket.
my age. Yeah, I need to start acting my age, but I am afraid to tell him to take off the bomber jacket. But what I was super interested in, what you guys were talking about, especially was the OG topic, and I'd love to know what Frost thinks as well about this whole perennial third place thing, because I think as a broadcast, it's always for us risky to think, okay, well, can we just say that out loud? Because clearly we want people to still be interested in these teams, right? But on the other hand, it is something that has to be said, I think, specifically for Origen, and is why I keep asking the question of how far can they go?
I think, in my opinion, I did love the conversation that Ender and Dracos brought up previously. It makes Origin more interesting. I get really upset when fans try to just like wash over teams. Like here's the thing. If Fnatic beat G2 and lift the crown again, and fans sit there and they say, but Fnatic were always going to beat G2. They have always been the best team. What do you know, stupid analyst? I say, I have eyes. Do you have eyes? Because G2 are clearly the best, and you're cheating Fnatic the better storyline from denying them. If you assume that these teams were always going to win, then when they rise up and do, it's not as sweet. And I think that's what actually makes Origin's storyline is like, always being the coulda, woulda, shouldas, the diamonds in the rough, forever third place, whatever you want to talk to them, like it denies them that fire that Ender is talking about and that drive that like Origen probably want it more than anyone else right now, because whenever anyone talks about the LEC, one of the last team names that will come out of anyone's mouth is Origen. Everyone always says Fnatic and G2 first. When you try to write out all the 10 teams, you're like, I'm missing a team. Who is it? Oh, right, third, Origen. Deficio's team. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like two really important things here, right? It's one is we have to be real with all the teams, right? It's like we're giving our honest opinions on like how a team is performing, even like, yeah, and you change your expectations, right? With a team like OG where you're saying, you know, all OG cares about is beating G2 and Fnatic, right? Those are the teams above them in the standings right now. That's who you have to beat. We have to give our real opinions on that. And right now we think like, yeah, they're a great team, but do they have the ability? Do we think they could? Maybe, but not that likely. And the other is upsets are important and upsets are exciting because you have existing expectations. And that's going to come in when you talk about OG and you say that actually, you know, hurdling, you know, jumping ahead of a Fnatic or G2 is going to be really, really difficult.
And I think it's important to note that like OG are still a fantastic team. And if OG are like the third representative world, you're still excited. That's still probably the best case for EU. But I think the thing is like they've been in this position, I feel like so many of these players for so long that it's okay to expect more and it's okay to ask more. And that doesn't mean that they're, you know, not a good team, that they're not a great team actually in the context of the LEC, but you want them to be like outstanding. You want them to be above and beyond. You want it to be 3 teams at the top instead of Fnatic versus G2 and their weird little brother who comes along sometimes, you know?
Weird little brother is definitely a funny way to say it.
The ender of the LEC.
Wait a second.
The ender of the LEC.
That's so
You
brutal.
just did that. You did him dirty. I cannot believe it.
I'm leaving.
But, you know, in any case, and I think maybe people from the OG org or fans are maybe watching and saying, well, can you really say that when the playoffs haven't been played out? And I think there we have to say mea culpa. That's true. We will wait, obviously. We will see it in the playoffs. And there is still that hope within me that from what we've seen from the track record of the org and with the caliber of players that they have, that magic happens. And yeah, they know exactly what they're chasing, right? But I'm wondering what the analysts think of the fact that when we say we see a G2 and a Fnatic play, and they distinctly have a completely different approach to the game than those two teams have, in my noob opinion, right? And is that something that you can easily change? Because even if you swap out the players for OG, it is something that we've seen for quite a while.
No, I mean, I think it's definitely a hard thing to learn. It's a very different mindset, and it's something that I think G2 caught on to very early in the year last year. And Fnatic took a long time to actually adapt into. It wasn't until like I think they started playing in summer that they were, you know, sort of approaching a similar style. But primarily what I think is so like the strength of those two teams in particular is they are so fluid in the way that they play their game. It's not like they come into any game with like a set strategy of what they're going to do, but it's like, take Fnatic's game earlier today, for example, right? You had a situation where Bwipo teleported into bot lane. Now that's a play that Fnatic do in the bot lane. Nemesis runs up top to pick up that wave, and then Bwipo comes mid. So they're constantly cycling across the map, so they're never dropping anything. Other teams TP into bot lane, their top laner recalls, and they run top. What does that mean? They lost a minion wave in top lane. One minion wave doesn't seem like a big deal, but it's this ability of our top teams to be able to think on the fly and be able to min-max literally every single aspect of the game. That is where the gap really does become super apparent between them and the rest.
Because it's the gap on the individual level. Like, Origen as a team are phenomenal, and their individual pieces are strong, but those individual pieces are not as strong as Fnatic and G2's individual pieces in the minute decisions that they are making minute on minute. When Ender is talking about, do I leave this wave? Do I shift down to cover this pressure? Am I looking for this gank? Do I have kill pressure on this opponent? Can I make this? Like, it's all of those things collectively that stack up. And something that's like really easy and clear, like, it's not Origen being used as the example, but it's Excel and it's Fnatic as your examples, because we just saw them play. Yeah. Reckless has one of the fastest level 11 timers of any ADCs in League, right next to Upset. And I'm thinking, okay, if Reckless is hitting level 11 much faster than any other ADC, that's probably because he's getting solo EXP and solo gold. What does that mean? Well, we know that Hilly's a heavy roaming support. So you go back and watch the tape, you see, yeah, Hilly's breaking free from Reckless. But what is Hilly doing when he's breaking free from Reckless? He's not just, running to the same patterns. He can team up with Bwipo. He's teaming up with Selfmade. He's teaming up with Nemesis. There's all of these, if you think about it as formations that Fnatic can attack the map with, and Reckless getting faster levels 11s is just a statistical fingerprint of that type of playstyle. When you look at Excel, Torre never leaves Patrick's side, so it automatically limits the type of formations that Excel can run onto the map and how they attack the map. That makes them, as Ender is saying, a less fluid team. And I think that Origen, not necessarily that they're stuck in that rigid schedule, but they refuse to sack waves. They refuse to not play all three lanes. Upset is the second AD carry with like the fastest level 11 timer, and it's because he'll constantly be funneling farm because Origen play on wave state, and that's how they accelerate and play games. But if they don't do that, if they lose the ability to play onto side lanes, if they lose the ability to play around like when they have strong side, when they have weak side, then they lose the ability to accelerate the game, whereas G2 and Fnatic will break the game. They will figure out more creative ways to problem solve and to move the chains.
With that, we can continue this discussion in just a second. I do have an announcement, the fact that Origen is having problems with their internet, and while they and League officials investigate, we will potentially be moving up our Game 5, which is G2 versus Rogue. We don't know if that will be the case at this point in time, but we'll update you as we go, and I think that might be the better option, probably, if you look if these issues are persisting, but we don't know, of course. Would anyone like to jump in on the Origen point? Because with this match possibly being moved up, I would also like to talk about G2 and Rogue with the playoffs looming.
I'll jump in on one final, sorry to burst your bubble there, Dracos. I'll jump in on one final thing with Origen. And this is, you guys are going to laugh because this is a direct reference to my name. But my name comes from the book Ender's Game. In Ender's Game, basically the premise is that for a long time, the way that they've been fighting in this game is everyone is locked down into formations. There's a very clearly defined way to play the game. It is, very narrow-sighted, I would say, in one ability to play the game. And I think in that sense, I see similarities with how OG play, where it's very by the books. You see waves, you're making sure you're collecting farm, and you're not necessarily pushing the envelope. A lot of things that Frost was talking about there. And the way they close out their games is most often through a 5v5 team fight. What Ender does when he comes in and changes the whole aspect of the game is he puts tons of emphasis on the individual. So it's no longer these formations or anything that you come in and, it's basically like pre-planned and you do it. It's all about the individual's ability to like intuitively problem solve on the fly and come up with solutions to these different, scenarios that are being thrown your way. And I think that, one of the things that Frost was talking about is how these teams can adapt, and the individuals play at such a high level and have such a high fountain of knowledge that they're able to do all of this. That I see those similarities, and I feel like, hey, they've just sort of broken the standard game that's been played for so long, and it makes them so.
Andrew, are you sad that we said that you were the OG of the LEC, so you just spent the entire time trying to associate your name with G2 by trying to tell everyone that G2? I was like, guys, I swear to God, if you read the book, G2 is like Ender. I just want to be G2. What?
I'm not just G2. I'm G2 and Fnatic.
Whoa.
Wow.
Is it Team Dragon? Is that what Ender's team is?
Dragon Army. Dragon Army.
Dragon Army. I got you. I read.
What are kind of the roles? So Ender's the little brother, I guess. I'm the mom, I guess.
Don't put yourself in that role. Trevor has volunteered into the dad role. Don't volunteer.
Trevor's the grandpa.
Yeah, Trevor. Yeah.
It's Trevor like the Schalke of the LEC, where you get like all the old guys together and you're like, we can still make a run, guys.
Does that mean Medi Vedi are just like two weird uncles or what?
Yeah, Medi Vedi are definitely the weird uncles of the LEC.
Oh, this is actually quite funny, yeah. Ender's already claimed Fnatic in G2. That's not fair. I think in terms of like content and social media gold, like G2, Daniel and Medic are up there. I mean, Vedi also has his moments.
Whoa. If anyone is a Fnatic of the LEC, it would definitely be me. I'm like the person, because I'm crazy. Like, I go down, who wants to mess with someone with a neck tattoo in like a dark alley? Like, that's Fnatic. I'm Hillesang. You're just like flipping coins.
Wait, that's... It's like you don't want to be the coin flip metaphor is not a positive one. Why would you associate yourself with it? That's like, you never know. I could show up and be a god, or I could be terrible.
That's literally my career, Dracos. I don't know what you want from me.
I'd love to go down this rabbit hole, and you know what? We will. I do have an announcement to make. Not a very happy one. I'm sorry for that. For now, we will jump out of the OG versus Vitality game, and Game 5, which is Rogue versus G2 Esports, will be moved up in the place of that. Of course, it will take a little while to get that set up as well. But yeah, final words on which caster is which team and why, and then I think we're going to swap and get you mod.
It's hard to say. All I'll say is we should ban Fnatic and G2 so we can have an honest discussion. Otherwise, it's like the Mr. Black in Reservoir Dogs. Everyone wants to be Mr. Black, so nobody gets to be Mr. Black. There are no Fnatics, there are no G2s. Nobody gets to be those teams. You have to pick a different team. That's my closing argument.
The cultural references here are absolutely through the roof. This is what happens when we get free reign to talk. We're going to say goodbye to Dracos and Ender for a little bit and give them some time to chill out because they'll be casting the next game. Yamato, you're back. What do you make of all this madness?
Well, part of the madness, the conversation and the story. I've been stuck on which team am I or what role am I.
You're Fnatic, the best dressed coaching team. And I mean, Indiana, I saw you were lighting up like you wanted to say something because you're also
I was gonna let it go. People, whenever I have to stand next to Yamato, I always have to hear, oh yes, the best dress right here. Yes, Yamato, you look so good. Look at the suits, and he does look very fly. So I'll let it go.
You guys making me all red. Calm down.
Okay. So we are going to transition into Rogue versus G2 Esports since that game will be moved up. With that, I think we need to refresh, and I think it's a new situation for all of us that we are broadcasting from our own homes, and now we've been chatting about a bit, but I do want to focus it back into this now. I don't know if it'll be the last game of the day, but the game we'll see right now, which is Rogue versus G2 Esports. G2 is not completely locked into their spot in the playoffs, but it is 99% sure. And I think nobody thinks they're going to get eliminated, and nobody thinks they're going to give up that #1 spot. Can you set the stage for us a little bit as to how strong this G2 Esports is and how strong we expect them to be in the playoffs?
Well, I did want to speak first, but now I see Yamato's wanting to ping in here. And Yamato, I think if anyone's going to set the stage of like a dramatic storytelling moment, I hope it's you. So,
please. You're putting me on the spot.
Yeah, go.
I think the key thing is, G2, they're playing Magic the Gathering. G2, they are relaxing. They're taking it easy, and they are still styling on everybody in good fashion. We can, with good confidence from the level that they're showcasing, know that they will beat any LCS. Know from history that they can beat any Korean team. We know in history that they managed to dodge the Chinese teams and go into the finals, but this might be the redemption arc. Because now they're actually spacing their energy out properly. Last time around, last year, Spring Split, it was all about proving themselves. Caps coming from Fnatic, he had to prove himself. Perks coming to the bottom lane, he had to prove himself. Mickey coming from that dumpster fire of a Misfits also needs to prove them. In this case, they don't need to prove anything. They are coasting, they're going to spike, and they're going to make sure that coming into the World Championship, they're going to really, really have the highest. And with this in mind, I'm thinking very, very far ahead. I think also in the context of the spring finals, they're also going to level up. They're going to go hard, and we're going to see peak G2, even with Caps in the bot lane.
Hashtag Dragon Army. I like how you went through everyone's storyline, like proving themselves. Meanwhile, Wander's up there just like, I don't know, playing World of Warcraft completely fine. He's like, I've already proven everything that I need to do here. No, I think it's a good place to start with G2. We feel that they're not in their final form, that you haven't seen the best of them. And then across them, Rogue. It feels like Rogue are trying as hard as they possibly can every single time. And they're constantly adding a new arrow to their bow. I know you like to talk about this, Yamato, showcasing all of these different elements. Last time we saw Hansama, they had the flex pick of the Tristana and the Syndra. So not only diversifying their picks, but diversifying about how they're attacking them.
I feel like in most recent weeks, I feel like we've seen stagnation from some. For example, Misfits finally lost a game after that big win streak, and we saw Mad Lion still having some of the similar inconsistency issues like in the past. But with Rogue in particular, I almost called them Rocket in my mind for some reason. Rogue, they have constant growth.
Slip up. I don't know why I would think about that.
Now I'm forgetting my point. Every weekend, they're adding something extra. One week we saw all of a sudden Larsen, he's uprooting from the mid lane. He's not just rooted there and farming away, he's roaming into the side lanes. Then the next week we saw the dives on the side lanes using what's coming up this week. Are they showing something else? Are they showing us an improved mid game? Maybe. I think it's a very good trajectory, and maybe if Rogue continue to improve, like they could potentially do some good to beat Origen potentially.
Wow. I mean, I think I'm trying to contrast this to what I asked about Origen and how excited everyone was about like what could possibly happen. And I am sensing that there a fair bit of trust in Rogue and what they can do when they get back in those playoffs. Because remember, with a very underrated roster, with some of the members being the same, they actually made moves in the playoffs even last time. So, Indiana, are you as positive about what they?
Yeah, it's almost kind of the inverse storyline of like the Origen one, whereas Dracos was talking about how you feel like you've seen everything that Origen have to offer you, and you know that they're good, but they're solidly there, whereas you don't necessarily know what the ceiling is of the Rogue guys. They're constantly improving. They're constantly learning these new champions. I think one of the big issues that does hold them back right now is their proficiency on champions. And expanding those effective champion pools, if you will. You kind of know where like guys like Hansama and Vander sit, but I personally don't really know what the limit is for Finn or Larsen, and those will be the really determining or gating factors for how far Rogue continue to rise. But so far, you have what great. They finished 6th, had a surprise run of the playoffs. Sorry, Yamato, and then now looking at potentially 4th place in the LEC, and then if they finish 4th, they get 2 chances at the playoff bracket. So I think if you're a Rogue fan, you're feeling great. Like the pressure's almost off. Everything's like pressure is waiting on Origen. Like you're not good enough. You need to be better. You always disappoint us. For Rogue, it's like I'm so happy to be a Rogue fan. My guys are only getting better. 4th place is fine. 5th, that's okay, guys. You had a great run. Let's.
I think what's so weird about I pictured your what's it called, analogy too vividly, Mom. What's weird about
that one stung a little bit.
Because what stays with me with Rogue always when I watch their pro view, it's all about looking at how they play against the top teams, because that's when they seem to struggle. I think they understand how to use pressure, but I think they don't know how to create pressure. Sometimes you need to play through mid lane, you need to use your support, your jungle, in order to make sure that your mid lane has prior in order to transfer that into these additional steps that I think G2, Fnatic, and Origen also do much. When they face resistance in the matchup and they don't get that prior, that's when they seem to struggle. So I want them to build more confidence. Like, for example, he tries to always trade, he tries to build something, tries to create something. The same way I need Larsen to do this, I need Inspire to do this, I need Vander and Hansama to do this, because they look very uncomfortable against the top end in terms of individual skill in the lane.
So I'm gathering all the info I've heard today, which is one, G2 is locked in, so they might take it easy for the next couple of weeks. Two, teams can replicate more of what they do in scrims and be much more comfortable because some of them may not be as comfortable on a stage. And I'm taking these points of Yamato of the fact that they might have more in their toolbox and they're building towards it. So what you're saying is Rogue's going to beat G2.
There's
No?
definitely a chance.
There's definitely a good
So you're
chance.
saying
We were talking about upsets earlier. This is the one. We don't know.
Now, yeah, go ahead.
We don't know what G2 do in scrims because I've heard some rumors about. It's like I know in the past, scrimming G2 was frustrating because they really tested every champion. Sometimes they took Dota champions and tested them. You're like, what is going on here? You know, it was all over the place. And if they transfer that performance onto the stage, it might be very, very crazy and also silly. So we don't know what kind of habits they.
Well, I think we will be able to discuss this a bit more at a later time. For now, though, we are going to take a quick break. As said, the G2 versus Rogue match was moved up, and we need to get that in place. So to do that, we will take a couple of minutes break, and we'll be back after that with the LEC. So don't go anywhere.
right, welcome back to the LEC. It is now Game 5, G2 Esports versus Rogue. Going to be a huge rematch here today. Of course, we'll figure out what's happening with OG Vitality a little bit later. Keep you guys updated as we get updates. We are going to be jumping right into Champion Select. I'm Dracos, again here with Ender. It's just us.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. team's turret has been team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's turret has been destroyed.
We've lost Caps for a second. He's disconnected, but I guess he's coming back in shortly. I will toss back to the next game. We're gonna mark a short break, and coming back, it's gonna be OG versus Vitality, guys. Sorry, but stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Quick show here, stepping into the cast.
This game specifically, I'm going to cover for Trevor for until we find a better play-by-play than me, which will not be that difficult,
Wait,
I don't think.
can we actually just duocast this? Like, that'd be so much fun.
I mean, technically, I think we probably would rather keep it to our actual trained play-by-plays, as it's not that easy. But you know, I want to let everyone know that I'm down, but I think it's a better idea to let Medic take over if he can. But I appreciate the trust that you have, Ender.
I have arrived, so I'm here to take over. I apologize. I know
Okay.
you guys are really looking forward to casting together, but I have to break in and interrupt with some dulcet Medic tones.
Oh yeah. See, we started the day with technically we started the day with Medi Vedi, but then we really casted game 1 with Medi Endy, and now we're right back to it. So this is it's come full circle now.
Yes. See, here's the thing, right? I've been watching a lot of TikTok, and
I
know this is your
my
thing.
content,
and
or
you know the song that goes, I did a quick 180, and then it something else happens after that, right? People always do a full spin. TikTokers not understand that 180 means that you're going the opposite direction afterwards.
I don't think you've been watching the right TikToks, because usually it's just the 180.
No, all of the popular ones do a full spin. It really confuses me. Anyway, I'll be honest, because I had to watch off the Twitch stream. I'm not 100% sure how much of the draft you've discussed so far. Would you like to talk a little bit more about them, or is there something else you'd like to talk about?
So honestly, we have not talked about the draft at all so far. We have talked about, sort of the stakes, the mindset of these players coming on in here. But to actually talk about the draft that you all see currently on your screen, I have to address the elephant in the room. That's something we talked about back when we saw this draft originally, but the Olaf in the top lane for Cabochard, a classic pick that he was undefeated on in 2019, and he's taken against the best top laner in the league right now. I am excited to see that personally, because let's be honest, we've all been waiting for Cabochard to, show up at that same level that we saw him at once upon a time. And I don't know. I have some good feelings about the Olaf pick this.
So do I. I think I've had a few times this split where I hoped that Cabochard would really step up, and he shows signs of brilliance, but the team is never really there to back him up. So maybe this Olaf will be something that can really unleash his full potential.
Yeah, of course, right now we're going back through the picks and bans.
Yeah.
The picks, the bans, they'll all stay exactly the same. So don't you worry, Vitality can't pull any funny business here and lock in, I don't know, a Teemo last pick for that sweet counter. It's just I
was looking through his 2019 stats, and you're bragging about him being undefeated on Olaf. He played it twice, and he went 2-0 on Olaf across the course of 2019.
So what you're telling me is that he's undefeated.
Yes.
Exactly. And that's what we need to stick in the minds of all our fans.
He's also undefeated on Silas in 2019.
And OG stole his signature Silas pick away from him. So there you go.
Can't believe you do that. Of course, Vitality mathematically eliminated from playoffs, currently sitting in last place in our league. Origen fighting with Fnatic to see if they can get one of those top 2 spots. I think G2 are probably a little bit too far away now, sitting at 12 and at
G2,
the top
of course, locked in playoffs with their win just moments ago.
I'm sure they breathed sighs of relief after their scrim win.
It was a close call. Yeah. They almost got beat by the 0.004% chance that they wouldn't make it.
Anyway, yes, it was very cool. Going through the rest of the picks as expected, Bromlock in, there's the Leona as well, and we'll get on into the game as soon as we can. Anything that really strikes you here apart from the Olaf pick? Anything that you're thinking, oh, this team has better scaling, this team has better late game, this team will be looking to play through early game?
Right. Well, there's like two main things here. As far as like one other interesting pick, there is the Sylas in the jungle for Xerxes. I'm wondering if that will be the tank Sylas that I've seen popping up in solo queue. But primarily, looking at Vitality's composition, you have like the Azir that's very good at playing back in the fight, but the rest of the team is looking to dive. You have pretty high range with the misfortune damage coming through as well. So I feel like Vitality's draft is all about jumping upset and absolutely nuking him, whereas OG have their damage split up across their members. And again, it's going to be a lot in their divers too. So Alfari, Xerxes going to be trying to wreak havoc on backlines. It's all about dive versus dive here in a game like this. And that just means that, especially top laners, junglers, whoever gets further ahead is going to have a significant advantage moving forward.
It reminds me of, have you ever seen The Hunt for Red October? It's like a submarine movie. Obviously you haven't. It was probably made in the 80s or something, but it was all, dive. So I'm going to call these two the submarine comps.
So here's the thing is I am watching The Walking Dead for the first time.
Okay. Which season are you on?
I'm in season 3. Just
Okay.
started season 3.
I think,
and
what I've heard is you can skip 7 and 8. So don't watch 7
okay,
and 8,
fair
and
enough.
then just watch a recap. And apparently 9 is quite good.
See, I was gonna say that this game is a lot like The Walking Dead when you consider the standings of these two teams. You have the humans on one side, the walkers on the other. But I think the
humans
dive
always
is much...
surprised by the walkers. Like,
That's
I
true.
never really understand it because walkers make so much noise when you just see them like generally. But then every now and again, it's like, oh, 1,000 walkers are somehow outside our door, and we never noticed them coming. What on
It's
earth?
always nighttime too when they sneak up on you.
yes,
Speaking of which, it's a herd of walkers coming into the bot lane bush.
It reminds me of They Are Billions, another really good game, actually. It's like, oh, can we build our defenses quickly enough to get rid of the walkers? Here we go, Cabashard stepping into the bush. Is going to spot them out, and the horde will have been stymied, but they're not done. The horde keeps coming, and it just keeps chasing you down.
Could you imagine if Vitality just like grouped up his 5 for literally the entire game? Like they just never leave each other's sides, just walking between the lanes, going on missions.
It's a hive mind. They are legion. Together they will overcome. Sadly, that isn't going to be the case as Cabashard and Selfie step up towards the top side, check to make sure there's no one awaiting in the bush, and it looks like Skin's actually going to start on his blue buff and be up towards that top side pretty early on.
Yeah, that is the thing when you have an Olaf in the game. It's very much, especially on Vitality's side, about isolating the top lane matchup. Like, Olaf should have a very good time up here in any sort of trades that he does take. From level 1, you can see he's already going to have the axes and be able to run Alfari down the lane if he so chooses. And as long as Xerxes isn't able to gank that lane, he's going to be able to have a very good time up there.
I would like it if some champions didn't have their weapons at level 1. Because you're like, oh, he's got his axes from level 1. Carries them around with him the entire time. But imagine if you could only have like 1 axe at level 1. And then you unlock the ability to have a second axe.
I swear there's a champion like that, but I can't put
I mean, apart from Aphelios.
What is it? No, because there's something like Kassadin doesn't light up or something until he has a point in W. There are those things.
Leona with the Solari skins, the Lunar Eclipse or the Solar ones, they light up the more levels you put in Ultimate. So
I see. So it's pay to lose.
Yep. Ace. 62% Leona win rate. I'm just saying it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Like, in case they see that you misclicked your E instead of your R.
Oh,
now they know.
Actually, yeah.
Right?
Just
don't misclick
I've never
it,
checked to see if it's a level thing or an ultimate thing. I've never actually checked that. It could be 6, 11, 16, right?
Fair enough,
anyway, Skeens has done his bottom side clears. Now actually looking for an invade on the blue. It actually could be a dive here from Vitality. We said they wanted to invest in Cabashard. That's exactly what they're doing. Alfari is underneath the turret, has flash. Is that level 2? So I wonder if he's taking the slice and dice. But Vitality are not stopping. The horde advances and the teleport comes in. Selfie dashing forward. Alfari's going to flash away. That is a TP burnt on Yuka.
And a flash off of Alfari too. So while yes, OG are happy that they were able to salvage the play in the top lane, Alfari didn't end up going down. It is a very nice move out of Selfie and Skeens to make that play happen and to burn a lot of summoners. Now right now you have a situation where Xerxes and Nukduck are trying to keep Selfie away from mid lane and deny CS, but because Cabashard has the pressure up in top lane, they should be able to force them out and pick up the crab on them.
Skeens will be able to secure that one for himself. Comp and Jacktroll actually stepping up towards this bot side river as well. I think they're trying to get control of both Scuttle Crabs with Jacktroll stunning it, reducing its armor and magic resist, of course, and then being able to take it pretty darn quickly. It's good stuff from Vitality, using the push advantage they had in bot to make sure that Xerxes doesn't have that early jungle experience.
These are the map moves that you're not necessarily accustomed to seeing out of Vitality's side, but I really do like what I've got from them so far. An early recall too from Comp, just to go back and get some long swords, while Jacktroll sticks around near mid lane. So they are trying to pressure multiple points on the map at the same time, with Skeens also sticking around towards top. So we might see back-to-back ganks very quickly.
Skeens was looking for the gank in the top lane. Well, it's kind of a gank. Just look at each other like, hey, please don't come into this lane. The lane pushes in, Cabashard will be able to farm this up underneath the turret. Alfari might look for a cheater read going back, not having to spend his teleport to get back into the wave. We'll see if he decides to use that, because of course you want to get back to this wave before you lose too many minions.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to look at the position that this lane is in right now. Because Xerxes isn't, you know, all the way up in that river. He doesn't want to TP in and leave himself super vulnerable, especially without a flash. So I think it's the right decision for him not to teleport back. But of course, as you are saying, like, he is just going to lose out on minions in a matchup that is already tough. Now, good news for him is the wave should push back on the next one because all those red minions are reinforcing the wave a little bit sooner since it's on Cabo Shard's side of the lane first. And that will mean that eventually the lane should slowly start pushing in towards Alphari's side.
It will. Alphari is going to be about 10 CS down at the end of all of it. Not too much of a detriment to be in, but of course, every advantage that Cabo Shard can, including an XP advantage at the moment, will mean that Vitality haven't wasted their time funneling resources into this. Let's have a look at where the rest of the map is sitting. Comp has a slight CS lead down there in the bottom lane, about 5 or 6. As no junglers really decided to go down bot recently. Zesty is on that side of the map, has his schemes, and maybe we'll see a gank come out.
Yeah, I mean, it is to be expected, right? You know, we talked about the Olaf requiring attention from both sides of the map, especially with the mid laners rotating up on towards there. Jacktroll, though.
Yeah, he's looking for the engage here as the Make It Rain comes out, but here is Xerxes in time. Jacktroll still has the flash to get away, but here comes the counter teleport. Destiny flashing. The Ignite is ticking. One more order will be enough, and that's first blood to come. And Vitality strike first. Yeah.
I like it a lot here from Vitality. I was worried Jacktroll going in right off the bat because Schemes wasn't quite in the bottom lane just yet, but they had the call with the TP to come on over there, knew they had the advantage between those two mid laners, so it ends up being a very nice play from the side of Vitality. And I can't stress enough that, you know, for a team that is 1 win, 13 losses in the season, like, these are very good moves to be seeing out of them. Even though it's only netted them 1 kill, I like a lot of what I've seen from the early dive attempt in the top lane to how they've pressured all of their lanes thus far.
Jacktroll coming up towards the top lane isn't level 6 yet, does have the flash. Selfie's on his way up here as well, and perhaps Vitality just trying to invest everything they can into Cabo Shard.
What year is this, Medic?
It's going to happen. I mean, Alphari's trying to get away in the bush, but the Undertow doesn't connect. Now Alphari steps forward. There's the Ragnarok. Alphari's going to slice and dice away with the Zenith Blade chasing him. He's healthy coming in from the side as well, and that is a very dead Crocodile made into a pair of shoes for Cabo Shard to walk back into lane with.
This is 2019 Vitality, 2018 Vitality,
I mean,
regardless.
They should be praying it's 2018, let's be honest.
The old days. Need more Rise in the mid lane, I think. Yep. But Azir, another big pick from those days.
And Nukeduck's going to step straight into Jacktroll here. Call of the Forge Gods coming out as the rest of Origen are on their way. Selfie tries to flash away, but the chase is still on here for Origen if they want. They decide against a cautious team, Origen, in the best of days. And today seems to be one of those as they back away from the fight in the jungle.
Just chilling for now, you know, down a little bit in this game. They're like, okay, upset, get yourself some items. We'll just be chilling for the time being. Of course, like, their comp is very interesting. Of course, you have, you know, Tank for Nukeduck in the mid lane. He's been playing a whole lot of this Ornn and just sort of super carry options for him, which I think makes a ton of sense when you consider Alphari having such a breakout split individually, and also Xerxes, you know, trying his hand on these more unorthodox picks like the Sylas jungle that hasn't caught on a ton here so far in Europe. But Xerxes is going to have a lot of really sick ultimates to steal from this game that combo very nicely with Ornn, right? You consider the Leona ultimate, MF ult if you want some damage. Like, there's a lot of really good options for some insane long-range team fighting.
There really is, and that's the power of Sylas, right? It was locked in very early on in the draft, if I remember correctly, second rotation from Origen, but still, it's hard to think. If you're Vitality, you can't be like, well, we can't pick the champs we wanted because we'd give Sylas good ultimates, right? Like, it's very difficult to adjust your drafting strategy around that. So
telling me you're not picking Nidalee, Zoe, Jace?
And Elise support.
Elise support, perfect. Yeah. Who's the perfect ADC?
Aphelios.
Now, his ult is nuts, though.
How does it work? What gun do you...
That's a really good question.
Exactly. That's why if you don't have a gun, how can you apply any Moonlight Vigil stacks?
He has Aphelios on his team. So.
Oh, did you see that? Destiny just Winter's Bite is a minion. He went forward, Xerxes was in the right place, and then the Q comes out and just smacks right back into the back of the minion.
It's not pronounced Winter's Boat?
Hey. Winter's Jacktroll should... Whoa, okay. Oh, that was Hex Flash. That's okay. decided not to engage in the bottom lane. I was trying to think what a winter's boat would look. It's like a sleigh.
I mean, a sleigh that's on water, so just like a normal boat.
Yes, that is a winter's boat.
I imagine it's a boat with
reindeer.
like sort of a cover, right, to protect you from the snow.
Fur cover.
You need a strong hold too, right, in case of icy water.
All the presents, yeah.
That as well.
My winter's
important.
boat is Santa's sleigh. Okay, I think that's what we've worked out here.
I can get behind that.
Cabashot is the only one who's been gifted a lead here for Vitality early on. Hey, do you see that transition?
I'm sorry, I'm being informed by our producers that Santa Claus is not.
What?
I know. You're just as shocked as I am.
We can't just say that randomly on the stream. What if people are watching?
Just a joke, guys. It's real. He's.
Anyway, Jack Troll trying to come up here towards the top lane as Alfari pops the Dominus, but the Ragnarok has been used. Counter TP to try and answer this gank as Nuke joins the fray. Call of the Forge God comes out. He'll be out of the start by the time that he gets to it. And there's the knock-up. This is not good for Cabashard. Jack Troll a little bit too hasty there on his solar flare, meaning that Nuke had time to pop his ult a second time.
Yeah, pretty nasty stuff right there. Locking down Cabashard in the top lane without his ultimate to be able to escape. That means OG can move immediately into the Rift Herald. And because Vitality put so many resources towards the top side of the map, even though there's a standing Drake bot side, they're not going to be able to move in towards that. So unless they're able to contest right here, OG should be able to get it.
Let's go. Come on, Skeen.
Cabo can TP in right now, and they do have
They're going for Upset. Upset's caught out, flashes away. Jackdaw was unable to get across the wall there. I'm not sure where his Hex Flash went. Maybe actually was stopped by the Emperor's Divide, making that wall just a little bit thick. Skeen's still looking for the steal, but isn't going to be able to get it. Cabashot has teleported up towards the top side of this. Jackdaw look. Whoa. Okay. As a support main, that was a prediction Zenith Blade, and the enemy wasn't good enough to dodge.
As a spectator, that's what we call a warning shot. Yeah. The next one, that's the one you got to look out for.
Yep.
Oh, man. That was a little perplexing. I'll be honest, too. We're going to see the replay of the initial play up top side as well, because it is Vitality making the move themselves with Jack Troll coming on in here. This is where you get punished with immediate TPs to follow in. And as you correctly pointed out, the stun did not last long enough on towards Nuke Duck to prevent him from popping that ram the opposite direction one more time and netted them.
Alfari is getting chased down here. The Reckless Swing coming out. The Undertow is used as well, and that is a very, very dead Alfari. I'm not even sure Xerxes can take this 1v1. Like, it's a 3-level disadvantage for.
But like, meanwhile, how much pressure is this guy creating, right? Like, Xerxes and Nuke Duck were both walking up towards top side. OG trying to stop him in his tracks, but Vitality, as you were saying, got the Drake.
Yeah, you said that, and undefeated in 2019 on this champion. Undefeated as well in 2020, actually. I believe he hasn't. So
imagine if Vitality had picked him Olaf for 13 games this split.
Oh, mate, they would be challenging G2 right at the top of the table.
I mean, they'd be better. They'd have the head-to-head.
That is true. Okay, so Vitality in a very strong position. I don't want to take anything away from their early game here. I know we're having a bit of fun on the cast, but Vitality are playing very well. 2,500 gold ahead. Selfie caught out a little bit by Nuke Duck here, but he'll be able to slide across the wall. Cabashard miles ahead. Skeen took him for flank. There's the solar flare. They're going in for Destiny. Unbreakable comes out. A great Glacial Fissure will stop them, and Jack Troll dived a little bit too deep there. Destiny and Upset will take the kill in response.
Wow. Braum E just hard countered Vitality so hard. Not only did it block the damage coming through from Comp's Misfortune ultimate, it also meant that Gragas's barrel knocked him away from the rest of Vitality. Oh, man.
Xerxes trading here with Comp and with Skeens. It's steal away the explosive cast, but yeah, I mean, that's the power of Braum, right? Especially into MF and Gragas. He's so strong if you can get that Unbreakable up.
Yeah, I mean, watch this one more time, because it literally is just his E that wins this, turns around this dive for them. Of course, doesn't get hit by the Soul Flare. That's not great. And then, boom, gets knocked back and blocks all the damage. And then Jack Troll is stuck under the tower with no real purpose.
It's one of those difficult ones where, as Jack Troll there, if the Solar Flare either fully connects on Upset or fully connects on Destiny, you're pretty much guaranteed a kill. But because only hit the outside on Upset and didn't hit Destiny at all, you're pretty much guaranteed to die.
Yeah,
so.
Honestly, it's like one of those places like Upset has Cleanse, right? And he's behind Destiny, who again has the wall. So you should never be aiming for Upset in that situation. It has to be on towards Destiny, and because they weren't able to, land their CCs properly, layer them, like he gets out for free and turns it around for a kill.
And they're looking for Comp now. Comp does have the flash, will pop it to try and get away. Destiny flashing forward as well. Sun's going to connect, and you can see those chakrams building up on Upset as he hit the Moonlight Vigil. Rifthold charged up in the bottom lane as they look for the first turret of the game, but I believe that's going to go over to Cabochard as he takes the... And Alfari was forced away. Rifthold is like, oh, come on. Have to kill this horde of minions before we can charge on.
I mean, this game, like many other Vitality games, as Xerxes chucked out the cask at the last second there. Their games often show you the difference between good players and good teams, right? Because Vitality had a solid early game, right? Cabochard winning up top side, Jack Troll had the initial play, they had a good TP down bot lane as well, but then in these situations where there's many more variables at play, OG playing the map a little bit better, turning around these fights better, I just think this happens in a lot of Vitality's games where they are able to, win their lanes sometimes, but it falls apart very quickly as soon as the opposing team just sort of, buckles down and does what they do best.
And what Origen do best is wait out the game. At the moment, Nuduck is a level 11. He's going to get to level 13 pretty soon, and then he'll be able to upgrade the Abyssal Mask and the Sunfire. Level 14, you're then looking to re-upgrade Alfari's Black Cleaver. Probably not. Not the most cost-efficient Ornn upgrade, but perhaps Upset will have an Infinity Edge by that. You can just keep rattling this gold in, and then your scaling becomes better and better as the game progresses. Right now, Origen pretty comfortable in this slot, even though they are 1,600 gold behind.
Yeah, scaling is an interesting subject in this game because, like, as you rightly said, like, the Ornn items carry a lot of value, but I would say this is one of the games where they're probably lower value than most. Like, yes, the Infinity Edge is going to be great on Upset, but what Ornn item does Xerxes get? It's probably a Zhonya's, which isn't, necessarily the highest value purchase when you compare it to other AP options like a Rabadon's, perhaps. But even just in terms of general scaling, like Vitality have two very strong ranged backliners with very high range the later the game does get, when OG are rocking 4 melee champions. And that asks a lot of interesting questions because we said, oh, the dive has to be important for both teams. Well, that just means the dive is more important for OG to either zone away or eliminate those ranged threats earlier on. A Jack Troll?
Yeah, that's not where you want to be face checking.
Wrong spot to be in. But the other element of this is if we actually shift our focus to top lane, Renekton and Olaf. Do you think those champions scale well? I think most people would say no, those champions don't scale all that well. But when there's a lot of melee champions on the other side, I'm looking primarily at Cabochard, looking down at OG this game, he's like, wait a second, I get to hit all these people pretty freely, right? Like, he's going to actually be pretty high value the later we get into this game, even as an Olaf, because target access is usually the weakness of an Olaf or a Renekton, and against all these melee champions, he's going to be able to freely hit.
I mean, that makes sense. We'll see if Cabochard is able to put the team on his back to a degree as the game goes on and run through a Vitality. Of course, Selfie will have some damage to boot, and with the Nash's Tooth now finished on Selfie, he's scaling up. Expect to see Leandry's next. That's where I would go in my itemization in this game. Yeah. However, I don't play Azir, nor have I ever played Azir.
No, I think you're on the money there with the Leandry. So, Selfie!
Solar Flare coming in. Selfie. Oh, that was very well played by Origen.
He's not
Set
buying anything.
Trap. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, to talk about the Leandrys, there's so many HP stackers on the side of OG. Alfari, Xerxes, Nukeduck, even Destiny. Like, it's just going to give you a lot of burn damage on this one.
I think it makes the most sense, and we'll see if that is where Selfie wants to go. He was playing weak side of the map there, of course, because Skeens and Cabochard and Comp and Jackdaw were all on the top side of the map, so perhaps could have been slightly safer, but didn't really expect to be jumped on with a Solar Flare from Xerxes. Both the bot lane squads are now in the middle lane, as you tend to see around this portion of the game. And with the Rift Tower picked up by Skeens, I wonder where he's going to use that, because he's still got mid tier 1 and bot tier 1 to try and break through. But the Call of the Forge God is going to get used here by Nukeduck. Jackdaw jumps onto him. Good stun with the Zenith Blade into Q combo. That's an Eternal for him. Skeens going to jump in as well, but once again, the explosive cast is blocked out by Destiny with good unbreak. Alfari joins the fray with a teleport. Vitality will just back up.
Wow. Bromwall is actually just saving this game for OG. Every time it looks like they might get engaged on and die, it gets turned around immediately. Look for another one.
Not really going to be able to find the connection. They were trying to stop Cole from just using the bullet time to clear out the wave, but Moonlight Vigil wasn't close enough. Glacial Fissure didn't connect. Now Origen actually going to look to see if they can catch Selfie once again.
Wait, he is super, super dead here.
Nah, he's got this. Wait, he's got this. 1v2, 1v2. Needs to dodge away. Jumps straight in, but the Emperor's Divide is going to get picked up by Xerxes. Flashes away from the knockup. Xerxes, Emperor's Divides him back into the wall, and Selfie's locked. He did have a tower, but I'm afraid Origen had Norn.
Yeah, like, I respect the attempt right there, but Xerxes literally just threw him up against the wall with the Emperor's Divide and didn't let him go anywhere. Not much he could do in that situation, except not be in the side lane in the first place. Maybe something to think about in the future, but OG for now continuing to build back up into neutral in this game. While Vitality do have the gold lead, the cleanness of their play leaves some to be desired.
The cleanness.
The cleanness.
Cleanliness. Am I going to have to do a linguistics lesson with you as well as with Vedius?
Wait, what linguistics lesson did you do with him?
He said a little unique, and I was like, that's just wrong. Now the engage is going to happen as Jack Traw's caught out. Scheme's trying to fight against Nuke Duck. How far down to half HP. The Solar Flare's going to land, but look at how healthy Nuke Duck is. Even knocked back, he's still only taking a third of his HP bar. Upset's joined the fray as well as Selfie tries to dash away, and now Alfari coming in. Here's the call of the Forge God. Nuke Duck trying to land the connection, hits it on 2. Alfari jumps forward. That's 1. That's 2. Cabashard's dead. Selfie's now knocked up. Doesn't have the flash. Doesn't have a hope in hell of lift. Xerxes jumps forward, and in the end, he'll take the...
Honestly, watching OG team fight just makes me feel good, right? Like,
nice.
They are super on the same page, super clean in how they do it. Like, even just the Ornn ult lining up right between there so that there's no ability for Vitality to dodge. It was just really nicely done from them. Now, it doesn't...
Yeah, I kind of wish
they'd
taken a tower there, though. Like, mid lane tower is, like, free for the pickings. You could just, like, take that tower, but instead, nah, reset, get more items, get more gold, get 20 minutes further into the game, and then we can do stuff.
Yeah. You know, honestly, the interesting thing about these two comps, you know, we talked about the dive from both options, is if the fight starts going poorly after you dive, you're all gonna die. And that's what we saw from Vitality right there with all these melee champions. After they commit forward, how do they run away? It's not really an option. Leona can go in, but she can't go in. Olaf, pretty, you know, similar stuff right there too. So they have to be very sure about these engages or things will not end well for them.
I totally agree with you. Origen now at the point where it seems very difficult for Vitality to work their way through Nuke Duck. Looks like Alfari's going Blade of the Ruin King second on the Renekton. Was 10-5 the patch with the changes?
It was.
Yeah,
this is our first melee buffed one. I believe the damage went from 8% HP to 12% on melee champions, so a 150% buff.
No. It's a 50%. It's a 50%.
It is.
I'm gonna have to teach you maths.
Honestly, it's past midnight. I'm gonna need you to cut me a little slack.
150% buff would have made it 24%. No, wait.
No,
it would have made
its
it
value
20%.
it's 150% of its value.
Yeah, it's 150% of its value, but it's been buffed by 50%.
Correct.
Anyway,
up
right now, Vitality are trading a dragon for a bat. So Origen's going to start this one up. Upset's coming across. I don't know if Vitality are going to get him in time. Selfie is on his way.
He's got the chakrams. He's going super fast.
You can hear it. Zing, 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 zing. Oh, Selfie's noticed. Oh, 4,000 HP still left on that, and Skeens doesn't have smite. Dude, they threaten. Selfie jumps in. Emperor's Divide gets him back. Vitality is a great place to fight. Comp opens up with the bullet time. Destiny goes golden though, and already Selfie's dead. Now Alfari coming in from the bottom side. Skeens still doesn't have the smite. The flash forward, but Xerxes is the one to secure it. Now Xerxes gone down. Alfari's going to stun up Comp. Here comes the re-engage from Vitality. They just dive into the pit. 2 for 2, 2 for 1. In fact, in favor of Vitality so far, and Vitality is still on the chase. They're looking for Nuke Duck. The sentry comes down. Could grab it to move, but Nuke Duck locked in place with the Zenith player, and that's 3 dead. Vitality clean up at the...
I just gained so much respect for Comp right there. on Misfortune, he led the charge into the pit, flashing over the wall, and then his front line followed up with him afterwards. It was Selfie the one in first, then Comp. But honestly, like, turns out they were able to win that fight right here because, as you said, no smite on Skeen. So Selfie goes in, and it's a little disjointed at the start. It's a beautiful ultimate, but the bullet time doesn't come in until Brahm's shield has gone down. By that point, OG are able to get away from a lot of that damage, and then Comp just says, screw it, man, I'm getting in here, I'm trying to fight. And guess what, it goes super well for Vitality. Once the rest of the squad commits around the wall, they're able to peel for him and chase down Nukeduck for an extra kill.
Yeah, you have to give Vitality some credit. I didn't think they were going to go for that after you saw that Skeens didn't have smite, after you saw that Selfie just died when he went into the pit, but good stuff all around. Now you have an Infinity Edge finished on Comp. He's actually sitting in a gold lead over Upset, who's 3-0-1 on this Aphelios. And I wonder, with it only being 700 gold between these two teams, where will they fight next?
It's such a weird game. It's such a weird game because watching it feels like OG are always winning, but Vitality have just had a gold lead. But then OG are able to like take the Baron pretty much uncontested, but then they lose the fight. So like this game feels like it's very lopsided, but honestly, with the, you know, ranged threats on the side of Vitality, they do have a fighting chance.
I've also realized, you know how we talked about Ornn upgrades earlier? We forgot that Alfari can build Blade of the Ruin King now. So that is a strong Ornn upgrade that Nukeduck could utilize. He's deciding against it by now. He does have 2 in the tank at level 15. I wonder if he's just waiting for Alfari to be close enough to upgrade that.
Maybe.
What is an upgraded Blade of the Ruin King?
We looked this up because we had the same problem like 2 weeks ago. We couldn't figure it out.
I was discussing it earlier with Betty, and I said it's 2 blades of the Ruin King. Scissors.
No, that used to be an exploit.
The Ruin King. Yeah. Origen using their ban buff to try and push in the top lane, but Nukeduck's a little bit caught by himself here. Make It Rain comes down as Comp tries to slow up the Ornn with the chase on. Origen have been able to react and come down from the top lane, meaning that Vitality don't want to fight any further.
For now, Vitality just trying to, I think, like, Comp, as I said, very good spot for him right now. Selfie, 0-4, not having the best of games, but has finished off the Leandri's Torment. So, like, in terms of him cutting through frontliners, he's in a very, very solid spot. And actually, if we're looking at, like, the gold distribution across this game, like, even though the gold is even, like, it's actually pretty lopsided in favor of the damage dealers of Vitality, right? With Cabochard having a lot, Comp having a lot. The leads for OG are between Xerxes and Nukeduck, which, let's be honest, aren't going to be the most relevant in their individual matchups. And actually, like, they're 2 of the champions that I'm not even really looking towards being the primary carries as in terms of needing gold in the long run.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there.
Low econ is what I'm looking for.
Low econ is definitely what you're looking for. Upset, of course, does have quite a bit of gold himself, so he is one of those primary carries for Origen. He's sitting at 2.5 completed items. Actually, might be backing the Infinity Edge. And he is. There we are. 3 items on the AD carry now. It's going to make him very, very strong. It's the Might of the Ruin King, by the way, which I just don't think is a good name. Because it's like, am I going to? Well, I might. It's the Ruin King. I'm not.
Who's on the phone?
Yeah, maybe the Ruin King.
Maybe of the Ruin King. I could support that. Actually, no. What do we got? We got the. I don't know. The great.
I
like
think the scissors. I think the shears of the Ruin King.
The shears.
Like he's doing some gardening. It's an ocean map. You have to do a gardening. Yeah, the calipers. It's great. The tweezers of the Ruin King. You got that splinter? Like I'll get it out for you.
I'm a big fan. You've sold me.
Selfie could dodge there from the Winter's Bow.
Winter's
has been forced away. Going to take a little while before he gets in. Actually teleporting behind the Ocean Dragon here. Origen going to try and fight it. Cabochard looking for the flank position as here comes the call of the Forge God. Jackdraw's on the front line, lands the Solar Flare, and Cabochard's running in from behind. Jackdraw very tanky with the Gargoyles, but he's already down, and not really too much damage sustained here by Origen. Skeen's going to flash away, Emperor's Divide comes out as well. Moonlight Vigil doesn't hit, and now Cabochard's on the wrong side of the wall as he tries to go into the GA straight away, and they're just picking Vitality off. Vitality are running into the 1-by-1. Origen are very happy to accept these kills. Selfie has to flash away. Origen are still on the chase. There's the flash. There's the Winter's Bite. And there goes the bird. Origen would secure their second dragon of the game.
I mean, OG are of one mind in that fight, right? We go back to Ender's game, like, they're the buggers right now. They're all communicating telepathically. They know exactly what's going on, who to attack, where to go. Vitality are 5 people with their comms cut off, right? Like, Cabochard is diving in one way, Jack Troll's going in the other, the rest of Vitality is backing away, like, just completely all over the place. You see at the start of the fight, while everyone else is trying to juke away from the Call of the Forge God, Jack Troll goes in. Cabochard is getting single-handedly zoned. And then they both get knocked up here, so Selfie gets caught out. It's just a disaster.
Have we... It's just... It seems to be a highlight reel of Jack Troll dying at the moment. He's died 5 times. He's got caught out quite a few times.
I mean, Selfie too.
Both of them. I understand the reasoning behind it, right? It's the Leone, you're trying to get vision in, you're trying to make sure Origen can't just sneak it down without your team knowing it. But there's the buddy system, right? You need, as you said, it feels like Vitality as a team are just not coordinated. His Skeen should be up there with him. They should be working as a 2-man squad to try and get some of this vision down. Now, the Call of the Forge God comes out once again as the tower falls in the middle. Vitality unable to really do too much about this. Now you can see that Afelio is hitting hard. He's got his Molten Edge. He's upgraded that Infinity Edge. And all it takes is one Infernum proc to take comp down below half.
Yeah, Vitality just scrambling right now while OG wait for another pick. They have the Solar Flare on Xerxes.
And it connects.
Well.
Xerxes like, oh, you've got a sun disc? How
the
about
highlight
the
reel
full might
continues.
of the sun? Yeah.
What's the Ornn upgrade on that one?
What, of a sun?
Wait, what if Silas changed the names of enemy ultimates he picked up to, like, be all Demacian or all
Sunnier
like, magic? The sunnier disc.
The sunny delight disc of deliciousness. Anyway, he's caught out a little bit here. Pops the explosive cask and gets popped himself. This is all done, but the Nexus falling. You have
well, Vitality are also just on the wrong side of the map right now, hiding out inside of OG's jungle. Little do they know, there's vision in there. So OG know exactly what's going on. Alfari is on the flank, but they will call it off in order to peel back towards this Baron. Last time Vitality won a big team fight around this objective, but I don't think they'll be so lucky this time around.
Yeah, I feel like they would need to somehow reverse Summoner's to fight around this tournament now. So on the red buff of Origen, and that's not a beneficial trait for Vitality. You lose Baron, you get a red buff, some farm on your AD carry, but you're trying to get whatever you can out of the situation. You know you're not going to be able to fight around Baron, and the expectation now is that Origen can use this in a couple of lanes. You've still got TP on Alfari. You can try and get a couple of lanes pushing and break open the base of Vitality.
Now, Medic, you're not wrong. You would expect OG to use the Baron buff in multiple lanes.
Ooh.
But I think OG are just going to group up and continue to force fights.
I mean, that's fine.
How they like to win their games.
Yeah, that's fine by me. I like fights. Fights are good. I was interested to see is the Black Cleaver that's been upgraded, not the Blade of the Ruin, and I'm not 100% sure on the cost efficient, like the gold efficiency of the different upgrades.
So I think the idea there is because the upgrades just take the base stats of it, like AD, HP, attack speed, and upgrade them, right? So Obsidian Cleaver, you're going to get HP and attack damage, whereas Blade of the Ruin King, you're going to get AD and attack speed. And I don't think attack speed is going to be the most valuable stat on Alfari. So I actually, I can get behind the Obsidian Cleaver here.
It could, of course, have just been mispositioned in his inventory as well.
Also possible.
We have had that happen. But yeah, I can understand the reasoning behind it. So, and here we are, 2 lanes and 2 lanes.
Wow. Oh, they're splitting up to 3 lanes. Xerxes going top lane as well. What ultimate does he have? He doesn't have an ultimate for now. Technically, it's called Hijack, but he doesn't have anyone else's ultimate.
Origen now going to break open the mid lane inhibitor tower, pushed back by a bullet time that just about cleared out the minions. Nuke Duck is...
The bullet time hit 2 minions, Medic.
Yeah, well, it cleared out the 2 minions that it hit.
All right.
So it did its job. However, upset and Xerxes went the top lane pushing in the inhibitor tower. This will be the inhibitor shortly to... And Origen have truly broken the backs of Vitality here. Really not too much even Cabochard can do in this situation. Selfie pinged with a Winter's Bite as Comp steps forward. There's the explosive caster, not Comp. And Origen, I fear they may reset and look for more, but instead the Call of the Forge God's coming out, lands on Selfie. Upset, what? What did Upset hit him with?
I'm going to go ahead and watch that myself here, because that was a lot of damage from very far away.
Was it
Oh, he had the Gravitum gun on him already and just popped at the same time.
What on earth? That was actually crazy. I mean, Origen are winning the game. GA isn't quite popped here on Cabochard as Nuclear dives onto the backline. Alfari there as well as Cabochard goes down, and Origen playing with their food before they take the Nexus. Cabochard's going to try and flash away, but he cannot escape the oncoming onslaught that was Origen. They continue to chase. That's another comp dead for the first time this game. And the bullet time locking Jack Troll and Schemes in their base. Great play from Origen. They will take the win and go to 11 and...
Yep, OG just showing how it's done as a team right there, winning so many of those fights, playing the map pretty darn well there. And even though Vitality had some, good punches there in the early game, it wasn't quite enough to bounce back against it.
Yeah, it wasn't the best overall. I mean, you could see what Vitality were trying to do, and I think that's kind of been the story of like what Vitality have tried to do through the entirety of the split, right? You can tell them, you can tell what they're attempting to do as a team. We do have our Kia Player of the Game votes. You can go to @LEC on Twitter and vote for Upset, Alfari, or Zerse as your option, and they're all viable options. They always are. We don't pick players who didn't play in the game.
Well, here's the thing. Because you've chosen 3 players, they are all now viable options. That's just how that works if we're playing the semantics.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're entirely correct.
I know.
You out-semanticed the semantic.
The 2 players that were not chosen are not viable options.
100% true. 100% true.
Always happy to help and to inform the viewers and my co-commentators alike.
Thank you so much. So I want to talk a little bit about the rest of the schedule here for Origen, because they are trying to get to that second spot, right? Obviously, they are, I believe they're 1-1 with Fnatic, so that head-to-head is tied up. They're now both at 11-4. Origen have XL, Mad, and SK left, whereas Fnatic have Vitality, Mad, and Rogue. So I think you'd say Fnatic is slightly harder, have a slightly harder road in because of that Rogue match. But what's your expectation? Do you think we're going to end up with a tiebreaker there? I mean, between the 2 of them?
Honestly, yeah. Like looking at the remaining schedule, like I do agree. Like if there is going to be a wild card game, upset win there, it would be Rogue over Fnatic, even though they're pretty close in the standings. Like that's your highest likelihood of something going wrong here. But looking at it, I mean, this is very likely going to be, tied. At the end of the season, and in that case, like that just means Origen in a decent spot going in towards place. What's that?
Interestingly, okay, if they both win out, I'm just looking this. So this is just maths I'm doing right off the top of my head. Our second tiebreaker rule is the amount of wins in the second half of the split.
Correct.
Fnatic have 1 more win in the second half of the split, so Fnatic would break that head-to-head tie with wins in the second half of the split, because Origen have lost 2 games, one against Fnatic and 1 to G2, and Fnatic have only lost to G2 the second half of the splits.
There you go.
That head-to-head would be broken.
Will just be the head-to-head that they played the second time.
Yep.
All right, good to know. Good to know. Well, I mean that matches expectations, right? OG got off to a very good start in the split, and while they have continued to play very good League of Legends, I think Fnatic have really turned on the gears toward the end of the split.
I totally agree with you. I think we'll see, obviously, if that's how things end up, but it's very possible that it will be. And getting first and second, it's a benefit because it means you don't play the first or second, the other team in the top 2, but it's not like you get double elimination over single elim. Origen would still get a double elimination playoff bracket for coming in 3rd place.
Honestly, you talking about the playoff brackets, I just got reminded of
the
start of today with Explanius, and now I've confused myself. I've completely forgotten how our playoffs is supposed to go, because there's just like Cthulhu randomly, like unexpectedly, he just rolls in there. I don't know.
That's enough about that for now, and enough from us. We're going to hand it over to Shocks on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Sharon. It's me and Yamato here, standing by to close out the day. Oh, Yamato, let's take a deep breath. That we got this far. Let's say that with a couple of interesting results, I should say. But let's start with the last one, with Origen starting off on the wrong foot against Vitality, getting pressured in so early, but in the end closing it out.
I like that the Cabochard Classic came out there with the Olaf lock-in. I know that he likes to pick it into Renekton specifically. He got that solo kill for himself. I think we all kind of knew that OG are going to eventually close it out because Vitality have such wide variety of issues, but definitely the beginning looked bright. We had a 2v2 kill on bottom and then the roam into top side. If you can get that going, it seems always like with Vitality, something goes wrong and then all of a sudden they collapse, because after that, in all honesty, they started to kind of run it down.
Okay, that's an apt way to say it. I say we did see something from them when Origen was starting the bear, and they didn't just roll over and die. At least they went in comp, actually leading the initiative there for Vitality. But indeed, in the end, Origen did close it out, but maybe not as convincing as we thought, because losing the early game and being out pressured by Skeens when you're Xerxes and stuff like that, that's not necessarily something we want to see out of OG.
No, definitely not. I think when you're playing against the lower tier teams, especially when you're not cemented in the top two and you are looking to prove something, this is definitely the time to. They tried something different with the Silas jungle. I think it's a pick that comes online very slow because the clear speed isn't the most exciting thing. So I understand that it's more of a scaling pick into the game. But definitely with the standings, how they look like, Origen being third place and Vitality being 1-14 or 1-13 before this, it should look like a clean sweep.
Yeah, especially when you look at how Fnatic set aside Excel and how G2 set aside Rogue, right? It's been a long day, so I just want to hit on a couple of things in terms of the results we've seen and what that means for the playoff race. Starting with the Mad Lions, at the beginning of the day, we told you, well, it's Mad and Excel for that 6th place. Nothing is locked in yet, but Mad did win today over SK Gaming, and it was very convincing. And Excel fell to Fnatic, so it looks like the doors closing for Excel and it's opening more and more for this Mad Lions rookie squad.
I think the key thing with Excel is the fact that even in their game, I think it looked like Fnatic was in control the whole time. They had the first blood, and they, like Fnatic, identified very quickly the need to shut down the Draven, and then we saw the same issues from Excel as always. They stick to what they know, which is a strong early game plan to try to transition a lead into the mid. But the moment they don't even have a lead in the early game, it gets even worse. I think it's just a tough team to beat. If there was some excitement in this game, if it was close, if they put Fnatic on the back foot, then maybe it would give us a spark of. But in this current position, not so much. Mad Lions, on the other hand, I think they showed us a game that had like a level that we kind of expect from higher tier team in comparison to a lower tier team. It looked very simple, straightforward, not a big issue. But of course, both of these teams, the strength of schedule is very different today, so it's hard to draw that comparison.
I mean, that's a fantastic point, Excel up versus Fnatic. But I mean, I think it's fair to say that if Excel want to jump over this hurdle and make it to the playoffs, they do need to give us more, because we've said this before, but Mad is a team that has gotten those upset or those big wins against the teams in the top 3. So they do have a little bit more real estate, it looks like, and capability to do well in those playoffs. Excel are not out yet. The dream is alive, and we believe in miracles here in the LEC, but it is close. So I do want to move on to the rest of our top 3. G2 versus Rogue, which had impeccable casting, by the way, was kind of a stomp for the side of G2 Esports. It looked like a scrim. They had perks mid on Arky, just run core, half freaking Yankos. It was a fun game to watch, and it was the kind of game that we expected, a fun yet convincing one for G2, who is all but locked into the playoffs.
I also love the fact with G2 is the fact that they just went for something simple. They went for something they know. The Pantheon, the Talia, the Trash. They went for standard picks that they know. They don't need to necessarily practice this. I think it's already in the back of their mind how they need to play it out. We saw the set for the first time with Woon. I believe it was the first time he played it. It's a very overpowered champion, so I'm happy that he did in fact play it. But in general, I think the key thing, Corky set is not too exciting. I think G2 got away with playing the same old.
Yeah, they did. Very convincing from the side of G2 Esports. When we look at Fnatic, that was the other team in the top 3. We said OG, hot and cold, still won. G2 convincing. Fnatic also convincing, right? They ran a composition of Pantheon, Gragas, Cassiopeia, Kai'Sa, and Thresh. They got the 2v2 kill immediately in the bottom lane, and it didn't look like they were in danger at any point.
For sure. Once again, the Pantheon. Fnatic with the Pantheon. I like the Cassiopeia pick into Ornn. It seems like it's a champion that is going to constantly have prio, and I think you get to impact them in a way that Ornn can't because of the matchup. Of course, Ornn is going to scale into the game and eventually build items, but we did get to see a different side of Ornn. It was very surprising because in this whole kind of hiatus from the ADC and LCS last week, I got to watch a lot of LPL games, and they're practically ignoring Ornn. And that's even on 10.4. And now on 10.5, we have the nerf to Ornn, and it was cool to see Fnatic having a plan towards it and eventually adapting on the fly. Being put in a position where there was a lot of AD carry bans, and they adapted very good with the Trash and the Kai, and really dissected the plan of XL.
Yeah, in terms of the upsets that I wanted you to predict at the beginning of the day, the only thing that really happened is Schalke 04 beat Misfits, and it's tricky one because Schalke is already out of the playoffs, and now they have a new energy coming into these games. We had an unreal game from Abadaga and from Lurox versus a Misfits that's still struggling, or not struggling, but still fighting to keep that top 4 position. So that's a very interesting result.
So Schalke, it was always a question of, they started with a massive deficit. They started with so many losses, and it wasn't really the real team or the team that they wanted to field practicing up until the point of, what was it, like week number 4. And now, if you look at the past results, they've picked up a couple of victories. They even beat Origen I think it was last week. And that was a tough game. They even had the Ocean Soul, and it's getting better. And so I think Schalke, definitely impressive. It makes me hopeful for what's to come for summer. And I think it should make them hopeful as well. Today, against Misfits, though, Misfits didn't have the core pieces of what makes them successful. They had Febivon that puts him in a position where he relies on everyone else to do good things. GP in the top side, once again, a champion that wants to play weak side. When Misfits are in a position where they need to play into the bottom and use a gangplank ult, for example, then that doesn't tend to happen. In this game, we had the Varus Galio, and I think it showcased one of Misfits' biggest weaknesses is the fact that they can't play through bottom. They don't know how to. And Schalke's bot lane look way better. When Misfits have the Ornn, the GP, safe side top, it doesn't look too exciting. So this is something that I think teams are going to abuse coming into the next week, coming into tomorrow even, and also into playoffs if they don't to fix this issue about playing through bottom side.
I mean, great point, and possibly a glaring weakness for Misfits, and the fact that we sang the praises of Febivon and of Razork earlier today, but it does of course become a problem if you turn it on its head, and that's the only lane you can play through successfully. We're gonna have to track it. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow when we come back with week 8. Yeah, of course, all of the matchups are still interesting, if not directly for standing or for seeding, but to see kind of the form that the teams are in going into the playoffs. Is there another upset on the card for, I would say, Schalke, but Rep versus Vitality? Well, the good news is one of them is going to win.
That is indeed the good news for them. I hope we get a bloody game. I'm leaning towards Schalke because they seem to get it together in a better way coming towards the end.
Yeah, also looking at XL and Rogue, who had the hardest schedules coming into this week with playing G2 and Fnatic respectively. Can XL or Rogue do it after what you saw today, or will it be a stomp?
I think it will be super difficult. I don't think XL showed us anything different. I like that Rogue, at least they showed some kind of boldness in their play. In past games against the top teams, they seem to kind of shrink and not really play with any type of personality. They don't play towards their lanes. They kind of lack the game plan. And this time around, I think they identified we need to get Draven ahead, even though the game start was very terrible and Talia was ahead. They tried to do some things, and I think that is a positive note. Will they beat G2 and Fnatic? Doubt it.
Doubt it. But then there's a matchup in the middle of the day, which is also our match of the week. Misfits versus the Mad Lions, with a lot of rookies and a combination of rookies and experienced players on both sides. Now, with Misfits losing today to Schalke, this becomes a bit more dicey, I feel like, for the Bunny squad.
This gets very spicy. I think this we talked about the seeding as well. Even though I'm in the imagination that XL is already out, seeding is super important. But the matchup itself is also super exciting because I spoke about Misfits and how they can't play through bottom side. I feel the same thing about Mad Lions and not playing towards top. Most of the time, Oroma is playing weak side. This is a style that they're choosing to do because when Kaiser gets enabled and he's playing together with Shadow, they take over the whole map. And I don't think it's that big of a weakness because I think right now the champion pool in the top lane kind of supports the idea of playing topside weeks. Gangplank can be played, Gnar can be played. We saw some Ornn gameplay as well. And I think stylistically, this is very, very interesting. And I think if they can push Misfits towards a draft like today, then I think Mad Lions definitely looks favored because they have mastered this idea of playing through bottom. And I think it's just way more lethal to play with Shadow and Kaiser into mid lane. But of course, if Humanoid's gonna run it down like the last time, dying against Sejuani over and over, then there's no game to begin with. So I hope it's going to look a bit different. I hope Humanoid is going to sleep on that one and dream about it and make sure it doesn't happen because that's honestly just game losing.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten so memed that it's not going to happen again. I mean, never say never. That's all for tomorrow. With that, I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. Thank you for joining us for our first LEC from home, our online broadcast. Again, apologies for the issues we've been struggling with today, but rest assured, we are doing our very best to get everything in tip-top shape for tomorrow. And we will be very happy to bring you the rest of week 8 tomorrow. So sleep well, get some rest rather, and we'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.